Adventures in Research. Like treasure stories? Ever have a desire to dig for hidden loot? Then you want to hear about Oak Island. For supposedly hidden beneath the soil on that Nova Scotian island is treasure. As for what it is, and who buried it, and if it will ever be found, those questions have no answers yet. But perhaps someday they will be solved at the bottom of the Pirate's Pit. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the Pirate's Pit on Oak Island, a 1.5 mile long isle in Mahoney Bay, Nova Scotia. The first discovery of the adventure still awaiting someone came almost 150 years ago, when 3 young men from the mainland set foot on strange Oak Island.
Oh, come on, Oliver. What's to be afraid of? Come on.
Who said I was afraid? I'm coming, ain't I?
Come on, then. We ought to be able to trap something on this island.
It seems kind of strange to me that if trapping is as good as you think, why the men folk ain't doing it here.
You're scared, that's all. Now, come on. Get the boat beached, Sammy, and let's explore this place.
Gee, strange looking, ain't it? Look at them trees.
Oak trees, that's all.
But they're shaped queer-like. Not like the trees at home.
Well, maybe they're a different kind.
And look at some of the stuff. I never saw no plants like these.
Yeah, I never did. Well, let's quit gawking and see about setting some traps.
Never did see nothing like it.
What's the matter, Oliver?
Look. Well, that's the biggest tree I ever did see. Well, it must be all of it.
Is that all? Just a tree, and you act like you've seen a ghost.
It isn't just no ordinary tree. It's a regular whopper of a tree. Come here a minute.
Look at that big limb on it. Must be all of 16 foot from the ground.
Yeah, and it looks like it's been sawed off with a saw.
Gee, it does, Oliver. Hey, give me a boost and let me climb up and find out what happened.
All right. Here you go.
Up now.
Yes, sir. That must have been sawed. I can see from here. No wind would break off a bough like that. What do you see up there, Jason?
Gee, this is queer. There's a big scar in the top of the limb, like something had been hung from it. Something heavy.
Well, come on down and let's get home. I don't see nothing to trap anyway. I don't like this island, Jason. Hey, Jason, come on down and let's go home. What are you staring at?
Gee, Oliver. Right where you're standing.
Oh, what?
Don't jump like that. Nothing's going to bite you.
What do you mean? What do you see where I'm standing?
From the tree up here, it looks like there's a big circle down there, right under the limb. Like the ground is sunk in somehow. A big circle.
Oh, come on, Jason. Let's go home.
Don't be such a baby. I'm coming down. Hey, give me a hand.
All right.
Don't be such a crybaby. The ground isn't going to sink anymore.
Well, let's go back to the boat. I'm getting hungry, and it must be nigh on to supper time.
Wait a minute. Let me think. A big tree with a sawed-off limb that something heavy had been hung onto, and then the ground sunk down a little bit right underneath in a big circle. Oliver, what does that all sound like to you?
Oh, I don't care what it sounds like. It's no concern of mine, and I'm going home.
Oliver, listen a minute. I'll bet you anything it's buried treasure.
Buried treasure? Right where we're standing?
Sure. Those pirates had lots of gold and jewels they robbed folks of. Had to have some place to hide them. Be better than right here. Nobody ever goes near this island. I'll bet there's pirates' treasure right under where we're standing.
Golly. Gee, Jason, what are we going to do?
We're coming back tomorrow and start to dig.
Early the next morning, the boys were back with shovels and spades and picks. When they reached a depth of 10 feet.
Look, big oak logs sticking into the sides of the hole.
Didn't I tell you? There's something down here. Come on, let's get them logs out of the way.
Another 10 feet down, and again the picks hit something.
Scrape the dirt away, Oliver.
Oh, what do you think it is? Treasure?
It feels more like... Say, look. Oak logs.
Like a floor. Laid just like a floor.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they covered the treasure with these oak logs. Hey, let's rip them out and see what it is.
Oh, gee. This is hard work, Jason.
Come on, Oliver, don't give up. You haven't told anybody our secret, have you?
No, Jason. You said not to breathe a word, and I haven't.
Good. Hey, I'm right about the pirates. I asked old Granny Hutchison, and she said that back in 1720, folks on the mainland saw strange lights burning over here on the island, and men out in boats. And that some folks even saw pirates here in front of big bonfires.
Pirates? Here?
Not anymore, baby. But she said the two fishermen tried to row to the island to see what was going on. And they were never seen again.
Gosh.
So I bet they was bearing their treasure under these logs. Come on now.
Under the oak flooring, the boys found only more earth and dug down another 10 feet to find another oak floor. The boys gave up then and even found it impossible to interest anyone else in their project. And the strange pit on Oak Island stayed untouched until a Nova Scotian doctor became interested. And his story was this.
Well, I heard about this island hole in the ground. One of the youngsters grew up, married. I attended his wife. She told me about it. So I decided to form a company to get to the bottom of this treasure business. We found the place easy enough, just like the boys left it. We started digging. About 40 feet, we found another one of them oak floors. Dug down 10 more feet, another oak floor. And at 60 feet, another one. And at 70 feet, another one. Then, when we got down about 80 feet, a peculiar thing happened.
Yeah, another oak floor, all right, Doc. Only this one's different. Got a big layer of charcoal over it and what appears to be coconut fiber.
Keep digging, fellas. We're going to get to the bottom of this treasure business.
At 90 feet down, they found more oak timbers, this time covered with thick, heavy putty, such as that used on old-time sailing vessels. And then at 95 feet.
Yeah, sounds like we struck rock or something.
Yeah. Clear that away there. Think we hit another doggone oak floor.
Hold it, Ed. Hey, look at that. A stone slab.
Yeah, that's what it is, all right. Got lots of curlicues writ on it, too. Think that tells the directions?
I don't know, Ed. Yeah, big stone, too. 3 feet long, over a foot wide.
Yeah, it's easy, that. But can you read what them words are?
I don't know any such language as that, Ed. I never saw any writing like that. Now, come on, let's heave her up and keep digging.
Okay. Haul away up there. Haul away. Say, Doc, there's water seeping in down here.
Yeah, I'll say. Coming in pretty strong, too. Hey, let's get up out of here before we get flooded.
The water pouring into the 95-foot shaft stopped the digging, and professors began to study the strange stone with the curious writings. But they failed to decipher its message. Then in 1849, once again an effort was made to get to the bottom of the pirate's pit by a group headed by a man who, as a youngster, first made the discovery on Oak Island.
Looks like it's as tough a nut to crack as it was when I found it as a kid. Well, first we have to defeat the water. After getting down to 95 feet, it starts to pour in. You're an engineer, Tom. What do you make of it? Any ideas at all?
Well, that water must be part of the sea. It almost seems to rise and fall with the tide. There's a cove not too far from the pit, but how the seawater gets from here, well, it has me stumped, Jason.
Well, let's get to the cove and wait for low tide and do a little investigating.
We've found something, all right. One of the doggonest things I've ever seen.
You found out how the ocean water gets into the pit?
Well, if pirates dug it, they sure tried hard enough to see nobody got to it. The whole beach is channeled.
What?
Yes, sir. Rock drains leading right from the ocean to the pit. That's why the pit fills up with seawater. It's to stop anybody from getting down there.
Then whatever it is down there must be worthwhile enough to go to all that trouble.
Right. All we have to do is build a dam and block off the main channel that these drains run into.
Tom, get the men and get to work on that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get at it. Sounds like a storm coming up, and we're due for a rainy spell.
The rains did come and swept away the dam the men started to build. And finally, after other vain attempts, Oak Island was left at peace for another 40 years. Then another treasure hunt was organized. High-speed pumps and other new devices were put to use. A shaft was sunk from which to pump water from the pit. But water still poured in. Engineers found that another water channel existed which could flood the pit. Even though 6 more shafts were sunk from 90 to 160 feet, water conquered the powerful pumps. And more theories popped up as to what the fabulous stronghold could possibly contain.
Seems to me that this pit was dug about the time of the French Revolution. Now, if I read it right, King Louis and Marie Antoinette took all the crown jewels with them when they escaped. Now, they was caught, but one of the party got away with the jewels. Folks say that person has been traced right here to Nova Scotia. The jewels have never been found. Maybe that's what's at the bottom down there.
What is at the bottom of the pit? One group of investigators made drillings all around the main hole and brought up samples of what they found. The report?
A treasure chamber down there, all right. Don't know exactly what is in it, but there's a room 5 feet square and 7 feet deep. And it seems to be filled with soft metal pieces. Now, when we drilled, a fragment of parchment came up on the drill. On it were 2 letters, V.I., or maybe the Roman numeral 6. Don't know, but I sure am curious.
To date, every effort to unlock the puzzle of Oak Island has failed. Possibly new attempts with new equipment may solve the secret of the peculiar pit in Mahoney Bay, Nova Scotia. But if it has a treasure, the sea-guarded vault of Oak Island still has not yielded it after defying searchers for a century and a half. And just what is at the bottom of the pirate's pit is still an unanswered adventure in research. And that's today's Adventure in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratory. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Welcome to the Diamond K Ranch, folks. This is Ken Maynard and Tarzan, inviting you to join us here in the tack room while I spin a few yarns. And speaking of yarns, I've got one today that I know you'll enjoy. I call it The Unburied Treasure. It's all about the wild and dangerous West. So why not pull up a chair and make yourself comfortable?
We'll do just that, Ken. And from the tack room of Ken Maynard's Diamond K Ranch, we're bringing you folks stories of adventure, stories of circus life, fascinating transcribed tales of the Old West, where cowboys still follow the cattle trails. Stories of rodeos and parades, colorful legends of the Red Man, hidden gold, and buried treasure. The exciting tales from the Diamond K are told by Hollywood's champion of Western stars, internationally famous Ken Maynard. Now, Ken has a whopping big Texas tale to tell you today, so while you're getting all settled, because you won't want to miss a word of this story, I'd like to tell you how Ken Maynard can say hello to you personally. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Why, just imagine hearing Ken's voice saying,
Hello, Audrey. Hello, Alvin.
or whatever your name is. Well, that's exactly what happens when you order a Diamond K record album of Ken Maynard stories. He'll personalize them, tell a story especially for you, and call you by name right on the record. And wait until you see the album. It's in full color with a picture of Ken and Tarzan right on the front. And inside are 2 complete Wild West tales that you can play on your phonograph any time you want. And the first thing you'll hear is Ken Maynard calling you by name. And say, these records have pictures of Ken and Tarzan on them, too, as well as the albums. So send for yours right away. Just send your name and address and $1 to Records in care of this station. Can you imagine just $1 for this rootin' tootin' Western album of records? They're standard 78 RPM speed, just like Mom and Dad and everybody has used for years. They're made of the finest material money can buy, too, so you don't have to worry because they're unbreakable. And you can play them over and over again and never worry about wearing them out. These pure vinylite records are the finest quality that money can buy. But still, you send only $1 with your name and address to Records in care of this radio station, and your album will be mailed, postage, prepaid, to you. Now, here's Ken.
Well, sir, one bright morning I went out to the mailbox to see what the postman had left. My mail's always pretty interesting because a good deal of my life has been spent in traveling all over, and I've made a lot of friends. I think show people are the finest in the world anyway. Once you've made a friend, they really last. Some of the rodeo riders who used to work with me are scattered all over the country. Still, we keep in touch. Besides, most of them know that one of my hobbies is lost treasure stories, and when they run across something interesting, they'll let me hear about it. So in the mail that day was a letter from Will Whitlock, one of the best riders I ever knew. He lived on a farm near Rockwall, Texas. That's a few miles east of Dallas. Will raised cotton and kept a few cows and lived the life of a gentleman farmer. Anyway, here's what he said in the last part of the letter. By the way, Ken, I've got a problem down here that might interest you. You remember my Uncle Henry? I bought this farm from him, back in '38, and he went to live with his daughter in Dallas. We always thought he had a lot of money put away. Well, he passed away a few months ago, suddenly. I was down in Houston on business and didn't get back till the next day. His daughter told me he left me a message. He said, tell Will. It's all there on the farm, and if he can find it, he can have it. Well, Ken, we figured the old fellow meant his money was buried here someplace. I don't know what else he could have meant. He never went near a bank, so he must have hidden it somewhere on the farm. I've looked everywhere I can think of. Even had a fellow come out with one of them electric doodle bugs. Then I thought of you, Ken. If you're ever down this way, come out and see me. Maybe you can puzzle this thing out. If you can't, nobody can. Your friend Will. Well, you got to admit that was an interesting letter, all right. I would have dropped everything and gone down there if I could. But I kept Will in the back of my mind, and the first chance I got to go through Dallas, I took time off and went out to Will's farm. He had a large, modern ranch house with a roomy front porch facing east and open to the south, so it was cool in the hot afternoons. We sat there for quite a while with our feet on the rail, talking over old times. Finally, he got around to Uncle Henry. Will, I said, did you ever find old Henry's money? Will shook his head, took another drag from his pipe. Never did, Ken. I got to think maybe it was a fool thing for me to ask you to bother about it. But you know how it is. You hate to give up. Besides, if old Henry left as much money hidden around here as I think he did, it ought to be found and put to some good use. I agreed that was right and told him not to worry about bothering me because there's nothing I like better than to get on the trail of a good treasure story and hang on. Then I asked him all the questions I could think of, such as where he had looked and if there wasn't a clue somewhere, either among old papers or around the house itself. I wondered also if any of his friends had ever heard Henry say anything about his hidden money. I thought he might have bragged a little about it some time or other in an unguarded moment. Will said that as far as he knew and had been able to find out, none of those ideas were any good. He had tried them all without result. Well, I said, seems to me the only thing to do is to think of places around here that you may not have thought of yet, if there are any. I remember your uncle fairly well, and as I recall him, I don't think he'd hide anything too far away. He'd probably like to keep an eye on it. Let's get busy and go over the house room by room and try to imagine where he'd hide something valuable if we had been Uncle Henry. So we did. We started with the attic and went through all the old trunks and boxes. Of course, Will had been into those before, but I thought maybe I could find a secret panel or something. We hunted for loose bricks in a big chimney which came up through the attic, but I rather suspected that Uncle Henry wouldn't hide anything there. I've always read about people who hide their money in stoves and then are very surprised and angry when someone starts a fire and burns it up. Well, we gave up on the attic and started on the room upstairs. I tapped all the walls with a broomstick for hollow sounding places and tried every floorboard to see if it was loose. We looked behind pictures and dug into the furniture. We leafed through all the old books in case one had been hollowed out or some clue had been left between the pages, but without any luck. We were getting pretty tired by this time and went back on the front porch to rest. Well, there's something we haven't thought of. You told me you'd been over every inch of the yard with an electric dooglebug. Is that right? That's right, Ken, he said. We mapped off every foot in a 300-yard circle and tested it carefully. We found some tin cans and an old cultivator wheel, but that's about all. I've looked through all the barns, too. Guess we'll have to give up. Nothing doing, I said. I'm not ready to give up yet. Maybe we've done too much looking and not enough thinking. Besides, there's something we haven't thought of yet, and it may be the answer. Do you know what that is, Will? He gave me a surprised look and said, No, I don't. If we've overlooked anything, I can't think of what it is. Now, do you folks know what it was? Well, I'm going to tell you in just a minute. So while we leave Will Whitlock on the front porch, thinking about his uncle's treasure, I want to sit back and get comfortable and tell you about a favorite subject of mine. Speaking of comfort, you know if a man doesn't feel comfortable, he just can't do his best at work or play. And just for your information, I feel my best when I'm dressed comfortably. And you know my favorite outfit, whether I'm working or just loafing around, is my K shirt and a pair of jeans. And you'd be surprised how many buckaroos are agreeing with me. Kids all across the country are writing in asking me for a K shirt like mine. I've told you about it before. It's a comfortable cotton shirt made like a T-shirt in the color of desert sand, with my own Diamond K brand in bright red on the front and Tarzan and me looking right at you. If you want to join the fellows and girls that are wearing my own private K shirt, all you got to do is send me your name and address. Tell me what size you wear. Sizes 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, or 12. And then close a $1 bill for the fellow that makes them. Pretty fancy shirt for just $1. You'll get a lot of wear out of your K-shirt, too, because it's fine quality cotton, and the blazing colors are put on by a special hand-screen process. So send today. Be sure to send your name, your address, and your size to K-shirt in care of this station, and slip in that $1 bill. Your shirt will be sent, postage prepaid, from Hollywood. Well, sir, I was telling about Will Whitlock and old Uncle Henry's treasure, and what a time we were having trying to find it. Will, I said, there's something we haven't thought of. Do you remember that old story of the man who wanted to hide a letter safely? When people came to hunt for it, they turned everything upside down and almost tore down the house. But the valuable letter was safely concealed in plain sight on the desk all the time. The one place they would never have thought to look. Now, I think old Uncle Henry had the same idea. Maybe not in plain sight like sitting on the porch here in a box, but somewhere close where no one would think of looking for money, and yet where he could sit here all day and watch it. What do you think of that idea? Will just laughed and said that would be like Henry, all right, but where would such a place be? I don't know, I said, but let's just sit here and think and look. We'll start with the most unlikely places first. So we looked at all the impossible spots like the concrete steps and the wire fence across the yard and the rails where we were cooling our heels. Nothing looked very promising. You know, Ken, the trouble is we don't know if Henry left it in gold or paper money or what. And we don't know how much. As far as I'm concerned, I'm stumped. Well, we sat there a while, and something in Will's last remark lingered in my mind. It was the word stumped. I guess it was because there was an old tree stump in the yard about 10 feet in front of the steps. I was looking at it that minute, and something seemed to say to me, "That'll stump you." And I recall that was one of Uncle Henry's favorite expressions. But of course there couldn't be any connection there. Still, I was sure Will had not overlooked it. But it was so close to the porch and so obvious. Maybe he had. Will, that old tree stump there, how long since the tree was cut down? Ken, he said, I don't remember. Long before my time. I just left it there because it's too close to the house of dynamite and would cost more than it's worth to dig out. Besides, it looks nice with that pot of geraniums on it. It was a walnut stump about 3 feet in diameter, cut about 2 feet from the ground. Have you looked it over, Will? Oh, yes, Will said in a disgusted voice. I thumped it and dug around and even emptied the dirt out of that geranium pot. Nothing there. I got up and stepped off the porch. If you don't mind, Will, I think I'll look at it again. Go ahead, he said, but you won't find anything. As I approached the old stump, I had a strange feeling that this was it. Just like old Henry was pointing and saying, "That's the place, Ken. You found it." Well, I lifted out the big pot and looked underneath it. It had been fitted into a round hole cut in the top of the stump so it wouldn't blow down in a high wind. The bottom of the hole looked natural to me at first glance, and then something caught my eye. There was something funny about the tree rings. The ones in the center, for a space of some 4 inches, didn't match the rest. There was a plug in there from a different tree. "Come here, Will," I called to Whitlock, who was watching me. "Come here and look at this." He came over and gave it a close inspection. "You're right, Ken, that is a plug. Maybe that's it. Let's get it out and see." We got a stout corkscrew and brought out the plug. Below, in a neat hole and wrapped in 10 layers of oilskin, was $17,000 bills. No wonder the doodlebug never found it. Well, that's about all. We'll divide the money among his relatives, and I got a good story, and I never think of a front porch but what I see old Uncle Henry sitting there rocking and looking at his fortune in the old stump.
Well, Ken, that story almost stumped me, too. But you know, folks, Ken has so many exciting adventures himself, he just never runs out of good stories. Of course, he has his favorites, and 2 of them are the ones he tells on his Diamond K Western album. They're full of action and suspense, wonderful stories that you'll want to hear over and over again. And you can hear them any time you want when you have this Ken Maynard record album for your very own. Now, don't forget, you can't buy these records in any store. The only way you can get one of these albums is to send your name and address to records in care of this radio station. But be sure to include a $1 bill and your name and address. Now, that little old dollar is a mighty little price for all the fun you're going to have with this album of Western stories. And remember, it'll be personalized with Ken saying hello to you by name right on the record. So don't wait any longer. If you haven't already sent in, or if you want another album for a gift, send the name and address the album is for and the $1 to records in care of this station. Remember, always include the name you want on the records so Ken can say hello to you or to whoever the record is for. Get those dollars in the mail today. Now, once again, here's Ken.
Well, folks, it's time to bring our story roundup to a close. This is Ken Maynard and Tars. Closing up the tack room at the Diamond K Ranch till I see you next time when I'll tell you the story of the lure of El Dorado. We'll be looking for you. And in the meantime, get your $1 bills in the mail now for some real Western fun. So long.
You've been listening to Tales from the Diamond K, stories of adventure told by Ken Maynard, internationally famous cowboy and Hollywood's champion of Western stars. Tales from the Diamond K was produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most of us have a healthy love of adventure. We like to do new things and visit strange places. We don't even mind taking certain risks, but within limits, of course. To wager life and limb in pursuit of adventure is only for the very few. And rarer still is that breed of person who insists on venturing forth even though the outcome is almost certain to be death.
I'm telling you, it's out there, Jason. I have proof now. It's right there in front of you.
I'm sorry, Ernie, but I'm not going to help you.
In the old days, you were never afraid of risk.
In the old days, I had nothing to lose.
And now you do, is that it? Just what is it you're so anxious to protect?
My life.
Is that it, Jason? Is that really it? Or is there something else?
Our mystery drama, The Laughing Maiden, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are people who thrive on danger, who need to live on the cutting edge of existence, taking risks and meeting challenges which seem unnecessary to everyone but them. Financial reward is of little importance. Just to survive is their triumph. Then there are others, people call them soldiers of fortune, who willingly put their lives into the hazard in hopes of gaining such a prize they will never have to worry again, if they live.
My name is Jason Hainsworth. I suppose you'd call me a drifter now, though once I was half owner of a charter fishing boat in the Florida Keys. The story I'm about to tell concerns my former partner, Ernie Chowders. It happened 5 years ago, but I've kept quiet all this time because even now I can't quite believe it. I was in a small town in the Caribbean. I hadn't seen Ernie for several years, and then...
Jason? Jason Hainsworth, is that you?
Hey, Ernie, son of a gun, how are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, hey, I could ask you the same question.
So, how are you?
Oh, you know me. Nothing changes. Still hiring out with the Laughing Maiden.
The Laughing Maiden. You still have the boat, huh?
Yeah.
And old Tom?
Oh, he's still the crew, loyal as ever. A couple of years ago, we had a good season. I was going to get a new boat, and old Tom wouldn't hear of it. Said it'd be bad luck to leave a Laughing Maiden.
He's still superstitious, huh?
Oh, sure.
Why are you here in Monte Cristi? There can't be many rich fishermen coming through a little port like this.
Oh, well, it's part of the Caribbean I hadn't seen before, I guess.
But what is it that could possibly attract you to a place like this? There's no tourism that I can see.
Look, how'd you like to come see the boat? Say hi to old Tom, and maybe we'll talk, okay?
You're not in some kind of trouble, are you?
No, it's not that at all. Hey, look, there she is.
Yeah, a Laughing Maiden. Looks like you haven't given her a new coat of paint since I left.
Come on board. Tom, come up topside.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chowders. Lunch ain't quite ready.
Oh, never mind lunch. Look who I got with me.
Oh, Mr. Hainsworth. How are you, Tom?
Yes, I'm all right. Just about to fix some lunch. You gonna stay? Yeah, of course he is. Unless he's got some other business.
No, nothing. I'd like to join you.
Well, it's okay.
So, how's the old ship sailing, Tom?
Well, it stays afloat.
I'm going to walk around some and try to get my sea legs back. It's been a long time.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Jason, you go ahead. Did you tell him, Mr. Chowders? No, not yet, Tom. Don't you think you ought to? I don't think it'll matter. I get the impression his luck's not been too good lately. Well, it's a fact I'd sure feel better with another person along. I hope he still carries that pistol. There he comes. Well, I'll get down and make lunch, but you tell him, Mr. Chowders, and tell him the whole truth. He's your friend.
Oh, this sea air is like a tonic. Ernie.
Huh?
Is there something wrong with Tom?
Tom? No, why?
I don't know. He seems a little on edge.
Oh, you know, Tom, he's always been a little strange. Well, how's the old rig feel?
Oh, she's solid as ever. But she could use some repairs, though, and a new coat of paint. How do you expect to drum up business if she's not looking her best?
Jason, I got a confession to make. Tom and I, we aren't in the chartering business anymore.
Well, then... Hey, Ernie, you're not into anything illegal, are you?
No, it's nothing like that. You ever hear of Cape Coast Island?
Oh, sure. It's on the tail end of the Bahamas.
Yeah, it's across 100 miles of open water due north of here. Did you ever hear of the Quedog Merchant?
Quedog Merchant? No.
Well, how about Captain Kidd?
Oh, Captain Kidd.
Jason, the Quedog Merchant was a ship that was captured by Captain Kidd nearly 3 centuries ago. On board that ship, he found what was reputed to be the single richest prize ever taken by a pirate of the Spanish Main. 60 pounds of gold dust, 100 ingots of pure silver, jewels. Well, the whole cargo was valued at 10,000 pounds then. You know what that'd be worth now?
And this treasure, it's supposedly buried on Caicos Island.
Not supposedly. It is. I'm sure of it. Kid buried it there before returning to New York to face charges of piracy. He intended to return for it, but he never did because he was arrested and sent to England to stand trial. He was found guilty and
Ernie, they claim there's treasure buried on half the islands in the Caribbean. What makes Caicos so special?
About a year ago, this guy chartered the Laughing Maiden. In addition to being a fisherman, he was also an amateur treasure hunter. He told me the whole story, and he paid me to take him out to Caicos to nose around.
So you want me to come out and help you dig up the island looking for this treasure?
No. The place is too big for that. What we've got to do is find the rock.
What rock?
According to the story, after Kid buried the treasure, he carved the directions to it on a rock. Oh, if we can find that rock, Jason, we're rich.
And this is why the Laughing Maiden needs a new coat of paint?
We've been out to Caicos a dozen times. I've been making a methodical search, taking one section of shoreline at a time. Jason, today could be it. There's only one small strip of beach on the leeward side I still haven't explored. So what do you say?
This isn't one of those treasures that's guarded by some pirate's ghost, is it?
No, don't be silly. Here, let me show you something. Yeah.
What is it?
It's a Spanish doubloon. Pure silver. I found it on Caicos the day that amateur treasure hunter had me take him there.
Look, there's bits and pieces of booty all over the place down here. You can hardly scratch the ground without...
But this is from the Quedagh merchant. I have proof of that.
How?
Look here. See the imprint? You see these numbers down at the bottom? They're a code for the place where the coin was minted. Toledo, Spain.
Well, how do you know it was Toledo?
Because I wrote to the National Archives in Madrid and asked for a copy of the Quedagh Merchant's Manifest. And there it was. The numbers on the manifest matched this coin. Oh, there's no doubt this coin came from that ship. So, what do you say? We'll cut you in as an equal partner. An even three-way split.
Why?
For old time's sake. We were partners once before. We'll be partners again.
I'll come along, Ernie. But just for the ride, you hear me? Just for the ride.
I always time it so we arrive at low tide. That way we can cover the whole beach.
Well, the whole beach is solid rock. No wonder the treasure's safe.
We only got to cover up to that spit there.
You mean to tell me that you've been all around this island?
Yeah. That rock's here. I'm going to find it.
What about Tom?
What about him?
How come he stays on the Laughing Maiden? Wouldn't it go faster if he helped you?
Oh. Well, Tom's kind of a lookout.
Oh, a lookout? Huh? What for?
What's that? It's Tom. We got to get back to the Laughing Maiden quickly. It's incredible. I don't believe it. How could they have known?
How could who have known?
The syndicate.
What syndicate?
Did Mr. Chowder tell you?
No, but I think that it is time he did. Ernie, are we in danger?
I never thought they'd find us. That's why we moved up to Monte Cristi. They must have spies everywhere.
Now, will you tell me what's going on?
Here's the binoculars, Mr. Hainsworth. You just see for yourself.
Let me look. Hey, looks like the mast of a ship.
But it's a yacht. A big yacht. High speed and heavily armed.
Well, who owns it?
Well, there's a syndicate. It's rumored to be headquartered in Puerto Plata, but no one knows for certain.
Who's the head of it?
No one knows. But whoever it is, he knows the legend of Caicos Island, and every boat that comes out here is followed by that yacht. It sits right over there just behind the horizon. And if the treasure is ever found...
They sweep down, seize it, and probably kill whoever had the misfortune to discover it. that is why you were so anxious to cut me in.
No,
you tricked me. You tricked me into coming out here. Start the engine. I want to get away from here at once. I left Monte Cristi that evening. Didn't see Ernie or Tom again for some time. And then several months later, I happened to be passing through the village again on my way back to the States. I was still upset with Ernie and had resolved not to visit the Laughing Maiden. But I did linger in the town for several days. Why I stayed, I don't know. Nor to this day could I tell you if it was a mistake or a blessing in disguise.
Mr. Hainsworth.
Oh, Tom, how are you?
When did you come into town?
Well, I've been here for a while.
You weren't going to come down to the Laughing Maiden?
I don't think so, Tom.
Well, I can't say I blame you much. It wasn't right of Mr. Chowders not to tell you the full story.
We might have been killed out there. I hope you haven't gone back.
No.
Good. That means Ernie has finally given it up, huh?
Mr. Hainsworth, I wouldn't blame you if you said no, not after what happened, but I think you better go to see Mr. Chowders.
Why?
I'm worried about him. Real worried. He's in a bad way. He's hardly left the boat for the past 3 months.
What's happened?
Well, I'd rather not say here in public, but I am worried about his health, Mr. Hainsworth, and worried about his sanity. It's because of something that happened that day out at Caicos Island.
G.K. Chesterton believed that a long Sunday walk and a glass of beer could put us spiritually in the company of an Alexander the Great. Others disagree. A true adventurer takes genuine risks, plays for keeps, and does not count the cost. I shall return in a moment with Act 2. Which is larger, the universe or the mind of man? The philosopher would say the mind, because it is capable of comprehending the entire universe plus 1 inch. But man is also the only animal who will inflict pain on himself needlessly, who will torture himself with the remorseless workings of his own mind. It's a vicious circle, and given the power of the mind, sometimes a fatal one.
I followed Tom down to the wharf where the Laughing Maiden was moored. I was shocked by her appearance. She'd taken on the aspect of a ghost ship. But if the change in the boat surprised me, it was nothing compared to the change in my old friend.
He's down below, Mr. Hainsworth, in the cabin.
You say that he stayed in there for 3 months?
With the portholes closed and the blinds drawn shut. Who's there?
Ernie, it's me, Jason.
Jason?
Oh, man, it is stifling in here. How can you breathe? Tom, open the window.
No. Oh, don't. They might see in.
Ernie, what's the matter?
What?
Who might see in?
The syndicate people, Mr. Hainsworth. He's terrified of them.
But why? Have they been after him?
Oh, it's because of what I've got here.
What? Tom, were you followed?
I don't think so, Mr. Chowders.
You think the syndicate is watching you?
You can't be too careful.
Ernie, you made a prisoner of yourself on your own boat for 3 months.
I can't ever escape.
What are you talking about? You don't know where the treasure is.
Oh, but you're wrong, Jason. You're wrong. Wait till you see. You remember that day on Caicos? Remember when we spotted the yacht's masthead? I started taking pictures. Look.
These are the pictures that you took?
Yeah. Here. This one of the sunset. Look down there in the corner.
There's one of the rocks on the beach.
You see how the sunlight is striking it?
Hey. There's markings on it.
We walked right past that rock and never saw a thing because the light wasn't hitting it at the right angle. But here, in in the photograph with the sun just about to set. The markings show up perfectly. It's the rock Captain Kidd carved his map on. Now, all we have to do is go back, decipher the stone, and go straight to the treasure.
Yeah, and what about the syndicate?
Well, that's the problem, Mr. Hainsworth. There don't seem to be any way we can go back there, and Mr. Chowders has been tearing himself apart from the inside out over it. We're so close to it. We're so close. There it is, Jason, in the photograph. We've found the rock.
But you can't go out there, Ernie. The Laughing Maiden couldn't outrun a high-powered boat.
I know. Oh, it's been like this all these months. It gnaws at him, won't give him any rest. He knows it's certain death to try to recover that treasure, and yet he sits there for hours just staring at that photograph, trying to decipher the markings with a magnifying glass. Jason, now that you're here, we can do it.
Now, you listen to me. You listen to me. There's no way I'm going back to Caicos, and neither are you. It is not humanly possible to get that treasure and survive. Do you understand that? Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, but...
All right.
Mr. Hainsworth, where are you going?
I am catching the evening bus to Puerto Plata. And from there, I'm flying to Miami. I got a job lined up there working for a big company that has a fleet of charter boats.
You mean you're going to be a skipper on one of a string of boats?
No. Actually, I'll be working on shore in the marina. Well, okay, maybe it's no great shakes and not what I hoped for, but look, it's a steady job. The first steady job I've had in a long time.
But you can't leave Mr. Chowders.
Ernie will be okay once he faces up to reality, Tom. Because, you see, that's what I am doing. That's what we all have to do sooner or later. I'm sorry, Tom. Good luck.
Jason? Jason, is that you?
What?
Say, Jason, when did you get here? I guess I didn't see you right off. The light's kind of dim, but it's safer that way.
Oh, boy. He's in a bad way, isn't he, Tom? You're right. I just can't leave him like this. But the first thing is to get him topside for some fresh air, and then ventilate this cabin. It smells like a tomb in here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hainsworth.
Now, if you rustle us up something to eat, and then this evening when it's dark, well, we'll talk.
Tom, that stew was terrific. Meal like the old days. I feel like a new man. It's Jason's being back that's done it. Swear to the good Lord. Coffee's ready, Mr. Hainsworth.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
You still carry your gun, Jason?
I never go anywhere unarmed, on principle.
Coffee, Mr. Chowders? Yeah, sure, Ernie.
Ernie, every instinct in my body is against this venture. Look, is there any way that I can talk you out of it?
Now, the way I got it figured, the syndicate yacht won't make any kind of move until they see we've actually got the treasure dug up.
I guess that answers my question, doesn't it? But look, I'm telling you right now, I am not going to be part of any plan that calls for us to try outrunning these guys and the Laughing Maiden. That is suicide.
Well, what's an alternative?
Well, what about using a seaplane or a helicopter? I can fly it if we can put enough money in together to rent one. I think that Ernie's right that they wouldn't move in on us until we had recovered the treasure. So that means it's primarily a matter of timing. Now, Ernie, if you and Tom take the boat out and locate the treasure, I'll come in for a landing at the last moment. We load and take off.
They'll shoot us down. The word is that yacht is equipped to deal with any contingency, including aircraft.
Well, what do you suggest, then?
Well, what if you go out in advance in a second boat and hide in one of the coves on the windward side of the island? And Tom and I will follow, find the treasure, load it, and sail around the far side as if trying to make a run for it. Now, we pull a quick shift of cargo, and you slip back out of sight. And when the yacht overtakes us, we surrender the chests, filled with sand. like a joke played on history by Captain Kidd. And then we rendezvous later. Right.
I don't know. It's possible, I suppose.
Well, if only we knew who the head of that syndicate was.
I mean, nobody knows?
No. The rumor is it's a patrone named Guillermo Galiban. He owns a 52-foot yacht, high-powered, with a mast identical to the one we've seen on the horizon out at Caicos.
Have you and anyone else ever seen the yacht itself?
Well, he keeps it in a secluded cove among the cliffs.
I saw it once from a distance. It's been nearly 4 months since our last visit to Caicos. So maybe this guy Galiban no longer has his goons watching you.
Well, in any case, it's a chance we'll have to take.
We'll slip out of the harbor as soon as it's fully dark and gain Caicos in the early morning hours. By daybreak, we should be digging. If we're not followed, good. If we are, and we find the treasure, well, then we'll take it from there. We left the harbor as soon as it was dark. Even if the syndicate didn't discover our departure until the following morning, and even if all went smoothly on Caicos, we'd still have no more than a couple hours head start on them. And of course, it would be foolhardy to return to Monte Cristi. So we took extra fuel, enough to get us to Rum Key in the Bahamas. There we could refuel and press on to Florida, and we hoped safety. But the first step was finding the treasure. It was still dark when we reached Caicos.
Okay, Tom. We're near the shoals. Kill the engine. Hear anything that sounds like we're being followed?
No. Are you sure we're in the right spot?
Oh, I got these rocks memorized. This is where I took the picture, all right. Yeah, sure. That's the rock. Jason, Tom, we found it. 42, 43.
Shearing off. Keep to your left.
28. 49, 50. How was I by the compass?
Due east.
Right on schedule. The sun's just coming up. Well, this should be the spot. Tom, give us the shovels.
Right.
And you take up a position on that rise of ground over there. Keep an eye out for that yacht. Jason, you and I have some digging to do.
Wait a minute. Ernie, it's all like a bus. Let's take a break.
We gotta be getting close.
Look, we got a hole 6 feet deep and 10 feet in diameter, and so far there's no sign of anything.
Don't give up now. Let's just keep going.
Ernie, did it occur to you that we have no way of knowing what the numbers stood for on that rock? That could have been feet or yards or leagues, for that matter.
Tom, how's the horizon?
All clear so far.
Almost noon. We made it. Got away undetected. Come on, it's gotta be here.
You think I'm gonna spend the rest of my life on this island?
Maybe. But I got news for you. We aren't leaving till we find that treasure.
Yeah, you mean you're not ever going to admit to yourself that it is not here?
Never. What's that? Jason, my shovel has hit something. Look. Oh, wow. We found it. We found the lost treasure of the Quedon merchant.
The cowards. Mr. Hayes.
What? I just saw it. The mask. The yacht. It just pulled into view on the horizon. What? No, they can't have. It's not fair.
Eddie, calm down, will you? Tom, are you sure that you saw it?
I'm positive.
Okay. Now, look, you go back, and you keep watch. If they start to move toward us, you let us know at once.
Yes, sir.
They're bound to be scanning the island, so stay low. Don't let them see our position. Meanwhile, we'll just get these chests open.
Yeah.
See if we got anything that's worth fighting for.
I'll break the lock with my shovel. Now, at last. Look. Bags of gold dust. Silver bars. We're rich, Jason. We're rich.
It is one thing to find a treasure and another to keep it. How simple now seem the months of research and work. How minor the agonies and insignificant the risks compared to the challenge our friends face now. Confronted with such a seemingly insurmountable situation, most people would quietly fold their tents and steal away. But Ernie Chowders is not the kind of person to give up. I'll return shortly with our final act. Three of the world's richest men are at this moment in a very singular situation. They are on a desert island in the middle of an ocean in the immediate proximity of their entire fortune and being held at bay by an ominous yacht reputedly owned by a powerful and very mysterious syndicate. The situation can perhaps most perfectly be described as a dilemma. As we rejoin them, we find them doing what human beings often do in dilemmas. Nothing.
What are we going to do? I don't know. But we got to do something. We can't just sit here all day staring at millions of dollars in jewels. Yeah. Tom, let me have the binoculars, huh? Yeah.
It's unfair. It's just unfair. How did they know we were here?
Well, once they saw the laughing maiden missing from the harbor this morning.
If they'd showed up an hour ago, I wouldn't have minded so much, but to get here just as we found the treasure.
Looks like they're just going to sit out there all day till we make the first move.
There's only one solution.
What's that?
I don't see anything for it but rebury the treasure.
Now, look, let's be sane about this, Ernie. What else can we do?
The shoals.
Huh?
The Barracoa Bank. Where's that map? Got it. There. That's it. That's the way out of here. See? Right there.
Yeah, the Barracoa Bank.
Yeah. Among other things I did in preparing to find this treasure was to study the surrounding waters here until I could navigate them in my sleep. Now, the Barracoa Bank is a reef system which extends from North Caicos to Providenciales Islands. That's 10 miles. 10 miles of shallow water.
So?
Very shallow water. At least in places. Enough to serve our purpose. Not too shallow for the draft of the Laughing Maiden, but it's dangerous for both the sides of that one out there on the horizon. If they tried to follow us through that water, they'd crack up and sink. In between those reefs is some of the deepest water in the Atlantic.
Ernie, it's no good trying to outrun them.
Well, look at the head start we'd have.
Even with a head start.
10 miles. By the time they got around those reefs, we'd be halfway across the Caicos Passage.
Yes, and on our way to what?
Open water. In order to take advantage of the Barracoa Bank, we'd have to go in the wrong direction. The next island of any size is over 100 miles away. And what can we do?
Tom's right. Until we can think of some way to get around that yacht, we've got no choice but to rebury the treasure. We made the trip back to Monte Cristi in silence. As I look back on it now, I think that was the last shared feeling we three were ever to have together.
I can't understand it. How does a syndicate know our every move? Galliband must have half the villagers in Monte Cristi working for him. Oh, I'd like to get hold of Galliband and break his neck.
Let's try coming up with more practical options, Ernie. Anyway we cut it, we're back to square one.
How come you're so keen on this all of a sudden?
What do you mean?
Yesterday you couldn't wait to get to Miami on that job.
There's a couple of $1 million in treasure out there, old buddy. Hey, wait a minute. Miami, that may be the answer.
Miami?
Let's assume for the moment that Ernie's right. That the syndicate's information comes from spies.
and that they've got the Laughing Maiden under constant surveillance. That means that there is no way we can ever approach Caicos from here or any other port along the Dominican coast. Yeah, our only chance would be to approach from the other direction. The open sea? Through the Bahamas from Miami. How do we do that without arousing suspicion? I'll go on to Miami as I planned by myself. In a couple of days' time, you let the word out around the village that you've got a lucrative job lined up in Sanchez or Samana Bay, someplace down the coast away from Caicos. You sail down to pick up this, wealthy fisherman, and from there you take a plane and join me in Miami. Right. And then we rent a boat large enough to get us for 700 miles to Caicos.
Well, that means leaving the Laughing Maiden behind. No, I don't like it.
The Laughing Maiden's no good to us in this situation. It's too old and too slow. Now, I'm going to go back to my hotel now. I'll catch the bus out of here tomorrow. Here you are. Here's the address where I'll be staying in Miami. Oh, yeah, just one other thing. This Mr. Galaban, where did you say his place was?
Just this side of Isabelica, on the road to Puerto Plata. Why?
I'll expect to see you by Sunday.
Yeah.
Good.
What do you think, Tom? I don't like the idea of abandoning the Laughing Maiden. No. I meant about Jason, Mr. Hainsworth. Yeah. Something's bothering me about him. The way he suddenly came up with that plan.
I think you're imagining things.
No, I don't think so. He was planning to go to Miami all along, and now he's got us going there, too. And why did he come back to Monte Cristo?
Mr. Hainsworth wouldn't betray us.
That's crazy. Well, he left us 4 years ago, didn't he? Oh, he's always looked out for number one. That's who he's looking out for now. Tom, I want you to follow him.
Follow Mr. Hainsworth?
Yeah, that's right. Until he gets on that bus tomorrow morning, I want you to see every place he goes and report back to me.
When I left the Laughing Maiden that night, for the last time as it turned out, I had a strange feeling. The information I was hearing about this syndicate was leaving something out, and a new suspicion was beginning to dawn on me. There was one thing I had to check out if I could. I didn't know it at the time, but where I went that evening saved my life. We met in Miami as planned. Both Ernie and Tom were acting strangely, though. They seemed reserved and distant. I didn't pay much attention to this at the time. I just chalked it up to nerves. Everything went well, however. That is, until we arrived at Caicos. We planned to accomplish the entire operation at night.
Clouds aren't moving at all.
I don't understand it. The Weather Bureau in Miami said clear weather for 5 days. Absolutely no possibility of cloud cover.
Just our luck.
It's being off the Laughing Maiden that's responsible.
Oh, be quiet. Jason, I thought you had this all planned out. A full moon, clear skies, plenty of light to get the treasure and get away safely before daybreak. Now the whole night's lost. Are you sure the Bureau told you clear weather?
Yeah. Hey, Tom. Is there any breeze up there at all?
No, not a whisper, Mr. Hainsworth. Captain Kidd himself might as well be protecting that treasure.
We had to wait for dawn to begin our work. 3 hours later, with Tom on lookout, Ernie and I had dug down to the treasure. It was still there.
That's it. We got it. Tom, any sign of that yacht?
He's waving all clear.
I don't believe it.
Let's get the chests down to the beach and into the lifeboat and get out of here.
That's it. Now we're all set to row out to the boat.
Well, Ernie, it looks like this time we made it, huh? Let's get Tom and take off.
Hainsworth, Mr. Chowders. What is it?
It's there.
I saw it. The syndicate's yacht. No. I will not accept this as possible, I will not. Ernie, will you calm down? Jason, give me your gun. Give me your gun. I'm going after him. You're right. Give me the gun, or so help me, I'll swim out there. Hold my revolver. I've got to stop Ernie. Ernie. Are you okay? Okay, Tom, it works. I'll take the gun now. Hey, wait a minute. Just stay back, you double-crossing bum. I ought to blow your head off right here. No, Mr. Chowder. Don't worry, Tom. Just get the rope out of the light. Hey, what is it? What are you doing? You thought you had us all fooled, didn't you? What are you talking about? The syndicate knew I was on to something, didn't they? But they could never have guessed it was an actual photograph of the rock. You must have been flabbergasted when you told them. Me? Here's the rope, Mr. Chowder. Okay, Jason, lie down. Lie down. Tom, hard time. Ernie, will you explain what you're talking about? I had Tom follow you the night you left the Laughing Maiden. He wouldn't believe me either. But I knew something was fishy. Sure enough, he tailed you right to Galliband's fortress. Listen to me. I only went there to sneak a look at his yacht. Yeah, what for? Everything I was hearing about the syndicate sounded like a lot of mythology made up to explain things that didn't have any other explanation. There wasn't any smoking gun on this guy, Galliband. No hard evidence. I wanted to check his boat just to make sure. Ernie, it isn't armed. It's a normal pleasure boat.
No, you forget. I saw it too, Mr. Hainsworth. Only I saw it in broad daylight. And it's armed, all right. It's armed.
What you saw must have been the rigs and chairs they have on the decks for deep sea fishing.
No. I saw a gun.
Yeah, harpoon guns. How far away was the boat when you saw it, Tom? 300 yards, 500? How old are you, Tom? How good is your eyesight?
You aren't getting around us that easily, pal. If it's not Galliband's yacht, then whose is it?
I don't even think there is a syndicate. There's no shred of concrete evidence to prove it exists.
All right, Mr. Tom.
Tom, you listen to me. What Ernie's saying doesn't even make sense. If I was working for this syndicate, why am I here now? Once I knew where the treasure was, wouldn't I have just told them?
Oh, he's got a point.
Don't listen to him. Come on. You can't leave me tied up here.
Your friends out there can pick you up.
I tell you, I don't know who they are. I'll die here. Get in the boat, Tom.
Now, wait a minute. I thought we agreed if the yacht showed, we wouldn't try to take the treasure with us.
Are you crazy? I'm not leaving it behind again.
But we can't outrun that yacht.
We're going to do what we should have done all along. Head across the Barracoa bank and lose them.
That boat's not the Laughing Maiden, Mr. Chowders. Its draft is too deep. We'd crack up for sure.
No, we won't. Come on.
No, I can't. I'm sorry, but it's foolish.
Don't force me to shoot you.
You wouldn't. You
get in this lifeboat and start rowing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hainsworth. It doesn't look like any of us has much of a chance.
Tom was right. They never had a chance. The boat hit the first reef, and in less than a minute, no trace of them remained. Tom, Ernie, and the treasure were on their way into one of the deepest trenches in the Atlantic Ocean. I managed to get myself free. I was curious why the yacht had not yet come into view. I picked up the binoculars and climbed the dunes. It was then I saw the sight that has kept me silent for 5 years. On the mast, a flag was unfurled. It was a black flag with skull and crossbones. And then before my very eyes, the flag and the mast vanished. The ghost of Captain Kidd had guarded his treasure well.
Ernie Chowders was an experienced seaman and knew he didn't have a chance going across the Barracoa bank. Yet, that's precisely what he did. But what of Jason? How did he escape from Caicos? I'll tell you that in a moment. Jason Hainsworth didn't have long to wait for rescuers. Within a day, another party of would-be treasure hunters came to the island, following the eternal lure of buried treasure. A final note, considering the fact that the syndicate yacht was an illusion, Tom was right all along. If they had stayed with the Laughing Maiden, they'd all be alive and rich today. Our cast included Norman Rose, William Griffiths, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Humphrey Bogart and Walter Houston in The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is an exciting, dramatic story of a man's greed for gold. It was one of the really fine motion pictures of recent years, the Warner Brothers hit, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. And tonight we present the original stars of the film, Humphrey Bogart and Walter Houston, the latter in the role that won him an Academy Award. If housewives had the equivalent of an Academy Award to bestow, I believe most of them would give that award to Lux Flakes. They're accustomed to its fine performance, and Lux Flakes keeps up the record year after year. Our stars are on stage, and here's the curtain for The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Houston as Howard.
First time I come up with them was in Tampico. That's a seaport town. Tampico, northeast Mexico. I was having a beer near the docks when they came in. Hot Sunday afternoon.
You a fellow American?
Yeah, that's right, mister. What do you want?
I want to know about a guy named McCormick. You ever hear of him?
Cormick? Oh, yeah, in the oil business. That's right, oil.
Have you seen him lately? Where can we find him?
If I was you gentlemen, I'd run clear McCormick. Hires a crew to work in the oil field, see, then he never pays him off. Slick. Slick like oil.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't mean to tell me he's hooked two smart fellow Americans like you.
That's right, Pop. 6 weeks in the oil fields, 120 in the shade. Only I ain't through with Mr. McCormick. Fred C. Dobbs is going to get his wages, see?
Come on, Dobbs, let's have a beer.
Oh, I could hear him talking at the bar. Drifters, both of them. Not what you'd call good friends, either. Just a couple of guys that happen to wind up in Tampico. Yeah, just like me. Only difference is they're young. Yeah, I see him again that night. They came wanted in the flop house. 50 centavos for a bed. Me? I'm sitting up talking to a couple of sailors. The subject of the conversation is gold.
Hey, Pop, you mean there's gold here in Mexico?
Not 10 days from this very spot. Whole mountain of gold's waiting for the right guy to come along, discover a treasure, and then tickle her till she lets him have it. Question is, are you the right guy? Tell me something. Why is gold worth some $20 an ounce?
I don't know, Pop. Because it's scarce, I guess.
1,000 men say go searching for gold. After 6 months, one of them's lucky. 1 out of 1,000. Now, his find represents not only his own labor, but that of 999 others to boot. That's 6,000 months or 500 years scrubbing over mountains going hungry and thirsty. An ounce of gold, mister, is worth what it is because of the human labor that went into find the getting of it.
Yeah, never thought of it just like that.
Well, there's no other explanation, mister. You start out to tell yourself you'll be satisfied with 25,000 handsome smack is worth it. So help my Lord and cross my heart. Fine resolution. After months of sweating yourself dizzy and growing short on provisions and finding nothing, you finally come down to 15,000, then 10,
Finally, I say, Lord, let me just find $5,000 worth and never ask for anything more the rest of my life.
$5,000 is still a lot of dough.
Yeah, here in this joint seems like a lot, but I tell you, if you was to make a real strike, you couldn't be dragged away. Not even the threat of miserable death could keep you from trying to add 10,000 more. Get 10, you want 25. 25, you want to get 50. 50, 100. Like roulette. One more turn, always one more.
It wouldn't be that way with me.
Oh, hello, mister. You didn't find McCormick, huh?
I'll find him. But about gold, I swear it wouldn't be that way with me. I take only what I set out to get, even if there was still $500,000 lying around, just waiting to be picked up.
I have dug for gold all over the world. I know what gold does to a man.
You talk as if you once struck it rich. How about it, Pop?
Yeah, what are you doing in here? A down and outer.
That's the gold, mister. That's what it makes of us. Never knew a prospector yet that died rich. Sure, I'm an odd old bone now, but say, don't you guys think the spirit's gone? I'm all set to shoulder a pick and shovel any time anybody's willing to share expenses.
I bet you are.
Rather go by myself. Going it alone's the best way. You've got to have a stomach for loneliness. On the other hand, going with a partner or two is dangerous. Murder's always lurking about. Partners accusing each other of all sorts of meanness.
So why should finding gold make a man any different? If he's the right kind of a man to start with, gold ain't going to change him.
You ever tried running her down, mister? Ever tried prospecting?
No, I ain't.
You didn't have the answer to that. Yeah, I knew that answer.
Yeah. You know it all, Pop. Well, I think I'll go to sleep and dream about piles of gold growing bigger and bigger and bigger.
A week later, I see him again, Dobbs and Curtin, all lumps and bloodied up. Looking for me they were, something to tell me. They take me to a cantina and put a bottle of beer under my nose.
We found McCormick, Pop.
Yeah, from the looks of you, found a peck of trouble, too.
Well, we got our wages. Every last penny.
Yeah, we've been thinking. Why not try digging gold for a change? Well, it ain't any riskier than waiting around here for a break. And this is the country where the nuggets of gold are just crying for you to take them out of the ground and make them shine on coins. Now the fingers and necks of swell dames. Well, that's what you said the other night, wasn't it?
Yeah, what's so funny? Living out in the open is cheaper than living in town. Our money would last longer.
Yeah, sure it would, sure. Only you have to have equipment. Ever think of that? How much that all cost?
Well, we figured we'd ask you. We ain't denying anything when you come right down to it. We don't know much about prospecting. Of course, if you wasn't so old...
Maybe I'd go with you, huh? Is that what's on your mind? You want to take me along?
Would you go?
Would I? Say, what a question. Of course I'll go. Any time, any day, out for gold. Always at your service. Well, I got 200 American bucks ready cash. Last money I got in the world. How much dough you guys got to put in?
$150. Curtin here has the same.
Total 500 ain't hardly enough to buy the tools, weapons, and essential provisions.
What do we need guns for?
Well, for one thing, meat. For another thing, bandits. Bandit country's where we'd be going. We ought to have $600 between us.
Well, that much, huh?
Can't dig up any more, huh?
Not a red cent.
Senor Dobbs, I look all over for you. Give me my money, senor. Give me my money.
Get away from me, will you?
Senor, you don't comprehend.
You'll comprehend a glass full of beer right in your kisser if you don't leave me alone. I tell you, I don't want any lottery tickets. Now beat it.
Lottery tickets? Well, that's for gambling men.
But always whoever wins the lucky number gives the seller a present of 10%.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Dobbs. He's trying to tell you he sold you the winning ticket.
Here, look, the list of all the winning numbers. You buy ticket for 5 centavos, remember? 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I remember. What about it?
You win, senor. A 200 peso prize.
Oh, give me that paper. Oh, just look at that fat, rich, printed number.
You got the ticket?
Sure, I got the ticket. Oh, 200 pesos. Welcome, sweet little smackaroos. Here, son, here's a present for you with my blessing.
Go to the lottery office, senor. Get the money.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations yourself. You stand a profit out of this the same as I do.
How do you figure that?
But did he just say we needed $600? Well, that's what we got now, ain't it?
Yes, sir. Just like that. Stroke of fate. Fortunate circumstance.
But how come you're putting up for me?
Because this is an all-or-nothing proposition. We make a find, we'll be lighting cigars with $100 bills. If we don't, the difference between what you put up and what I put up ain't enough to keep me from being right back where I was this afternoon. Polishing the park bench with the seat of my pants. Put her there, pardon.
Thanks, Dobbs.
Well, gentlemen, now here's what we do. We take a train to Perla. That's a little town at the foot of the Sierra Madre Mountains. There, when we're there, we'll buy our burrs and get away from the railroad. No use looking for gold anywhere near a railroad. You gotta have, we gotta go where there's no trails at all. Just bandits.
Now, that sounds okay to me. Okay, partner?
Sure.
Yeah. We got to go where no surveyor, anybody who knows anything about prospecting, has ever been there before. Well, drink up, gentlemen. Drink up. We'll buy a map and some railroad tickets. Bought about half our gear there in Tampico and then took the train for Perla. About 50 miles from Perla out in the desert, there's a big boulder on the tracks. Bandits trying to raid the train.
Hey, they're retreating. Look, they're retreating. Look, they're riding off.
Hey, save your bullets, Mr. Dobbs. You're too far off now.
I got 3 of them. Credit me with 3. How many did you get?
Couple, I guess.
Bandits. Guess they were expected. That's how come so many Federal soldiers riding on this train.
That bandit that rode right up to the train. The one with the gold hat.
Yeah, I had my sights on him nice as you please. But the train gave a jolt and I missed him. I sure wish I could have got him.
Well, you boys cooled off enough to look at this map?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Yeah, it ain't much of a map. Don't properly show whether it's mountain or desert. That shows the makers of the map themselves don't know for sure. That's good. What are you doing, Dobbs?
Why, reloading. Can't tell if them bandits may come back.
Yeah, that's right. Well, wake me up when the shooting starts.
Con una media luna arriba. Eso es lo mismo. Una con una media luna arriba, my friend.
Hey, Pop. What's he saying, the storekeeper?
Well, he's proven he's got a right to sell us these burrs. They all got the same brand, see? Letter A. Elsewise, some native or Indian might meet up with us and claim our burrs.
I will load your supplies on the burro, senor.
Oh, thanks, son. Thanks, yeah.
My father is much worried for you, senor.
Worried? What's he worried for?
Yeah, we paid him, didn't we?
Well, he says we're going into very wild country, jungles, and then high mountains, and tigers so big and strong they can climb a tree with a burr in their mouth.
Tigers? Here?
Yeah, more like leopards, I guess. Well, I'm glad to hear such tall tales, gentlemen. That means mighty few outsiders ever set foot there.
Yeah, well, let's get going then. Come on, kid, shake it up. We're in a hurry. Get them burrs loaded. Hey, Curtin, take it easy. This mountain climbing ain't like a walk around the block.
I'm dead. Let's sit a while.
Yeah. If there is gold in these mountains, how long would it have been here? Millions and millions of years, wouldn't it? Well, then what's our hurry? A couple of days, more or less, ain't gonna matter.
Look at the old man. Way ahead of us there.
Yeah.
You and me scared we'd have to pack him on our backs.
Yeah. That was when I took him for an ordinary human being. He's part goat. Put him climb, will you?
If I'd have known what prospecting meant, I'd have stayed in Tampico and waited for another job to turn up.
Hey, Curtin, look.
What's the matter?
These rocks, look, these little veins running through the rocks. Look at them glitter yellow, too, like gold.
Gold? We've been sitting on a gold mine.
Get the water bag. Wash some of that dirt off. Hey, Howard, come back. We found something.
Yeah, we found something. Here's the water.
There's a vein all over the rock. We struck it, Curtin. Look over there. It's in all the rocks, just like he said, a bonanza.
Howard, look. Look at these rocks.
Oh, they're full of gold, veins of gold.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to show me? Yeah. I saw it when I passed by. Gentlemen, this stuff wouldn't pay you dinner for a carload.
It ain't gold?
Pyrite, fool's gold. Oh, not there ain't plenty of the real stuff hereabouts. Walked over it 4 or 5 times already.
You mean we've been passing it up? Why?
Not enough of it. Not enough to pay us a good day's wages. Well, you figure to set it out here all day?
Come on, Kurt, let's go.
Next time you fellas strike it rich, holler for me before it starts splashing water around. Water's precious. Sometimes it'll be more precious than gold. Get, you burro. Get, burro. That was a fine country, inspiring. Didn't see a soul, just the beasts of the jungle and birds, all bright, gay colors. Felt good, 10 years younger. Better man than either of them. Warm down to just plain gristle. Coming out, well, they just lay on the ground, puffing and groaning, too dogged out to set up and eat their beans.
I can't move. I just want to lie here.
Yeah.
Hey, ain't you guys going to eat some beans? You want some beans? Going through some mighty rough country tomorrow. You better have some beans.
Oh, shut up, Pop. Go on, eat 'em up. Let us alone.
How's your feet feel, Dobbsy? Bet you jump up like a jackrabbit was a pretty woman to stroll by. Bet your feet wouldn't bother you nothing then.
That wind. It's blowing up awful cold.
Getting cold, is it? Getting cold. He's like a norther. Yeah. And they blow hard. They set that desert country up down there on its hind legs. We're lucky to be up here, all right.
Lucky.
Reckon there's only a couple more days of this heavy stuff. Pretty soon we'll be leveling off. Pretty soon now.
Howard, come here. A couple of more days, you said. That was 3 nights ago.
We've had enough, Howard. Dobbs and me, we want to give up.
Give up, huh?
Yeah. Leave the whole outfit right here. Go back to civilization.
Well, tell my whole grandmother. Go back to civilization. I got 2 very fine, elegant bedfellows who kick at the first drop of rain and hide the closet when thunder rumbles. My, what great prospect.
Now lay off us, Howard.
Yeah, 2 shoe clerks is what you are. 2 shoe clerks reading the magazine about prospecting for the land, gold in the land of the midnight sun. South the border, west of the Rockies.
Got your trap. Shut up or I'll smash your head flat.
Go ahead. Pick up that rock and throw it. Go ahead. If you did, you'd never leave this wilderness alive. Without me, you 2 would die here more miserable than rats.
Leave him alone, Dobbs. Can't you see the old man's nuts?
Nuts, am I? Let me tell you something, my 2 fine bedfellows. You're so dumb there's nothing to compare you with. You're dumber than the dumbest jackass. Look at you. Did you ever see anything you like those for being dumb specimens? You're so dumb, you don't even see the riches you're treading on with your own feet. Look at me. I'm doing a dance on a mountain of gold.
What are you talking about? This is it? There's gold here?
Yeah, what'd you expect to see? Nuggets of molten gold? Sure, it's here. Rich, too, but not rich enough for me. Yeah, and here ain't the place to dig. It comes from someplace further up. Up there. See? That's where we've got to go. Up there. Only I'm going alone, because my 2 courageous companions have agreed between themselves to desert and go back. Well, go on. Get.
I'll take 1 more day of it. What do you say, Kurt?
1 more day won't kill us.
Yeah, change your minds, huh? Thank you, my 2 fine friends. You moved me to tears with your faith and trust in me. 1 more day, huh? And you can follow my trail, because I'm going to be camping there tonight.
This is it, Howard? This stuff right here?
Yeah, this is it, all right.
Gold. Sure don't look like I thought it would.
It's just sand. That's just sand.
Yeah. It's just like plain sand. It don't glitter. I thought it would glitter.
Oh, it'll glitter when it's refined. But that's another guy's job. Yeah, you got to know how to recognize it. That ain't all. Not to find it, not by a long shot. You got to know how to tickle her so she'll come out. Yeah, it's mighty rich, this sand. It'll pay good.
How good?
Oh, about 20 ounces a ton.
It's some $20 an ounce.
How many tons can we handle in a week?
Depends on how hard we work. Well, we better pitch our camp down the mountain a bit.
Why do that when the gold is here?
In case anybody happens by, bandits or soldiers chasing bandits or Indians. Or a pretty woman out for a stroll. In that case, we'll tell them we're hunters. And, maybe we'll get away with it, maybe.
Hunters? Wouldn't it be easier just to file a claim?
Easier, maybe, but not so profitable. Wouldn't be no time till an emissary from one of those big mining companies would be right up here with a paper in his hand, showing us we had no right to be here. Well, how's it feel, you fellers, to be men of property?
I'm sorry about the fuss we kicked up, Pop. Guess we was pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we made it, and we're here. Men of property, what do you know?
Yeah. Everything's going to be all right from now on, huh? Everything's going to be fine.
Sure it is. Why not?
Why not? Why not? Well, we'll find out, won't we, Dotsy? Yeah, we'll find out.
Our stars will return in a moment with Act 2 of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Say, John, do you know what color stockings are the greatest headache to photograph?
Oh, skin tones?
No, black.
Well,
The wardrobe people at Warner Brothers were telling me that the black opera-length nylons Joan Crawford wears in Flamingo Road had to be washed ever so carefully. You see, the camera picks up the slightest imperfections.
They looked wonderful, I remember. So I strongly suspect Lux Flakes.
Naturally. Hollywood studios depend on these tiny diamonds. They're so fast and so rich, they freshen nylons safely in no time.
Hollywood's way is the same care millions of girls give their nylons.
Well, smart girls realize that it's foolish to risk strong soap or cake soap rubbing. These things make stockings go into runs in short order. Strain tests prove it. Prove that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long.
And what a help that is when you give stockings hard wear.
Well, Joan's nylons got a good workout in Flamingo Road.
That deliberately corny dance she does is magnificent.
Sidney Greenstreet will tell you that she packs quite a haymaker, too. He took it on the chin in one of their violent scenes together.
And Zachary Scott, as the weakling Joan really loves, makes a wonderful contrast.
Joan does a very convincing job, too, as a carnival girl who fights her way up the social ladder. But you know, I was thinking afterwards that no matter how much money she had, she couldn't find a better, safer care for her costliest nylons than Lux Flakes. And they're within the reach of every girl.
That's true. It's no wonder over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. Here's our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Houston as Howard.
For a month, we didn't mind a grain of ore. There were things to do first, setting up camp, corral for the birds, and a sluice way out the creek to wash out the gold. Finally, the time come when we weighed our first take of the treasure.
How much, Howard? How much you figure we got?
Oh, about $5,000 worth, I reckon.
That's not bad. When do we start dividing it up?
Why divide it now? When the time comes, we're all going back together.
I'm for dividing as we go along. Make each guy responsible for his own goods.
Well, I just soon have it that way. I haven't liked the responsibility of guarding your treasure any too well.
Who asked you to, Pop?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you never asked me. Only I thought I was the most trustworthy of the three.
You? How come?
I said trustworthy. As far as being honest, well, no one can say.
I don't get it.
All right, suppose you were charged with taking care of the goods. One day I am deep in the brush and Curtin's on his way to the village to get provisions. That'd be your big chance to pack up and leave us in the cold.
Only a guy that's a thief at heart would think me likely to pull a stunt like that.
Well, right now it wouldn't be worth your while, but, well, when the pile has grown, yes, sir. Well, think of such things you will.
Yeah? How about yourself?
Oh, me? Well, I'm not picking the feet any longer. You fellas are a lot tougher than when we started out. Yeah, you'd have me strung up in no time. That's why I think I'm the most trustworthy.
Well, looking at it that way, I guess you're right. But let's do like Dobbs says, divide the proceeds every night.
Well, by me, gentlemen. And each one of us will have to hide his share of the treasure from the other two, huh?
Well, why not?
Having done so, he'll have to be forever on the watch to see that his hiding place is not discovered.
What a dirty, filthy mind you got.
Oh, no. No, not dirty, baby. Only I know what kind of ideas even supposedly decent people get when gold's at stake. All right, Curtin, hand me them weighing scales. Here she goes, boys, 3 ways.
Venison stew. Sure tastes good, Pop. Where's Dobbs?
He ate before.
Alone?
Yeah.
Tell me something, Pop. What are you going to do with all your hard-earned money?
Oh, I reckon I'll settle down some quiet place, get me a little business, hardware, grocery store, spend the better part of my time reading comic strips and adventure stories. One thing's for sure. I'm not going prospecting again.
Well, what's all that about?
Oh, we're just jawing, Dobbsy, telling each other what we'll do when we get back.
Me? I got it all figured. First off, I'm going to get a brand new set of duds, a dozen of everything. And I'm going to a swell cafe. Order everything on the bill of fare, and if it ain't just right, and even if it is, I'm going to ball out the manager and make him take it all back.
What's next on the program?
Oh, what would be?
You know what? We ought to put up some kind of a limit on our take. Agree now that when we get so much, well, we'll just pull up stakes and beat it.
What kind of a limit?
Oh, say $25,000 worth for each man.
25,000? Small potatoes, 50 anyway. 75 would be more like it. I'm young. I need dough and plenty of it.
No use making hogs of ourselves.
Hog, am I? Maybe you don't know it. I'd be within my rights if I demanded half again as much as you get.
How come?
Well, I put up the lion's share of the cash, didn't I?
Well, so you did, Dobbsy. I always meant to pay you back.
In any civilized place, the biggest investor gets the biggest return, don't he?
That's one thing in favor of the wilds.
Oh, not that I intended to demand it, but I'd be within my rights if I did. So next time you go calling me a hog, just remember what I could have done if I'd wanted to. Yeah, it's funny, ain't it, Pop? Yeah, real funny. Catch me sleeping, huh? I'm not that dumb. Hey, them guys try to put anything over on me, it'll be a costly one for both of them. Any more lip out of them, and I'll let them have it. You know what's good for you? You don't monkey around with Fred C. Dobbs.
What'd you say, Dobbs?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
You better look out. Bad sign when a guy starts talking to him.
Yeah? Well, who else am I going to talk to? Certainly not to you or Curtin. And don't get the idea you two are putting anything over on me. I know what your game is.
You know more than I do.
So why am I elected to go to the village tomorrow? Why me instead of you or Curtin? Time I'd be gone, give you plenty of chance to discover where I hid my goods, wouldn't it?
If you fear along those lines, why don't you take your goods with you?
And run the risk of having them taken from me by bandits?
They'd kill you anyway, Dobbsy. Just for the sport of it.
Ah, so that's it. You're hoping bandits will get me. That'd save you two a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?
All right, Dobbs. Forget about it.
Hell, I ain't going to the village, see? You can go back and tell that to Curtin.
Okay, partner. I'll tell him. So Curtin went down to the village for provisions. He was all stirred up coming back. There were soldiers in the village chasing bandits. That wasn't all. He met up with an American, a fellow named Cody.
And he kept pumping me. He followed me into the store, wanted to know what I was doing here.
What'd you tell him?
I said I was a hunter, a professional hunter. Kept asking me, did I see anything up here that looked like gold?
Shook him off, Curtin? Got rid of him, huh?
I couldn't. He followed me.
You sure he trailed you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What makes you so positive?
Because every time... Because if you turn around, you can see for yourself. There he is.
Hello.
All right, you. Walk over here to the fire.
I guess I'm not wanted, huh? I just couldn't resist the chance to sit around and jaw with an American.
Now, don't make any mistake, mister. We got no use for you. We're full up. No vacancies. Go back where you came from. Take our blessing with you.
Thanks.
Hungry, mister? Go on, help yourself.
Yeah. Go ahead. We don't want a guy to starve to death. Tonight you're our guest, see? But tomorrow morning, look out. No trespassing. Beware of the dogs. Get it? I got a few hides while you were gone, Curtin. 5 foxes and a tiger.
How are the skins?
Pretty good.
Excuse me for butting in. There's no wild game around here worth going after.
Yeah, you're right, mister. You're right. That's why I've made up our minds to clear out.
Yet it might be pretty good ground for something else.
I told you in the village there's no gold around here.
My boy, if there'd been one single ounce of it, I'd have smelled it, believe me.
Then you're not as smart as you appear to be.
Gold, huh? It gives me an idea. Guess I'll sleep on it, gentlemen.
Yeah, me too. See you in the morning, Cody.
Sorry there's no room in our tent. If you want to, you can roll up here by the fire.
Oh, it's fine. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I can't figure him out. Is he wise to us or not?
Now, you guys go to sleep. I'll be watchdog for a couple of hours, and then you and Dobbs can take your turns.
You got a gun handy?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Didn't get much sleep last night, did you, Fred?
That's fact, we didn't.
Well, let's lay our cards on the table right now, huh? You found gold here, I know it. And because I know it, you'll have to do one of 3 things.
Now, look who's telling us what we gotta do.
One of 3 things. Kill me, run me off, or take me in as a partner.
Partner? Well,
Now, let's consider the first. If you start killing people, just how far are you prepared to go with it? Another guy may come along tomorrow.
Not much we'd stop at, mister, to protect our interests.
I only say that killing me isn't the answer. As for choice number 2, you run me off, and I might very well inform on you. 25% of your gold is the reward I'd get.
It's a pretty strong argument in favor of killing you.
Yeah, I don't deny it. But take me in as a partner and you don't lose anything. I'm not asking for a share of what you've made so far, only in the profits to come. Think it over. I'll be looking after my borrowed.
Well, Howard?
Yeah. Send them away is out of the question.
Fred C. Dobbs ain't a guy likes being taken advantage of. We got no real choice at all. Bump him off.
What do we gain by killing him? I don't mind being taken some advantage of as long as there ain't no money out of my pocket.
And whoever else happens along, they're to be invited in too. Come one, come all, huh?
You got a point there, Dobbsy. No question about that. But the killer man.
What's the matter? Ain't you up to it?
Sure I'm up to it. Let the majority decide. What do you say, Curtin? For or against?
Well, for or against?
For.
Okay. We'll make it short and sweet for him. Stand right where you are, Cody.
Guns, huh? Gonna shoot me, huh?
Yeah. You convinced us.
Before you start shooting, you better take a look down there in the valley. There's some men coming on horses.
Oh, so that's your stinking game. I knew you was an informer. I knew it all the time.
You're wrong, brother. This means all our funerals.
Yeah. They're bandits, gentlemen. About a dozen of them.
Someone at the village must have told them about the American hunter up here.
Well, we better start thinking of a way to defend ourselves. We could try harding the rocks, but then we'd lose the birds and the whole outfit. No, the best thing for us to make a fight of it.
Is it you three against them or us four?
For now, I guess it's us four.
Yeah. We'll settle your case later.
If you're alive.
He's got something there, Dobbsy. That's right. If we're alive. Ben has turned out to be Gold Hat and his boys. Same crowd that held the train on the way up to Perla. They spotted us, all right. Started pouring it on us. And all at once they turned and took off. Didn't make sense. When we saw why, far down the mountain, hot on their trail, was maybe 50 soldiers, federales. We just stood there watching them shoot it out, half a mile below us.
Look at them federales. Sick 'em tight, chew 'em up and swallow 'em. Oh, boy, am I happy. Now, to tell you the truth, I was already eating dirt.
Hey, you better stay covered, Dobbsy. If them soldiers start spreading out, we may have company after all.
Yeah. Get down, Curtin.
Come here, you guys. Looks like the bandits settled our problem. Cody's dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
Take a look.
Bullet. Right through his neck.
Wonder who he was. Maybe we better go through his pockets. Maybe he's got folks somewhere.
Here's his wallet, Pop. James Cody, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, and a picture. A girl, a little kid. Guess she's his wife, huh?
Oh, it's not bad. Well, I guess we better dig a hole for him. Funny how it's all worked out. We didn't have to shoot him after all.
Gentlemen, if you'd asked me, I'd say it's about time we considered leaving this mountain.
How much gold do you figure we got?
Upwards of 35,000 apiece, and I'll tell you what, we ought to be plenty thankful.
Oh, let's call it quits then. The sooner the better.
Take another week to put the mountain back in shape.
Do what to the mountain?
We've wounded this mountain. It's our duty to close our wounds. It's the least we can do for all the wealth she's given us. If you guys don't want to help me, then I'll do it alone.
You talk about a mountain like it was a real woman.
You've been a lot better to me than any woman I ever knew. Keep your shirt on, old-timer. Sure, I'll help you.
6 days later, we loaded the gold on the burrs and little canvas bags and started down. Late that afternoon, pushing through the brush, we walked straight into a bunch of Indians. I don't know where they come. Peaceful, all right, friendly. But they wanted help.
What do you mean, help? What kind of help?
They've been heading for Durango. Seems like a little boy in their village fell into the river. They fished him out, but he won't come to. He ain't dead, but they say he just won't come to.
Well, that's tough.
Well, they want me to go back to the village with them. Ain't far. Maybe I can do something.
Why?
Was I to refuse them? They'd make me go. I'll be back soon, before morning, probably.
And if you're not?
I'm leaving my burrs with you. Look after my goods till I get back.
It's okay, Pop. We'll wait for you here.
No use arguing. Sorry, gentlemen. I got to go back again to the village.
Yeah, but you just said you fixed the kid. You said he was cured.
Yeah, fixing the kid was simple. artificial respiration, a few Boy Scout tricks. But they say I gotta visit them I gotta go with them. Their gods will be angry if they don't show their gratitude to me.
Tell them to forget it. They don't owe us a thing.
I tried, just made them mad. Well, that's them over there, waiting for me.
I'll handle this. Have hombre. No puta quedar. No.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't you touch your gun. Don't touch your gun or we'll be scalped in half an hour.
El señor no importa. El doctor sí importa.
And what's he saying now?
Well, he says it makes no difference about you guys, but I've got to go back with him.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah.
They just want you.
Looks like it.
Well, go on then. We'll meet in Durango.
Well, what about my goods?
Take them with you.
If they found out, they might forget he was their honored guest and bump him off, huh, Pop?
Well, what'll I do? Dump them out here on the ground?
We'll take them with us if you want us to.
Well.
Any better ideas, Pop?
I reckon that's about the only solution.
I'll bet you remember this the next time you try to do a good deed.
Don't worry, Pop. Good luck.
Yeah, we'll be lonesome without you, Pop. Look out for those Indian dames. One of them squaws might marry you.
Yeah, maybe I'll do just that. Pick me out a good-looking squaw and marry her. They're easy to dress and feed and entertain. Well, so long, partners. See you in Durango. And so I left them and went back to the Indians. No choice. I had to go. And behind me, in the keeping of Curtin and Dobbs, was my share of the treasure, $35,000. I knew they'd have a time of it. Just as hard going down them mountains as was going up.
I'm stopping here for the night. You hear me, Curtin? I'm stopping here.
It's early yet. We can make 4 or 5 miles before dark.
Well, go on then. Take his burros with you. Ain't my responsibility.
Since when?
Give us nothing but trouble for 2 days. Straying off trails, smashing their packs against the rocks. He knew what he was doing when he turned them over to us. Mighty cute of him, wasn't it?
So you're staying here for the night, huh?
Yeah, you heard me.
Well, if you can't go any further.
Who says I can't? It don't make me laugh. I go 4 times as far as a mug like you, but I don't want to. I could if I want to, but I don't want to. See, Mug?
What's the use of hollering, Dobbsy? Okay, we'll camp here.
How far do you suppose the railroad is from here?
Well, it's hard to say. We'll reach the high pass in 2 days more and get fresh water. After that, I don't know. What's a joke, Dobbsy?
I was just thinking what a bonehead play that old jackass made when he put all his goods in our keeping. Figured he'd let us do his sweating for him, did he? We'll show him.
We'll show him what?
Can't you see it's all ours now? We don't go back to Durango at all. Nowhere near Durango.
Steal his goods?
Where'd you ever grow up? Sure. Take his goods and go north. Leave the old jackass flat.
Now, look, you don't really mean that.
Fred C. Dobbs don't say nothing he don't mean.
As long as I can do anything about it, you won't take a single grain of the old man's goods.
So you want to take it all for yourself and cut me out?
Why, you're out of your head. I'm on the level with the old man, same as I'd be with you.
Oh, sure. For a long time I've had my suspicions about you, and now I know I've been right.
What suspicion?
Bump me off. Bury me out here in the brush like a dog.
Oh, you're crazy, Dobbs. You're out.
And you'd have not only the old man's good, but mine in the bargain. You'd have yourself a big laugh, wouldn't you? Thinking how dumb the old man and I were. Put your hands up, Curtin. Go on, put your hands up.
Dobbs.
Was I right or was I right? Go on, stand up, get on your feet and take it like a man. Trying to put one over on Fred C. Dobbs.
Pull a gun on me, huh? Pull a gun on me. Only now I got the gun and you listen to me.
Go on. Pull the trigger.
Oh, Dobbsy, look, you're all wrong. I never intended to rob you.
You really mean that? Then give me back my gun.
Look, wouldn't it be better the way things are to split up? I mean now, tonight.
Yeah, that would suit you fine, wouldn't it? So you could fall on me from behind, shoot me in the back.
All right, then. I'll go first.
And wait for me on the trail. Ambush me.
If I meant to kill you, why wouldn't I do it here?
Because you're yellow. You're yellow. You haven't got the nerve to pull the trigger when I'm looking you straight in the eye.
You really believe that, don't you?
Jokes. Full of jokes.
Well, then we won't separate. We'll go on together. And every day you'll take the trail right ahead of me, and every night I'll tie you up.
I'll tell you what, Kurt. I'll make you a little bet. 3 times 35 is 105. I'll bet you $105,000 you go to sleep before I do. How long can you go without sleeping, Curtin? 2 days? 3? 4? Whatever it is, I can go longer, see? And the day you fall down on the trail, that's the day that Fred C. Dobbs wins his bet. $105,000. Yeah, just like I said, Curtin, you couldn't take it, could you? Fell asleep, didn't you? Who wins the bet? Who wins the bet?
The old man will catch up with you.
He will. Oh, he will he? Well, I got an answer for that one, too. I'll tell him you tied me to a tree, that you stole all the goods, yours, mine, and his. So he'll be looking for you, Curtin, not for me. And a fat chance he's got of finding you. So long, partner.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
During this brief intermission before Act 3 of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, I'd like to introduce a most promising young player, blue-eyed Claudia Barrett. Do you find it all work and no play on the Warner Brothers lot, Claudia?
No, indeed, Mr. Keeley. In fact, watching a Technicolor picture like My Dream Is Yours being made is entertainment in itself. I've been humming the songs ever since.
And fine entertainment it is. You know, Jack Carson as a radio talent huckster and Doris Day as a singer are delightful.
It's especially good fun when Lee Bowman gives Jack some real competition for Doris's affection.
You know, so many places of local interest are featured, Los Angeles people should feel right at home.
And the clothes in My Dream Is Yours. They're really dreamy. Doris wears some pink crepe pajamas with a matching quilted robe. They're out of this world.
You mean they're not for a workaday world?
No, that's what surprised me. The designer told me that the crepe they were made of is definitely washable. Oh, with Lux Flakes, that is.
I'm glad you added Lux Flakes, Claudia, because wrong washing methods could easily spoil the delicate color.
I know that, Mr. Kennedy. I play safe and stick to Lux Flakes for my nice things.
Good girl. Well, you know, scientific tests prove that slips and nighties washed with Lux Flakes stay color fresh 3 times as long. These tiny diamonds are really amazing. They burst into suds the instant water touches them. Thick, active suds that leave undies sweet and fresh in no time. Yet they leave colors lovely.
I guess they were gentle because they're so wonderful on my hands.
You can believe your hands, Claudia. Mild Lux Flakes are safe for anything safe in water. They're another fine product of Lever Brothers Company. Thank you for coming tonight, Claudia Barrett. We return you to William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Houston as Howard.
Yeah, I left Dobbs and Curtin on the trail with all my goods and gone to the village of the Indians. Yeah, they couldn't do enough for me. Food, drink, for little girls to brush flies off me. Yes, sir, old man Howard is a regular mogul. Real potentate. Then some of their hunters came in from the brush. They were carrying a man. Curtin it was. Curtin, with 2 bullet holes in him.
Dobbs did it, Howard. Dobbs.
Yeah, made off with our goods, huh?
How could he be such a bad shot? He left me there. He thought I was dead.
Now, take it easy, son. Take it easy. You're talking too much.
Don't worry about me. I'll pull out of this if only to get that guy.
Well, I reckon I can't blame Dobbs too much.
What do you mean?
Well, Dobbs ain't a real killer as killers go. I think he's honest the next fella, or almost. Big mistake was leaving you two fellas alone in the wilderness. Mighty big temptation, partner, believe me.
Dobbs shot me down in cold blood. He shot me a second time just to make sure.
A man goes crazy with that much wealth in his reach. Maybe if I'd have been young, been out there with either one of you, I might have been tempted too. Well, Curtin, nothing to do but set out after him.
Couple of days, I'll be okay.
Yeah, but not for chasing down a mountainside.
The Indians, they could loan us horses.
That's why I figure I'd catch Dobbs. He goes far and as fast as a man can, but alone, with them burrs and on foot.
I'm going with you.
Give me 10 days, 2 weeks, and I'll come back for you.
I'm going with you.
Look at you. You're weak as a newborn kitten. Don't worry. I'll look after our interests.
I'm still going.
Yeah, I reckon you're going. Some of the Indians came with me. Said they had to protect me. They tried to figure out what I'd do with Iron Dobbs's boots. I'd try to make time. I'd sacrifice anything for time, sleep, rations, even water.
Otro burrito muerto, señor. El tercero con la marca de la letra.
Howard, what have they found?
Another dead burro. Dobbs is really driving. That's the third burro he's killed off.
I don't like this wind. Dust blowing like this cover up his trail.
Yeah, it might blow like this for days. Fills a man's lungs with dust. Burns him out like pure poison.
We're not going to stop, are we? Dobbs won't stop.
Well, we'll keep going. He'd be running out of water soon.
We were going to fill up at the high pass.
Yeah. Only he went north. My friends say water's mighty scarce in the north. They say something else, too, Curtin.
Yeah?
Yeah. Gold Hat and a couple of his pals escaped the federales. They're on foot. They passed here just a day before Dobbs.
There he is, amigo. See? At the mud hole. One man and 6 burros trying to squeeze water out of the mud hole.
Aye, 6 burros. Shoes he wears, see? Shoes.
See, the 3 of us have a little fun, huh? Jewelry too, maybe, huh? Come on, we say hello to our friend.
Water. I made it. Town can't be far off now. A road. That's a road over there. Just one more day and...
Oiga, amigo.
What? What do you want?
Senor, we are 3 poor men in rags. Cigarettes? You have cigarettes, maybe?
No, I haven't. I got a little tobacco, that'll do.
He's got a little tobacco.
No paper to roll it in?
Paper? Yeah, here.
Going into Perla, amigo?
Yeah, I gotta sell my burros. I gotta get some money.
Matches. Or cigarette.
Match, yeah. Here.
Your handshakes, amigo. You sick, maybe?
Sick? No, I ran out of water. I'm all right now. I could use a good burro driver, maybe 2 or 3.
Burro drivers,
I'll pay when we get to town. I'm a hunter. See all those hides?
Hey, did I know you from someplace? Maybe I know you, huh?
No, I don't think so.
You are all alone, a poor, lonely man?
No, I'm not alone. I got a couple of friends coming along. They ought to be here any minute.
Let me look at your face. Sure, I know I've seen you before. Up in the mountains. The guy in the rocks before the Federales chase us.
Crazy. I never seen you till now.
You don't remember me? Me with the yellow sombrero, the gold hat? I think you tell a lie.
No,
So you have a load of hides on the burros, huh?
Yeah, like I said, I'm a hunter.
Ought to bring lots of money, huh? All these hides?
Hey, get away from them. Get away from them hides.
We can sell these burros, too.
Hey, what's these? Little cloth bags filled with something. Hey, give me a knife. I think I look in the little
You
bag.
touch those bags and I'll kill you.
Hey, it's some kind of joke. Nothing in this bag only stands dirt. All the little bags got only stand.
Get out of here. Clear out before
A pistol, huh? For you can't even frighten a sick louse with that. You can only shoot one of us before the other two jump on you. And that one wouldn't mind too much because the federales are after him anyway.
Stand back there.
Hey, with the rock! I hit him with the rock!
Jesus, I'm gonna get his shoes!
Finish him off. Come on, finish him.
How you feeling, Curtin?
I'm all right.
Town is over the hill there, Perla. We're almost there.
But will Dobbs be there?
Yes, sir. That's the question, all right.
Shooting.
Yeah. Kind of like a volley. Sound seemed to come from the town.
Miranda, señor. Quizás los federales están confundidos.
Sí, federales. Execution, probably. Well, we'll know about it pretty soon now. Looks like we guessed it all right, Curtin. Execution, 3 bandits. The storekeeper here says that one of them was Gold Hat. They finally got him.
Y eso no es todo, señor.
He says that's not all.
Look, we better keep after Dobbs.
Yo tengo malas noticias, señor. Su compañero.
Bueno, amigo.
Su compañero fue matado a sangre fría por los 3 bandidos.
He's dead, Curtin. Dobbs is dead.
Dead?
Yeah, those bandits.
But our goods. What does he say about our goods?
¿Dónde están nuestras cosas?
Aquí, señor. Yo tengo todo aquí, incluyendo los burritos. Están detrás de la tienda.
He says he's got everything. This way, Curtin, the back of the store.
It's not here, Howard. The gold's gone. Everything else is here but the gold.
Keep your shirt on. Señor.
¿Qué pasa, señor?
¿Sabe algo sobre unas costelitas muy pesadas?
No, señor, no. De eso no sé nada.
Well, says everything the bandits had is right here.
Senor, you asked my father about some little canvas bags?
Yeah. Where are they?
Costalitas. ¿De qué habla, hijo?
Un momento, Papa. I do not know where the bags are, senor. But I heard the Barnes talking in the jail. They said the senor whom they killed had canvas bags with sand in them. Many, many bags on the burros.
Well, where are they? Where did they kill the American?
At the water hole by the ruined wall, outside the town.
Can you take us there?
Oh, yes, senor. Right away.
Here's another one, Howard. Empty. The bags are all empty. They're cut open and empty. Keep looking. Keep looking.
Yeah, they're all... Yeah, they're empty, all right. Another couple of hours in this wind and we wouldn't even find the bags. Swept away and buried under the dust of the earth.
But what happened?
Bandits. Them miserable, stupid, ignorant bandits. Stole Dobbs' shoes, took the shirt off his back, and threw away $105,000 worth of gold because they thought it was sand.
Well, then it must be here on the ground somewhere.
Here in this wind. Ha! Ha ha! It's a great joke, Curtin, old boy. It's a great joke. Played on us for the Lord or fate or nature, whatever you prefer. But whoever or whatever played it certainly had a sense of humor. The gold is gone, Curtin. Gone back to where we found it.
Gone. It's all gone. Dobbs is dead and the gold is gone.
This joke is worth 10 months of suffering and labor, this joke is.
Look at the Indians. They're laughing too, only they don't know what they're laughing at.
That's our own private joke, Curtin, old boy.
Well, Howard, what next, I wonder?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm all fixed. I'll go back with the Indians, be a medicine man. 3 meals a day, 5 I want 'em, roof over my head and a drink every now and then to warm me up. I'll be worshipped and fed and treated like a high priest for telling people things they want to hear. Good medicine men are born, not made. Come and see me sometime, my boy. You'll take your hat off when you see how respected I am. Yeah, I'm all fixed up for the rest of my natural life. How about yourself? What are you aiming to do?
I haven't got any idea.
You're young yet. Got plenty of time to make 3 or 4 fortunes for yourself.
You know, I'm really no worse off than I was back in Tampico. I'm out $200 when you come right down to it. Not very much compared to what Dobbsy lost.
Any special place you're bent on going?
No. All places are the same to me.
Tell you what, you keep my share of what the burrs and the hides will bring, and if you use the money to buy a ticket to Dallas, see Cody's widow. Better than writing. Tell her what happened.
Okay, Pop. I'll go to Dallas.
Hey, you son, come here.
Yes, senor?
Tell your father to give this man all the hides and burrs. They're all his now. I'm going off with the Indians.
Yes, senor. I will tell him.
Well, I guess I'll round up my heathen brethren and we'll be on our way. Bye, Curtin.
Bye, Howard.
Good luck.
Same to you.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Now, dishwashing can be a chore if you use the wrong kind of suds. But when you change to Lux Flakes for dishes, you'll feel like singing.
Lux Diamonds do so much for you. They make dishwashing fly. Suds fast and rich, clean every dish in the twinkling of an eye. Get Lux Diamonds to dishpan hands farewell. Wash dishes often as you like. Your pretty hands won't tell.
Are your hands rough and red from using strong soaps in the dishpan? Then change to gentle Lux Flakes. You'll be amazed how soon your hands will be soft and smooth again. These tiny diamonds of Lux speed up dishwashing, too. Burst into suds in a jiffy. And they go further. Tests prove that ounce for ounce, Lux Flakes wash up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps.
You'll ever bless the thriftiness of gentle, mild Lux Flakes. Suds last so long you'll sing this song. Wash dishes with Lux Flakes. Get Lux Diamond to dishpan hands farewell. Wash dishes often as you like. Your pretty hands won't tell.
Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
For drama that rates the applause of this audience, our thanks go to this evening's stars. And here they are, Humphrey Bogart and Walter Houston.
Thank you, Bill. You know, there's not much glamour available for this curtain call.
Don't look at me, Bogey. That's your department.
all the glamour in my family is home looking after the baby, Walter.
Well, we'll settle for a man that's just won an Academy Award. Walter, it must have been a double thrill to win your Oscar the same night your son John won his for direction and the screenplay of the same picture.
Yes, I was very proud of that moment, Bill. You see, a long time ago I told my son that if he ever became a director to please find a good part for his old man.
I'm going to speak the same lines to my son, Stephen, tonight. In another 30 years, maybe he'll do the same for me.
Well, you know, to help things along, we've got a supply of Lux Flakes over there in the wings. You can take it home to him.
Thanks very much, Bill. He's the boy that can use it.
Hey, Bill, what are you producing next week?
Well, it's a musical hit with a thrilling story. The 20th Century Fox picture, When My Baby Smiles at Me. And the stars, well, who else could they be but Betty Grable and Dan Daly. That's all anybody needs to know, that next week we'll have the wonderful team of Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
Hey, that sounds like standing room only. Well, good night, Bill.
Good night.
Good night. And that applause says it all. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Dan Daly in When My Baby Smiles at Me. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Humphrey Bogart is currently starring in his own Santana production, Knock on Any Door. Heard in tonight's cast were Frank Lovejoy as Curtin, Gerald Moore as Cody, Don Diamond as Gold Hat, and Bill Johnstone, Jimmy Ogg, Jack Petruzzi, Charles Latour, Jack Crucian, Jay Novello, Eddie Marr, and Johnny McGovern. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear When My Baby Smiles at Me, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Feeling low.
Feeling tense. These 8 words are common sense.
Smoke a Lucky.
To be your level best.
Smoke a Lucky.
To be your level best.
Millions of smokers are learning that Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. That's what fine tobacco can do for you. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, puff by puff, pack by pack, you'll really enjoy this fine, light, naturally mild Lucky Strike tobacco. And you'll agree that Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike, and get on the lucky level where you feel and do your level best. Yes, smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
The
Lucky Strike Program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, for 16 years I've been introducing the star of our show, and after all those years you'd think I'd run out of things to say about him. Well, I have. So here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that wasn't a very nice introduction.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but after 16 years I just couldn't think of anything new.
Oh, you couldn't, eh? Well, Don, I'm sure that if I were introducing you, I wouldn't have that trouble.
Oh, yes, you would, Jack. You've been saying the same things about me for years. Why, I'll bet you can't say anything that I haven't heard before.
Oh, yes, I can, Don.
What?
You're fired. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed...
Wait a minute, Jack. You're not serious, are you?
Well...
You can't fire me. After all, I've got a wife and 3 chins to support.
Don, stop worrying. You've been with me for 16 years, and I hope you're with... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
I'm sorry I'm late, Jack, but my car wouldn't start this morning, and I had to take the bus.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, say, Mary, if your car ever gives you trouble again, why don't you call on me? I'll drive you down. You've seen my new car, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Don, and on you it looks good.
Certainly does. By the way, Mary, I understand you called me on the phone yesterday. What did you want?
Well, you always like to know when I get letters from my mother, and I got one yesterday. In fact, I brought it with me.
Oh, a letter from your mother, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, what does the mock kettle of Plainfield have to say?
Well, just a second, and I'll read it to you.
Okay.
My darling daughter, Mary, as you'll notice from the stationery, I'm writing this from the Plainfield Hotel. The reason we're here is because 3 days ago, we shut the house up and had it fumigated on account of the pests. We got rid of them, all except your Uncle Lou and Cousin Willie.
Well, it's about time.
We really
Your mother didn't start out very funny, incidentally. Go ahead.
We really don't mind Willie, as he's very little bother. He spends all his time down in the basement with his printing press. He has to work night and day because his biggest competitor is the United States government.
Your mother writes them all right. You just can't read them. I was blaming the mother. Go ahead, Mary. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, well.
Anyway, Mary, dear, I kind of like Willie because he's so sweet and thoughtful. Every Mother's Day, he gives me a $10 bill with my picture on it.
Well, I guess I was right in the first place.
Now for a paragraph or two about your sister Babe.
Ah, good. This is the part I like.
Since the warm weather is here, your sister Babe got herself one of those new French bathing suits. She tried it on yesterday, and I haven't seen so much of Babe since the doctor said it's a girl. However, she's very happy with the suit. Next month, she's entering a swimming contest.
A contest? Gee, I didn't even know that she could swim.
Oh, sure, Jack. Babe's a regular mermaid.
Well, I've noticed the resemblance, except the wrong half looks like a fish. I'm funnier than your mother today. Continue with the letter, Mary.
Okay. Mary, dear, you'll be happy to know that Babe is also taking dancing lessons from Arthur Murray.
Well.
She got a swell deal, too. He teaches her dancing, and she fixes his plumbing.
I knew she could do it. You know, Mary, your mother writes some of the funniest letters, though, I've ever heard.
She certainly does, Mary. They're loaded with laughs.
Yeah, they're a scream.
Oh, hello, Dennis. When did you come in?
When they found out Mary's sister Babe was a girl.
Oh, then you missed the start of the letter. Would you like me to read it to you?
Oh, no, I'll hear it on tonight's rebroadcast.
Oh, yes.
By the way, Dennis, you were off the program last week. Was anything wrong?
Oh, no, Mary. Mr. Benny gave me a week off so I could go away for a little vacation. I sure enjoyed myself. I went fishing on Lake Mead.
Well, how was the fishing, Dennis?
Oh, it was wonderful. Boy, was I lucky.
What'd you catch?
4 trout, 3 perch, 5 bass, and a high-button shoe.
A high-button shoe?
Yeah, but it was too small, so I had to throw it back.
Oh, fine. He caught a shoe.
You ought to see the hip boot that got away.
Oh, quiet.
I wish I could get away and do a little fishing. That's one of my favorite sports.
Fishing?
Yeah. What a thrill it is to hook a silvery rainbow trout. One of nature's loveliest creations. What a sight as it breaks the water in a shimmering shower of glistening drops, and the sunlight reflecting on its iridescent beauty.
Look how he describes the fish. Me, he can't see anything nicer.
Jack, what are you talking about?
Nothing.
Say, Dennis, how long were you at Lake Mead?
Oh, we were there for a whole week, and I spent all my time out on the boat.
A whole week on a boat?
Avast there, you landlubber. Larboard to starboard and drop the anchor.
Look, Dennis.
Give him the timbers, the man, the pumps, or we'll all drown like rats.
Dennis, that's enough.
Ahoy, me hearties, batting the barton and pooping down the poop deck.
Batting the barton? What happened to Durston and Oswald? Dennis, that's enough. Do you hear?
So that talk, Mr. Christian, or I'll swing you from the highest yard-arm of the British fleet.
Oh, Mary, see what you can do with him, will you?
Dennis, Jack is right. Why don't you
Let the men mutiny, my lass, and don't worry. The ship may be rocking and pitching, but I'll sail it through this hurricane or...
Dennis, what's the matter?
I'm seasick.
Good. Now, look, Popeye, it's time for your song. What are you going to sing?
Careless Hands.
Okay, let's have it.
Aye, sir.
I love you
can't hold on.
That was Careless Hand, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to do our version of that Warner Brothers picture, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. And I better cast it right now. I, of course, will play the leading role.
Of course.
Certainly. Listen, I'll give a performance that'll...
Okay, folks, you're all in clover, 'cause Harris is here and this lull is over.
Phil, why do you always have to come in here and ask the audience to applaud?
Well, I ain't going to get no laughs with the jokes you give me, and I want to hear some kind of noise.
Well, you got no right to complain about the jokes. You get as many laughs on this program as I do.
That's what I mean. I want to hear some kind of noise. Applaud me, folks. All right. I'll read the stuff that's written here, but I thought a little ad-libbing would liven things. Hi, you live.
Hello, Phil. How are Alice and the children?
Oh, fine, Liv, fine. Just left them. You know, this being the first day of May, I drove them over to the park for a big May party.
A May party?
Yeah, you should have seen all them kids. They looked so cute as they danced around me.
Dance around you? Didn't they have a maypole?
Yeah, but I was prettier.
Let me sit down with you, Dennis. I'm seasick, too. Phil, you should have seen Mary's letter from her mother.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, she wrote the letter stuttering. She wrote it that way. Well, look at Phil. You know, between you and Remley, I've never seen...
Wait a minute, Jackson. Hold it, Dad.
What?
Just a minute, Bud. I don't care what you say about me, but don't pick on Remley.
Phil, calm down.
Yeah, what's wrong?
Well, may as well tell you why I've always tried to protect Remley.
What?
Well, you see, I promised Frankie's poor old mother that I'd always look after him.
Oh. When was that?
When she threw him out of the house. And I don't like to brag, Jackson, but I've taken pretty good care of Frankie during all these years.
By the way, Phil, it's none of my business, but how much do you pay Frankie?
Well, I don't give him no regular salary. I just take care of his needs, like room, board, and bail.
Oh, fine.
Say, Jackson, before I go, there was something I wanted to ask you. Oh, yeah, look, last week you told me you were going to buy a new car. What kind did you get?
I didn't get any, Phil, but I may get a new one this summer.
Well, look, be sure you get one of them new models that comes equipped with the Dynaflex Superflowing Unijet Turbo Vasculator, which is synchro-meshed with the multi-coil, hydro-tension, duo-vacuum dynomotor. They come in the motor and fodder model.
Outside of that last word, listen, that was amazing. I mean, how'd you ever say that?
A Harvard man fixes my teeth. Well, I gotta be leaving. So long, kids.
So long, Phil.
Hey, folks, I'm leaving. You want to throw just one more on me?
Phil, get out of here! Oh, boy, what a character.
You know, Jack, Phil is conceited.
Conceited? Mary, you should have heard the things he told me yesterday while I was giving him a Tony. Now, where were we?
Well, you were casting the play we're going to do.
Oh, yes, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Now, Don, you're going to be my partner when we go hunting for gold. And, Dennis, you're going to be the old prospector, the part that was played by Walter Houston. And let's see, where's Mel Blanc?
Here I am, Jack.
Folks, it's Mel Blanc. Give him a big hand.
Jack, we're all going to be in the play. Why don't you just give him applause?
Well, Mary, I have to. It's in his contract, you know.
You mean you give money and applause, too?
No money, just applause. It's amazing, how much you can save when you got a lot of hams working for you. Now, Mel, you're going to be the leader of the Mexican bandits. And, oh, yes, Dennis, besides being the old prospector, you'll come in later as one of the bandits.
Gee, 2 parts. It's hard to believe I can sing, too.
Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our version of Warner Brothers' thrilling adventure story, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
As our scene opens, it's a hot, humid, sultry day, and a lonely, hungry, penniless American is roaming the streets of Tampico, Mexico.
Walking. That's all I've been doing for 2 whole days. Just walking. No place to sleep. Nothing to eat. Nothing to drink. Well, I'll see what I can do in this saloon. Gee, this place is crowded. Hey, bartender.
Si, senor. What will you have?
Give me 3 fingers.
3 fingers of what?
Just 3 fingers. I'm hungry. Give me 3 fingers of anything. If I don't get something to eat pretty soon, I'll go crazy.
Hiya, big boy.
Huh?
It's good to see an American down here, even though you do need a shave and your clothes are torn. You look like a derelict. What's the matter?
It's a long story. I used to be a famous radio comedian. I had a big house, a swimming pool, and everything. Then all of a sudden, I'm a bum.
What happened?
Television.
Television? What's that?
I don't know, but the wrestlers have all the good writers now. Anyway, let's not talk about me. What's a girl like you doing way down here in Mexico?
I work in the Tampico branch of the Make Company.
They have a branch in Mexico?
Yeah, I'm in the Jose department.
That's better than your mother's letter. Well, look, sister. How about you and me?
Bogey, I've been looking all over town for you.
Who's your friend?
That's my partner, Curtin. Sam Curtin. He and I came down here looking for gold.
Yeah, gold. Every time I think of it, I go crazy. Gold! Gold! I can see it now. There it is. There it is. It's mine. It's mine. Gold! Gold!
Put that back. That's my pivot tool. You know, sister, he goes crazy every time he thinks of gold.
Well, doesn't gold mean anything to you?
Yeah. I can take it or love it. I mean, leave it.
Well, if you boys are interested in looking for gold, there's an old prospector around here who knows every foot of the Sierra Madre. If you can get him to go with you, you'll strike it rich.
Where does the old prospector live?
Well, you can't miss it. You go right down Flamingo Road.
Flamingo Road. Flamingo Road. Flamingo Road.
Are you stuttering?
No, but I promised Warner Brothers I'd mention it 3 times. Come on, Curtin. Let's go. Hey, Curtin, this must be the house where the old prospector lives.
Yeah, knock on the door.
Okay.
Howdy, Bub.
Hello, old-timer. My name is Humphrey Bogey. What's yours?
Titus Houston.
Yeah, well, we've heard that you know all about the gold in the Sierra Madre, and we thought maybe you'd come up into the mountains with us.
Sorry, son, but I'm too old for that now. There was a time when I used to go up into them hills and stay for months and months at a time. Then it would get me. I was only human, you know. I'd have to come back, be back in town with a load of gold, and in a couple of nights I'd blow it all in.
Women, eh?
No Kleenex. I got hay fever.
Well, look, old-timer, if you won't go with us, maybe you can tell us where we can find the gold.
Sure. Here's a map of old Mexico. See? You can't go wrong. You take the main road through Tampico till you pass El Paso. After you pass El Paso, you go through El Truo and turn left at El Lefto.
What if we turn El Righto?
That's El Wrongo.
Oh, is that where the gold is?
Nope. That's where you buy your burros.
Burros?
Yep. There's a place right on the corner. Madman Hernandez.
And he'll sell them to us?
Yep, but you'll have to carry an awful lot of water for them.
Why?
Hernandez wanted his burros to look like Buicks, so he cut holes in their sides.
Oh, well, we got to be getting along, old-timer. You sure you don't want to come with us?
Nope, but I'll see you later.
You will?
Yep, I come back on page 12 as a Mexican bandit.
Well, come on, Curtin. Let's go.
What's the matter, Bogey? You look unhappy.
Well, why shouldn't I be? We've got the map. We know where the gold is, but we can't get it because we don't have any money to buy equipment.
Oh, senor.
Huh?
In there, in the saloon, there is a telephone call for you. In there, for you. In the saloon. In there.
Huh?
For you.
For me?
In there.
Is it an important call? Gee, an important call.
For you.
A telephone call for me. Who could it be? I'm 2,000 miles away from home. Well, I might as well find out. Come on, Curtin. Wait for me at the bar, Curtin. I'll answer the phone.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, speaking. Huh? Sure, I can answer that. The Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock in 1620. Thank you. Goodbye. Hey, Curtin!
What's up, Bogey?
We got the burros, the picks, the shovels, the sleeping bags, and a refrigerator.
Where'd you get them?
That phone call. I just won them on a quiz program. Tacos or leave it.
Good. Now let's go and find that gold.
All right, before we go, I want to buy drinks for the house. Okay, everybody. The drinks are on me. Come on, everybody, up to the bar.
Hey, Bogey, those 4 Mexicans just came in waving at you.
Where? Oh, yes. Buenos dias, amigos. Come on, boys, I'll pay for it. Let's have a song.
Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place for you to go. Feeling low, feeling tense, these days words make common sense. Smoke a lucky like the rest, you will feel your level best. From Sonora to Monte Del Vista, there's a lucky in everyone's vista, and they treat every instant and instant. My uncle, my aunt, and my sister, LSM, 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 feeling low, feeling tense, smoke a lucky, and you'll always be feeling your best, best, level best.
Curtin, we've been digging in these mountains for weeks, but it was worth it. We got 10 sacks of gold.
Yeah, 10 more sacks, and then we...
Wait a minute. Look, coming up the trail. Mexican bandits. Curtin, quick, take out your gun.
But I haven't got a gun.
What? What did you say, Curtin?
I haven't got a gun.
Ah, that's ridiculous. Who ever heard of a curtain without a rod? Thank you. Hey, that was pretty...
Quiet. Here they come now.
Oh, yeah. Look, Curtin, they're getting off their horses. They're walking this way. Well, we'll just have to try and bluff them. Hey, you. Come here. Are you a Mexican bandit?
Si.
I suppose your men are tough.
Si.
Guess they would kill us at a drop of a hat.
Si.
What's your name?
Si.
Si?
Si.
besides. We don't have anything you want. We're hunters. That's all we are.
You do not fool me. You have some gold, and we want it. If you don't give it to us, we will kill you. I think.
Look, me and my partner have been out in these mountains for 3 months. Yeah, we found some gold. But don't take all of it. Let us keep half. That's a fair proposition, isn't it? We'll give you half.
I will talk it over with my lieutenant. Oh, Henry Sierra.
Coming, Madre. What is it, El Capitan?
The gentleman here with the gold made a proposition.
Oh, sí. What is it?
Estas personas dicen que si no los matamos, ellos nos darán la mitad del oro.
Si los matamos, tendríamos que cagar con todo. Por lo tanto, con ya usted el oro y matarlos después.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said you better give us the gold because these 8 guns make common sense.
What?
When these guns are smoking, you ain't lucky.
No, Bandito. Please, don't shoot us. We'll give you the gold.
El Capitan, if we take the gold, we will need a burro.
See, we will take the little burro. It is equipped with the Dynaflex Superflowing Unijet Turbo Vasculator, which is synchromesh with the multi-coil aerotension dual vacuum dynamometer, I think.
Look, Vance, take our gold. Take our burros, but don't kill us.
I will tell you what I do, senor. I give you a fighting chance. Here's a weapon for you and a weapon for me.
What?
You count to 10, and may the best hombre win.
All right. All right, I'll count to 10. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, not yet. 4, 5, 6. Ooh, wait a minute. 7, 8. Ooh, you're cheating. I think. 9, 10. You missed me. That's better. Ooh.
Bogey, when he started shooting, why didn't you shoot back?
I couldn't. He gave me a knife. Goodbye, Curtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, your life, your property can be lost through fire. Don't let it happen in your home, in public places, or in the country. Be careful. Be on guard against fire. Prevent fires in your community. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Feeling low.
Feeling tense.
Please take words or common sense.
Smoke a lucky.
To feel your level best.
Smoke a lucky.
To feel your level best.
To feel your level best, smoke a Lucky. For it's a fact that Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's important to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Light, ripe, naturally mild tobacco. No wonder more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined. So when you choose your cigarette, remember Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. Put you on the right level to feel and do your level best. Yes, be sure to make your next carton of cigarettes Lucky Strike.
Smoke a lucky.
To be your level best.
Smoke a lucky.
To be your level best.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes another program, and we'll be with you again next
Jack.
Sunday night when we... Huh?
Jack.
What?
While you were doing the sketch, a wire came for you from Humphrey Bogart.
From who?
Humphrey Bogart.
Not from Humphrey Bogart? Mary, what's the matter with you today? A wire came to me from Humphrey Bogart?
Yes.
Well, read it to me.
This wire you don't read. You twist it around your neck.
Well, good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis say in a day in the life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
East of Phoenix, Arizona, off to the left of the old Spanish Trail, squats Superstition Mountain, a glowering, forbidden mass of black granite whose canyons and buttes keep well the secret of the deaths of many men. 400 years ago, the conquistadores searched here for the legendary 7 cities of Cibola, which were supposed to be built of pure gold. The search has never been totally abandoned, for modern legend tells us that Superstition Mountain guards the fabulous Lost Dutchman mine. But no one can be sure, for no man who has gone searching for it has come out alive. The facts you are about to hear are true. The story imaginary, since none of the characters involved lived to tell it. Listen then as Raymond Burr stars in the Peralta Map, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
How much further? Willis?
Huh?
What do you keep looking back for? You afraid somebody's following us?
No, just checking the trailer. Sun's getting mighty hot on the horses.
It's going to get hotter.
Think we ought to stop and water them?
Wait till we get to Lowney's.
Okay.
How far is it?
Hey, see that big mountain sticking up over there on the left?
Yeah?
Well, that's Superstition Mountain. His place is on the road right opposite it. About, another 4 or 5 miles.
You sure he'll be alone?
Well, he lives alone. Anybody else is there, it'll just be somebody who's pulled in for gas. They won't stay long.
They'd have to be crazy to stay long out here.
Yeah. I wonder why he does.
Takes all kinds.
I guess. Bartender I talked to in Phoenix, fella that's done some prospecting himself, he said old Lonnie'd rather have coyotes for neighbors than people.
Looks that way.
Cracker, how much you planning on telling him?
Just enough to get him hooked.
Well, supposing he ain't interested.
Then we make him interested.
What do you mean, by showing him the map?
If that's the only way, yeah. We'll show him the map.
But I thought we said we wasn't going to show the map to nobody.
I'm not going to argue with you. I can turn around right here, take the horses and the trailer back to Phoenix. Forget the whole thing. You want me to?
Now, look, Cracker...
Then we do it my way. He wants to see the map before he makes up his mind, I'll show it to him.
I suppose he doesn't believe it's a real thing. Suppose he thinks it's a fake.
He won't. Not if he can read Mex and knows the country like you said he does.
Well, it ain't only me that said it. It was the people I talked to in Apache Junction. They told me nobody really knows Superstition Mountain, but old Lonnie knows it as good as the next guy.
He'd better.
Cracker, suppose after he sees a map and he knows it's no fake, he still won't take us in.
We'll look for somebody who will.
What, and leave him knowing where the mine is? He might try to beat us to it.
Don't worry so much. He'll go in with us. I guarantee it.
Morning.
Morning.
Still up for you?
No, thanks.
The way you're headed, there ain't another station for 50 miles.
Yeah, that's what I heard. You alone here?
Yeah, alone everywhere since my wife died.
Morning, Mr. Lonnie.
Morning.
What's the matter? Don't you remember me? I stopped in here a few days ago. I asked you some questions about the mountain over there.
Oh, move around so's the sun's not in my eyes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Mr. Lonnie, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Henry Cracker.
Howdy.
How are you?
Mr. Cracker's got a proposition that ought to interest you, Mr. Lonnie.
Oh, well, I ain't got no money to invest.
You don't need any money. We got everything we're going to need right in the trailer.
That's so?
You going to water the horses or not, Willis?
Sure, I'll do it right now.
Water trough's behind.
We'll find it. Can we get out of this sun to do some talking?
Sure. Come on inside. Don't get much company out here. Hardly ever get a chance to visit with folks, so my place ain't usually fixed up. Hope you ain't finicky.
No.
Got some beans and coffee on the stove. You hungry?
I could use a cup of coffee.
Fine. You sit down anywhere.
Thanks.
Yeah. Got canned cream if you'll take it.
No, drink it black.
Me too. Now then.
Lowney, how much do you know about the Lost Dutchman mine?
Well, like I told your young friend, as much as anybody else around these parts.
You really believe it's there?
In the mountains? Sure I do. Seen too much evidence not to believe it.
What kind of evidence?
Well, where the Mexicans had their ore chutes and where they had furnaces to melt the gold down into bars.
You ever look for the mine?
No, not exactly.
But you've been on the mountain.
Well, a long time ago, I used to go deer hunting up in some of the box canyons around Weaver's Needle where it's supposed to be at.
What's the name Peralta mean to you?
Well, they're the ones that owned the mine years ago, long before the Dutchmen found it. Apaches killed most of them off when one of their mule drivers got mixed up with an Indian squaw. After that happened, the Apaches didn't want anybody coming in and working the mine again, so they hid it, covered it over with brush and dirt.
How'd the Dutchman find it?
Well, one of the Peraltas who'd been away from the mine when his paw got killed, he got in a saloon fight one time. Dutchman hauled him out of it, and this Peralta gave him a map out of gratitude. Leastways, that's how the story goes.
Mm-hmm.
Dutchman, he was supposed to have murdered a couple of fellows, including his partner back in the mountain. But he died before anybody ever found out for certain.
You know what happened to the mine after that?
No, nobody knows, except they know it's lost.
Not going to stay lost.
Huh?
What do you want to guide us back in there?
I figured you was getting to that.
Well, what's your price?
Ain't got none.
We'll give you $300.
And that's a good bit of money, all right, but I can't leave the station.
Oh, don't give me that, Lowney. You don't do that much business in a month.
Oh, sometime.
You got cobwebs in the gas pump, and look at you. When'd you get a new pair of overalls?
Well, that's not the point. I just don't want to go back up in there.
500.
No, and it ain't the money. So you needn't offer me any more.
Lowney, all you gotta do is take us onto the mountain, help us find certain landmarks that are on a map we have.
Map? You know how many maps I've seen in the past 20 years? All of them guaranteed to show how to find the lost Dutchman. Man, if I had a silver dollar for every one, I wouldn't be able to lift them. A map.
It's the Peralta map, or a copy of it.
Oh, sure. They're either the Dutchman's or the Peraltas. A map.
When you're through laughing, you can take a look at it.
Peralta map.
Here. Take a good look. I've been waiting all my life to come across something this good. Knows a desert rat's going to sit and laugh at me when I do. Now, you study this thing. Feel it. Run your hands over the ink. You can read Mex, can't you?
Yeah.
And you're supposed to know landmarks. Are they phony? Huh? All right, Lowney. You still feel like laughing?
Can't laugh at somebody I feel sorry for.
What do you mean by that?
You'll see.
You going with us?
Nope, I ain't.
What's the matter with you? You like living this way? You like being a desert rat?
I may be a desert rat, but I'm a live one.
So?
You ever read how many men have been killed hunting for the lost Dutchman?
Who cares?
Me. I don't want to add to the total.
That for you?
Yeah.
Don't answer it.
What? Now, just wait a minute, mister.
Sit down.
Sure, you don't have to hold no gun on me.
Crack it up. Hey. Is he going with us?
He is, or he's not going anywhere. That right, Lowney?
What'd you say you'd give me?
500.
It ain't enough.
Why, you chiseling...
It ain't enough for risking my life.
What do you want?
As long as I'm going to die, I might as well die rich. I want a third.
Third of the mine?
Okay, you got it.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, you shut up.
There's no...
You can stop worrying, Lowney. Nothing's going to happen to you now that we're partners.
Being partners ain't got nothing to do with it.
Well, what has?
For a couple of fellows after the Lost Dutchman, you sure don't know much about it, do you?
We know enough.
No, you don't. But you will. Yes, sir, you sure will. This canyon's a good place to bed down, Mr. Cracker.
Any water in it?
Supposed to be right up ahead.
All right. Hold it up, Willis. Make our camp here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You what? How far away from where the mine's supposed to be at?
About a mile the way I figure it. That right, Lonnie?
If the map's right.
You know it is.
I've seen a lot of wrong ones before. Look just as good.
Well, this one ain't wrong.
Where'd you fellas get it?
I got it. I got it off an old Mexican in Sonora.
He give it to you?
Yeah. Yeah, you might say he did.
Willis, you take the horses down to that water.
And now, look, how come you haven't done nothing but give orders ever since we started? Ain't you ever going to do any work?
Make a fire, Lonnie. Give me those reins.
Well, I'll be jig-swiggered. Never thought I'd see you stand up to him.
Well, why not? He's my partner. He's not my boss.
I'm a partner, too.
Yeah, I know you are.
Well, now let's see if we can find something to make fire. You know what they call this canyon?
How'd I know? I ain't seen my map since I gave it to him.
It's West Boulder, where old Adolph Ruth camped.
Yeah, who's that?
Ruth? Oh, he's a fella come out of Washington, D.C. back in 1931. Had a Peralta Map, too.
Yeah, well, not a good one. He didn't find the mine.
Well, some say he did, some say different.
No? Well, what did he say?
Nothing. Wasn't until 6 months later that they found his body, rifle bullet in his back. Well, there's a nice hunk of dried mesquite. It smells like hickory when it burns. Now, the way I figure it, Ruth must have found the mine.
What makes you so sure?
Well, when they found him, the map was gone, but inside his vest was a piece of paper with his writing on it. It said, Veni, Vidi, Vici. That's Latin, meaning I was successful.
Who killed him, do they know?
Well, sure they know. Same person or persons who killed just about everybody what's ever got close to the mine.
Mr. Lonnie, you trying to scare me?
Of course not, boy. Just trying to tell you what we might be up against.
Well, me and Cracker got rifles. We can take care of ourselves.
Oh, sure. Same as that fellow last month. He come in looking for the mine. Sheriff's posse brought him out.
Dead?
Yep. Rifle bullet in him, too. Oh, yeah. There's an old dried-up century plant. Might burn.
Could be some hunter thought he's a deer, you know.
Yeah, could be. But that ain't the way folks figure it.
No?
No. Let's look over there. They figure that he was shot by the same person what's been doing the other killings.
How many is he supposed to have killed?
Oh, 50, maybe a little over.
That's quite a story. Who made it up? Newspapers?
Sheriff's office don't think it's a story. Bullet they took from him and Ruth and some of the others all come from an old-type Army rifle.
Anybody ever see whoever it is that's supposed to be doing the garden?
Well, not so they could recognize him, but there's talk. An old Indian fella named Fat Dog lives over in Mesa. He's supposed to have seen him one time.
How'd he know it wasn't just a hunter?
Well, he couldn't be sure, but what got his eye in the first place was the thing this man was carrying.
What was that?
It looked like an old U.S. cavalry saber. Troops used to chase the Apaches back up in here.
Yeah?
Well, Fat Dog, he didn't stay around after that, and he ain't been back since.
Well, how close a look did he get?
It wasn't too close, not too far neither. He could hear the spurs this fellow was wearing.
Well, I can understand a guy wearing spurs in this country, but why'd he carry a big old cavalry saber around? That doesn't make sense.
Lots of things on this mountain don't make sense.
Lonnie, you're going to start the fire so we can eat, or you're going to talk all night?
Fixing to start it now.
Hey, Cracker, you ever hear about a fellow named Ruth got killed up in here?
When was that?
31.
Over 20 years ago.
Yep. But another fella named Cravey, he had a helicopter fly him in just a couple of years back. They found him 9 months later. Same type gun did it.
Well, that don't mean the same person did it. There must be a lot of old Army rifles around in this country.
Suppose so, but both Ruth and Cravey had maps. Good ones, I reckon. And both of them were killed the same way.
You mean both of them were shot?
Well, a little more than that. They were shot through the back. Then their heads were chopped off.
Yeah?
Cracker, this place is beginning to get on my nerves.
What's he doing?
No, he's just laying there, looking up at the stars.
Got that rope on him tight?
I got it on him so tight I'm going to have trouble getting it off of him in the morning. Say, Cracker.
Yeah?
You don't think there could be anything to what he's been telling us, do you?
You crazy? He's just been trying to see if he can scare us.
Yeah, I guess so.
You go hit the sack. We got a big day ahead of us.
Yeah, I know.
Well?
Oh, nothing. Only...
What's the matter, Willis? Something been eating at you since we started up here.
Well, I think you should have asked me before you gave him a third of the mine.
I haven't given him anything.
Well, you said you would.
Have we found it yet?
Well, now, you know we ain't.
Then, so far, he's got a third of nothing, that right?
Yeah, but, well, when we find it...
If we find it, it'll change all our lives, won't it?
Well, sure.
Change his, too. Permanently. You know? See what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
You are listening to the Peralta Map, starring Mr. Raymond Burr, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
That Bake Weaver's needle?
That's it.
And from here on, we go east. Come on. According to the map, it's somewhere up in one of those box canyons.
Yeah, but which one? There's 5 or 6 of them. We got to get up high. Look down on them. All right. No, hold it, Willis. Yeah, country's getting too rough for horses. We'll leave them here and go in on foot.
All right. Let's stop and take a look.
If the map's true, it should be somewhere right below us, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Let's see the map. Mediodia East.
Southeast. Which way is it?
Off here.
Willis!
Yeah?
Can you see Weaver's Needle from where you are?
Yeah.
You be careful on that ledge, Willis.
All right, now face the north. To your right. That's it. Now hold it.
You see anything about a mile off?
Yeah. Yeah, a kind of a hill.
Got a flat top?
Yeah.
Turn to your left, easy. Yeah, that's it. Easy, that's enough.
Mine should be in a canyon right below where he's standing.
Willis, what's below you?
Huh?
What's right below you?
Canyons. There's 2 of them.
Boxes?
Yeah, both of them.
Should that be?
Uh-huh. The wrong canyon's got 3 swallows growing at the entrance to it.
Willis!
Yeah?
Willis, you got $1 million below you. You hear me? Right below you.
What?
Willis! Come back here! Willis! Crazy fool's gonna break his neck running down that ledge.
Let him.
What?
We don't need him to find the mine.
Well, you don't need me either.
Sure I do, Lowney. How'd I find my way down this mountain without you?
Ah! Willis! Willis!
Cracker! Cracker.
What happened to you?
Help me. That ledge up there. Ooh, it's all shale. It went out from under me.
Well, here, let me see.
Hey, Lonnie.
Out! Yeah, his leg's broken.
Lonnie, what do you call those funny-looking things sticking up over there?
Huh? Oh, swallows.
The mine's over behind that bluff, about another 400 or 500 yards.
Cracker, you can't think about that mine. You gotta get me out to a doctor.
Yeah, he's right, Mr. Cracker.
All the doctors I know, they say a man with broken bones shouldn't be moved.
What?
They say you should just cover him with a blanket.
Cracker, you stop talking like that.
Where's your rifle, Willis?
I dropped it back up there when I fell. Cracker, you're going to carry me out here, ain't you? Cracker? Lonnie?
We'll carry you, boy.
Well, I want to hear him say it. Go on, Cracker.
Lonnie, we got maybe 3-4 more hours of daylight. If the mine's in that canyon, it's covered with brush.
Cracker.
It'll take us at least that long to clear it away.
Cracker, look.
We can't leave him here.
Please.
We'll come back for you on our way out.
No. Don't leave me, please, Cracker. Please, huh?
I could carry him.
No, you're going to need your strength to help me. Now, let's go.
No, wait. Cracker. Look, Cracker, I'll give you my share, you hear me? Cracker, I'll give you my share, please. Please.
I'll be back for you, boy, as soon as I can.
Come on, Lonnie!
Yeah, here, you take my canteen. Now, make it last.
Cracker! Please! Cracker, please!
You find anything under these bushes? Anything that could be a sign?
Nope.
Yeah. Let's measure it off again. Supposed to be 20 paces south of the entrance to this canyon, only there's no hill there. No way for him to have put in a shaft.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh?
Could be a glory hole.
A what?
A mine don't have to angle into any hillside. Glory hole, it goes into flat ground.
Yeah? All right, I'll count off the paces again. Then we'll dig. Straight down. Come on, Lonnie. Keep on digging. What's the matter? What are you quitting for?
I'm tired, and it's dark. Can't see what I'm doing.
Moon will be up soon. I'll keep digging. Come on, dig!
Cracker, you struck wood.
Yeah, I hear it.
That's it. The door to the mine.
Sounds good to you now, don't it?
We found it.
Well, listen, old man, we're rich. You hear me? We're billionaires. You hear me, Lonnie? Billionaires! Can you see down in there?
No, too dark. Oh, I clean forgot about Willis. Don't you think we ought to get him out to a doctor?
Not till I see what's in there.
Well, would it be all right with you if I was to just take him back to where the horses are?
No.
But I could somehow get him on a horse, and then he might be able to make it back alone.
You know better than that.
Well, then let me help him. I'll come back.
No, I want to find out about this tonight. I want to be sure we've opened up the Dutchman. You go get some of that brush we cleared off. We'll set fire to it and drop it down in there.
You say so.
Then hurry it up.
All right. Who's out there? Who is it?
Lonnie?
What?
Lonnie?
Mother in heaven. Willis, boy, you...
Now, you stay right there, Lonnie.
Oh, boy, you crawled all that way.
More than that. I found my rifle now. I'm going to use it.
Now, listen, boy. We found the mine. You hear? We found it.
Is that what happened to you?
Well, he wouldn't let me go.
Are you sure? Or did you go and make a deal with him? Two of you split my share.
You know better than that. Now, let me help you.
No,
boy.
now you... Where is he?
That's the mine.
Where's that?
Over there, behind that brush.
You just call him out here. Go ahead.
Mr. Cracker? Mr. Cracker!
What's taking you so long?
Willis!
What?
Willis is out here. You want to help me carry him in?
Lonnie, what are you talking about? Where are you? Lonnie!
Mr. Cracker?
He won't answer you, Lonnie.
No, don't guess you will. Well, come on, boy. I'll get you back to our camp and go for help.
Now, you hold it.
You put your arm around my neck. That's it. Now, drop the rifle, boy.
Huh?
Just hold on to me.
All right.
That's it. Now, let's go.
Lonnie, I'm not going to forget you for this. You're a good man. There ain't many men who'd carry me out like this. You know, most of them, they'd just leave me to die and get back later and claim the mine for themselves. What's the matter? What you stopping for?
I'm going back to the mine.
For what?
Cover it up.
What?
When we get out of here, I'm going to have to tell the sheriff everything that's happened. He'll send a posse in to get Cracker's body. Now, there's no sense in them finding the mine.
No, I guess there ain't.
Because that's ours. Now, you wait here for me.
Lonnie?
Yeah?
You remember, I'm dependent on you.
Don't worry, boy. Don't worry. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Willis? Who's out there? Can't be Willis. He's too far off. Who is it? Who's there?
Suspense, in which Mr. Raymond Burr starred in William N. Robeson's production of The Peralta Map by Charles B. Smith. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Frank Lovejoy in The Outer Limit, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Burr in The Peralta Map were Stacey Harris as Willis and Junius Matthews as Lowney.
Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle, Perry Ward, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast, and the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: hate, jealousy, anger, revenge, envy, greed, and lust. And here is our distinguished star of radio, screen, and stage, Warren William.
Strange wills are stories of strange and unusual testaments, many of which, when read between the lines, bring to light stories of dramatic intensity that defy our imagination. Names, places, and time have all been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. The masterpieces of fiction pale in comparison to the stark drama found in man's last official act on earth, his last will and testament. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. But first, let's listen to a few words from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Treasure to Starboard.
This is a story of sunken treasure, of blood-red rubies, sparkling diamonds, and lustrous pearls. But these were but a part of this priceless treasure trove. There were golden statues of pagan gods encrusted with precious stones. There were amethysts, opals, and gold. 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 On the night of March 12th, in the year 1703, some 400 miles off the coast of the West Indies, the Spanish three-master Toledo was foundering in the grip of a tremendous hurricane. In his cabin, Captain Fernandez was hurriedly drafting his last will and testament. He and his crew knew that death rode the gigantic waves and that hope of survival was an improbability.
I consign my body to the elements, and my soul to the loving and tender arms of the Holy Mother, and to some valiant adventurer whose heart beats with the lust of a Midas, I give the treasure on board my ship. Our position is longitude oeste.
We're about to abandon the ship, Captain. Hurry, hurry!
No, Jose, I shall stay. Go, all of you, and may heaven protect you.
For over 200 years, men have been searching for the treasure aboard the Toledo, but not one clue was ever found until one afternoon, a young, dashing, seafaring friend of mine, Captain Paul London, called me from some little island in the West Indies.
I can't tell you more than that, John. I'm afraid of eavesdroppers. But I know I'm on the right track. Now, I'll do just as I say, and I'll expect you both here next Sunday. So long, John.
So Paul had discovered a clue to the treasure ship Toledo. Phew. It had me excited. I could see quarts of rubies, pecks of diamonds. Well, who wouldn't get excited? I lost no time in contacting the person whose name he had given me, a certain Jean Medford.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Jean Medford, please.
The name is right, but the sex is wrong, mister.
Oh, what do you mean?
I happen to be a female, a girl one, and a rather pretty one, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Medford. I had no idea when I talked with Paul.
Paul? Paul, you haven't talked with Paul London, have you?
Less than 10 minutes ago. He called me from some little town called Rosarita.
Oh, and just what has the traveling Mr. London got up his sleeve today? And by the way, I'd like to know who I'm talking to.
Of course, I'm sorry. I am John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law, and a personal friend of our mutual friend.
Oh, well, that's better. Now then, Mr. O'Connell, what does the great Paul want this time?
It's quite a large order, milady. He wants you to prepare and pack a great deal of special equipment. Now, let's see. Where's the list he gave me? Oh, here it is. Your filtered ultraviolet light machine, a quantity of hydrothiacyanic acid. Well, all the materials and gadgets one uses in the examination of questioned documents.
And after I've done all that, then what do I do, please?
Then, my dear Miss Medford, I am to take you to the airport and fly you bodily to the lair of Paul London.
Why, that's ridiculous. I simply won't be let off by the nose on any wild goose chase of his. No, I refuse. I won't go.
Paul is on the trail of a buried treasure, Miss Medford, and I can guarantee you that if you're a good girl and come peacefully, that perhaps before this is over, you can wear rubies on your nightgown and dissolve real pearls in your bath.
Rubies on my nightgown and pearls in my bath. When do we start?
Tomorrow night. I'll pick you up about 5, and then we're off to high adventure. Fasten your seatbelt, Jean. We're over Rosarita, and I don't know what kind of a field this is going to be.
Oh, gee, I'm excited. Take it easy now. No crash landing. My nerves are on edge.
So am mine. Hang on, we're going down.
I'm ready.
Well, I found this little nautical museum here quite by accident, and I ran across something that made my hair stand on end. In one of the exhibits, I found 2 pieces of evidence that sent me to the telephone and my call to John.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't keep us in suspense any longer, Paul. What's in this exhibit that makes you think you know where the Toledo lies?
Wait, John. Talk in a whisper. There are some strange-looking characters on the loose in this country. We can't be too careful. If this news ever got around...
Looking for an alibi already, Paul?
No, of course not. I'll tell you what I found. I found the water-soaked log of the Toledo. Every word has been washed out by seawater except the ship's name carved on the cover.
Ah, I'm beginning to see the light. And Jean here, with all her paraphernalia...
That's right. Modern science will let us read that log. And if the captain of the Toledo lived up to the code of the sea...
We will find the position of his ship when she went down.
Well, so far, so good.
Huh.
But how does Paul intend to get the log?
You'll leave that to my gentle but persuasive administrations. The main thing is this. I'm going to get possession of the log of the Toledo for 1 night only. Gene, I want you to set up your apparatus here in this hotel room and wait until I return.
Well, how about me, Skipper? Need any help?
No, John, I think I can handle this alone. Remember now, I'll be back in 2 hours. Have everything ready.
And supposing the handsome male lead shouldn't come back?
Well, in that event, simply fold your tent like the Arabs.
And silently steal away.
Right.
Jean worked feverishly the next hour, getting her chemicals and equipment set up for this exciting moment. And then, quite suddenly...
Will you see who it is, please, John? Don't let anyone come in.
Very well. Paul! Good heavens, you're wounded. Here, let me help you.
Paul! Oh, Paul, what happened? The log, did you...
I'm all right. Got hit in the shoulder, but I've got it. Look.
Oh, here, give it to me. John, help Paul get his shirt off. I'll get some antiseptic.
Sit down on the bed, Paul. Here. I'll rip this shirt off your shoulder. Easy now.
It's just a flesh wound, John. Don't worry about it. What worries me is the man who took the shot at me.
Did you recognize him?
No, and I got a good look at his face, too. He was blond, solid, had a German face.
You don't imagine someone else?
Well, I don't know, John, but there's that chance that someone else is as smart as I.
Bragging again, huh? Here, now, let me see that wound. Well, no bone smashed. It could have been worse. Hold still while I wash it.
Oh.
Sissy, now hold still. Now, bandage. And in 2 minutes, I'll have you ready to lick your weight in wildcats.
The way I feel just now, those wildcats would have to be about 2 days old.
Jean worked far into the night, and without success. Her ultraviolet light proved valueless. Photographs taken of the pages with infrared brought only blank negatives. All of us were frantic. Towards dawn, Jean looked up from her work.
Gentlemen, I think I'm a flop. I can't bring out a single word that's ever been written on this paper. It's hopeless, I guess. Oh, Paul. I feel terrible about letting you down.
Never mind, Jean. Don't feel too badly.
Wait a minute. Here. There's one more chance. John, get me a handful of soot out of the fireplace. Put it in this dish for me.
One handful of soot coming up.
Thank you. Now, John, come over to the table with me. Paul, you lie there and rest.
Okay, Duchess.
I'm going to plug in this special ray lamp. It throws a pinhole light. It must be parallel to the page in the log. If there's one single solitary indentation left, it'll bring it out. Now then, Mr. Barrister, out with the lights. I'll take a page at random for our experiment. Hand me the soot, please.
One order of soot. Over, easy.
You can't see this, Paul, but I'm blowing a pinch of soot over the page. Just a very fine coating. It'll work its way into any depression on the page. Now I'm letting the pinhole of light traverse across the page.
Look, Jean. I see a part of a letter forming. It makes a distinct shadow under the light. It's working. It's working.
Take it easy. It's too early to crow.
Say, if you think I'm going to lie here on the bed while you two solve the mystery of the log of the Toledo, you're both nuts.
It is working. Look. There's an S. A-Y. Oh, good. Now I'm going over to the back of the book and work forward. We've got to find the final entry. More soot, please. Lots more.
Page after page. Page after page. Our faces were drawn and haggard. And then...
Here it is. I've raised some more shadows. Oh, Paul, John. We found the last page of the log. The next few minutes will tell the story.
It looks like a number. It is. It's a 6 and a 2 after it. 62. That must be longitude. Yes, of course, longitude 62 degrees.
Here comes the rest. What is it, Jean?
It looks like a 1, but I can't be sure. And the next number is... Oh.
You will remain seated, please. Carlos, turn on the light.
Si, mi comandante.
If you would avoid personal danger, you will not attempt to interfere. You see, I am armed. Good. Now then, permit me to introduce myself. I am Herr Gustav Richter, late U-boat commander in the German Navy.
Well, were we supposed to say Heil Hitler?
The war is over, the big one. But unless you leave this island immediately, a new one will start. Because as you might know, we are both after the same thing. Now then, Carlos, you will take the book from the young lady's hands.
Si, senor.
Fraulein, the last number you are trying so hard to read. Maybe it's best if you don't find it. It will save us all a lot of trouble.
Aquí, comandante, the book.
Herr Richter, there are international rules of law governing...
Quiet. There are also local laws providing against breaking into and stealing public documents. I warn you most seriously. The treasure of the Toledo will be mine, and mine alone. If you should be foolish enough to interfere, I don't have to tell you what will happen. Thank you, and good night.
Well, of all the crazy...
Take it easy, Paul. He looks like he might be serious. Evidently, you weren't the only one who found the clue to the lost Toledo.
I can see those rubies on my nightgown walking right out of the window. And those pearls in my bath. I knew it sounded too good.
Not yet, Jean. I think that Herr Gustav Richter, late commander of the German Navy, is going to have some rough sailing ahead before he finds the sunken treasure. And by everything that's holy, we three are going to give it to him.
Part 2 of Strange Wills will continue in just a moment. And now back to Warren William and Treasure to Starboard.
For the next 3 days, the cables between our island home and New York were kept exceptionally busy. Before the end of the week, huge quantities of deep-sea diving gear were being flown into Rosarita. We tried to trace our German friend, but he couldn't be found. I felt certain that we'd meet Herr Richter again, but I hoped we'd be more than ready for him. About 2 weeks later, when the last of our equipment was delivered, we called a meeting of our augmented crew, who were hired to man our ship. Some of them were imported from the States. They wore campaign ribbons and, well, you know our sailors.
And we've got to be prepared for everything. Our ship is a floating arsenal as well as a scientific laboratory. Our treasure prize is high, and every one of us will share it if we find it. Are you ready?
You bet we are, sir. Yes, sir. We'll go.
Okay, then. We'll leave port in an hour. I'll see you all on board.
In the captain's quarters aboard our ship, Paul, Jean, and I had another meeting.
I've got it all figured out to almost a mathematical certainty. I can bring this ship within 10 miles of where the Toledo went down. The rest is pure luck.
Do you think the Jerrys know we sailed, Paul?
That I don't know, but the word will get back to Herr Richter. Don't you worry. Maybe he's already on the way. But so what?
How's he going to get there?
Maybe he has a ship. Maybe he can use his sub. I don't know that. But getting there and staying there are going to be two different things. He'll find out.
We spent 2 quiet, uneventful days sailing to our destination. If it hadn't been for the tenseness on board, I could have had a lovely time. But with diamonds, rubies, and buried treasure, and a battle in the offing, well, how could anyone hope to rest? Near the end of the second day...
Come in.
Just picked up this message, sir. It's from the SS Juniper, bound for Boston.
Thank you. SS Juniper reports sighting a strange submarine at 14 o'clock. Craft heading northeast by east. Refused to reply to radiogram. May possibly be an escaped Nazi sub. Be alert. Huh. Well, there's our answer. Herr Richter's on the way. We better be ready tomorrow when we meet him on the floor of the ocean.
We arrived at our calculated position sometime during the light and lay to. No sooner had we dropped our anchors than the crew took to the boats and began sounding operations to determine the depth of the water around us. They reported just at dawn.
Average depth from 30 to 90 fathoms, sir. We found a sharp decline about a quarter mile east. We were unable to reach bottom at that point, but our charts show this to be a part of the Great Fissure, one of the deepest points in the entire Atlantic.
Thanks, Pete. Tell the first mate that I'll go down as soon as I've had breakfast. Tell him to have the gear ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
After breakfast, Paul donned his gear and went over the side. Jean and I stood by the air pump and wondered what would happen below. Was the sub lying there? Would they locate the rotting hull of the Toledo? Would they find the treasure before us? These were anxious moments. Paul kept in constant touch through our sea phone.
Paul? Paul, can you hear me?
Still going down. Getting darker. Turning on my pressure light. Now on bottom.
Oh, John, so far so good.
Yes, Jean, so far so good.
The wreck ahead, not our ship, has 2 stacks, circling to avoid fouling airline. Reach the edge of the outer fissure, we'll follow it. Water beyond fissure very black, very deep. Try not to slip.
Oh, Paul, darling, don't talk like that or I'll make you come right up.
I'll be careful, sweetheart. Just past the shark. He sends his regards to Johnny Weissmuller.
We'll see that he doesn't send you along for a greeting card.
Oh, I see a wreck on the edge of the great fissure. An old one, covered with sand. Send down sand gun on rope.
It's coming right down, darling. Quick, he wants a sand gun sent down to him. It's on the way, Paul. Be careful now.
Going to blow a little sand away to see if I can discover the identity of the ship.
John, come here, please. Listen. Listen to the phone. Do you hear anything?
Let me listen. Paul, Paul, this is John. Listen. Come up at once. The sub is in the vicinity. We've just picked up the sound vibrations. Hurry, man. Hurry.
I feel it too, John. Just a minute more. I'm getting a piece off this old hull. I'll bring it up. Okay, I've got it. Raise away.
Start the wind. She's coming up. Hurry. Three minutes of maddening delay, and then I saw his helmet break water. As busy hands unbolted his helmet, he gave us a little net, which he held in his hand. We took it eagerly, and there it was, a piece of old, decayed wood. But on it was a small brass plate, some old, rusted fitting that had seen the ocean bottom for many a year. I gave it to Jean, and she hurried to the laboratory to take off the corrosion. Naturally, I hurried with her.
It's coming off. I can almost make it out, John. Let me see, there's an L, an O, T. Here it is, Toledo. The Toledo. We found it. We found it. Oh, John, I'm so happy. Let's hurry and tell Paul.
After Paul came out of the decompression chamber, he told us his story.
She's lying at the very edge of the fissure. We must be very careful, or it's possible that it may disappear entirely. There are tons of sand to be blown out, and then we'll know the answer.
But what about the sub, Paul? Good heavens, you don't mean to start blowing out sand with a mad German sitting alongside of you?
We have to take that chance. I think we're better equipped, and if we work fast, we can be out of here in 2 days. Even before he finds out where the Toledo is lying. Right now, we have to float a buoy over the spot and pull out of here. Maybe we can throw them off the track. We'll come back later and then go to work.
Under the cover of darkness, we crept back to our position. Paul and 2 divers went over the side to begin the hazardous task of uncovering the ship. We agreed on complete silence unless an emergency arose. I'll never forget how long that night lasted. Along about midnight, our worst fears were realized. Jean, the sub is on the prowl. Listen.
We've got to let him know. We've got to warn him.
Yes, tell him.
Paul? Can you hear me? Paul?
Can't stop the talk now. We're inside ship. They've uncovered iron chests. Hold on.
He won't listen, John. He won't. Wait a minute. John. I can't hear the sub. It stopped.
Probably gone out of range.
Treasure to starboard. Treasure to starboard. We found the treasure of the Toledo.
Did you hear, John? They found it. They found the treasure of the Toledo. Paul, answer me, Paul. Oh, John, something's gone wrong. The line is dead. Paul, answer. Are you all right? Paul!
5 interminable minutes dragged by on leaden feet. Not a sound came from Paul or from the divers down there with him. What had happened? How could we know? Then...
They came out of the escape hatch. They're surrounding.
Take this phone, John. Don't stop listening for a moment.
Jean ran the length of the ship and disappeared. Paul's position was most precarious. We couldn't drop a depth charge. We couldn't do anything to help. I kept trying to reach Paul on the phone, but the line was apparently dead. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a diving helmet disappear over the side of our ship. I looked round for Jean. She was gone. And then I realized, too late, that I gave the earphones to a sailor and ran down the deck. Who was that? Went over the side just now.
That was Miss Medford, sir. She insisted on going down.
You fool! Why did you let her do that?
Well, she said she was the only one who knew how to detonate the underwater bomb, sir.
So that was it. Little Jean Medford going down to lick the sub crew single-handed. What a fool. What a brave, glorious little fool. I prayed as I had never prayed before. Everyone aboard leaned over the side of the ship, silently, looking down into the dark blue of the water. What was happening down there? Then, 200 yards off our stern, we saw an oil slick spread on the surface. She'd done it. She'd destroyed the sub. And what of the crew? It was either surrender or death. Later, Paul told us the story.
We saw them coming at us just after we'd uncovered the treasure. They had special equipment, compressed air helmets without airlines attached. They held long steel pikes in their hands. In the glow of our lights, we could see the outline of the sub. I thought sure it was curtains, till I saw someone sneak up to the sub and drop something down the escape hatch. The explosion knocked us all flat. Then I looked around. I saw the sub roll on its side, and the Toledo, well, she'd entirely disappeared. The blast had sent it tumbling down the fissure. The treasure went with it.
And the Germans?
For all I know, they're still walking back to land.
And so ended the quest for treasure to Starboard. Jean didn't get her rubies and pearls after all, but she's still very well satisfied because shortly after we returned to the States...
And do you, Jean Medford, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband through sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, until death do you part?
I do.
Then by virtue of the authority vested in me, I pronounce you man and wife.
Darling.
Well, I did manage to get one diamond anyway, didn't I, dearest?
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you more about Treasure to Starboard. But first, here is a word from your announcer. And here again is Warren William.
Little did Captain Fernandez realize as he wrote his last will and testament in the ship's log on the night of March 12, 1703, that over 200 years later, men would still fight and die to recover the treasure that went down with him to the bottom of the sea. Will the treasure of the Toledo ever be relocated? Well, it depends on science and the brave daring of intrepid adventurers. We've managed to reach the stratosphere. Why not the unknown depths of the sea? Especially when it holds not one, but hundreds of treasures of inestimable value. Who will risk their lives to recover them? Will you? Next week, I'm going to tell you the story about a professor who believed that heredity is stronger than environment. Unfortunately, he put his nefarious belief to an actual test that involved the life of an innocent child. In order to prove his point to a doubting scientific world, the professor married a woman in whose veins coursed criminal blood for many generations. From this unholy union, a child was born to be reared as a lady. But from the very first, strange signs of bad blood cropped up in the child. What happened to her? Well, listen next week to the story we call One Shining Hour. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teloways feature produced in Hollywood.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are standing in a lonely canyon in the shadows of Superstition Mountain. While facing you, tempers ragged, guns drawn, are three men who, at your first move toward hidden treasure, will kill you.
Today, with Paul Dubov, starred as Pascal, we escape to the Arizona desert and a lost treasure of $1 million, as Ralph Bates told it in his most unusual story, When the Man Comes, Follow Him.
I was wrong. I know that now. But what good's it do? How could you tell dead men that it's all your fault and you're sorry? No matter what you tell them, they're still dead. So what's the use? It never would have happened if we hadn't got mixed up in this superstition business. We was going along fine. All the other boys in Frisco respected us, stayed out of our territory at least most of the time. That was on account of the boss, Mr. Heineman. He was too smart for them, and they knew it. Smart, and a great guy along with it. Of course, some people might call him an ordinary racketeer, but he wasn't like that. Nobody could have treated me no better. And he was cultured, too, loved music. Played the violin almost as good as this fellow, Heifetz, or whatever his name is. Why, one time he sent me clear to New York to pick up a Stradivarius he'd heard about. And I had to hang around the dealer's store for 2 weeks before I got a chance to lift it. He wouldn't have trusted a job like that to any of the rest of the boys. He trusted me more than any of them. Me, Pascal. That's how come I feel so bad about what's happened. Because he trusted me. And he had to trust somebody, you understand. Because for 15 years, the boss had been stone blind.
Come on, Pascal. Eyes, man. Give me eyes.
But it's foggy down there, boss. I can't see the bay at all, just the end of the bridge. And out toward the Golden Gate, there's nothing but just fog. I guess it's gonna rain.
What about the street below us, Pascal? What's going on down there?
Nothing. Just streetcars and taxis going up and down and a few people. Not very many. I tell you, boss, there's nothing doing at all. It's a very dull day.
All right, forget it. You can come away from the window.
Why don't you play the violin a while?
No, not today. I'm too restless. Something is going to happen, I think.
Happen? What's going to happen?
I don't know. Something. Are any of the boys here?
Brian and Daly in the next apartment playing gin rummy. You want I should call them?
No. I wonder if you know what it's like, Pascal, to live always in pitch darkness, depending on somebody else to tell you what's going on around you.
Ah, forget it, boss. You got me. I'm the eyes, you're the brain. We're doing all right.
Maybe, only sometimes I wonder...
I'll get it, boss. I'll get it. Mr. Heineman's apartment. Who? Well, I'm not sure whether Mr. Heineman...
Who is it?
Oh, I see. All right, thanks. That was the manager. Your brother's here from Phoenix.
Mark? He's downstairs?
Yeah. He's on his way up. The manager couldn't stop him. He says he looks like he's in pretty bad shape.
Ever see a desert rat that didn't?
No.
Well, so I'm to be honored by a visit from my sanctimonious brother.
I wonder what he wants.
Oh, money as usual, $300 or $400 to finance another 6 months of prospecting, and he'll repay it by telling me what an evil man I am.
I wouldn't give it to him, boss.
Why not? As long as it keeps him over there on the Arizona desert, most of the year, I can stand 1 or 2 visits from him. I can hear the elevator stopping. Better open the door.
I still say you ought to crack down on him.
Open the door. Hello, Mark.
Help
Come in.
me.
Boss, he's hurt or something.
Help me.
What is it? Eyes, Pascal. Quick.
Hasn't shaved for 4 or 5 days. He's weak, trembling. Holding on to the doorframe with his right hand, holding his chest with the other hand. I think he's been shot, boss.
Yes. Shot.
Come here.
Help
Get him
me.
inside.
Take it easy, take it easy.
Here,
I'll help you. Come on.
Over on the couch.
Okay, come on. Here we are, boss.
Easy now. There. What happened, Mark?
I had to get here. I want you to have it. So he can't.
He's out of his head.
Get Brian and Daly over here. Brian knows a lot about gunshot wounds.
All right, boss.
What happened, Mark? Who shot you?
Shot.
Connect me with 907.
Had to
Come
get
on,
here.
come on. Hello, Brian.
All that
The boss wants you
glitters
to come over
is
here right away.
all that fools. Oh, fools. Treasures of kings and princes dying.
Mark, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Dying. Had to get here. You get it instead of him. Watch out for him.
Oh, Mark.
Map. Old map and a new map.
He doesn't even make sense.
Quiet.
Look.
Eyes, Pascal. What's he doing?
He's raised up a little. He's pointing with his finger at the carpet about 4 feet away.
When you get there, watch for it. When the man comes, follow him. Understand?
Sure, Mark. When the man comes, follow him.
Yes. When the man comes, follow him.
What's he mean?
I don't know.
Follow him.
What's up, boss? Pascal said you wanted me.
Come in, Brian. This is my brother. He's been shot. See what you can do for him.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
I've got to think. What could he possibly have stumbled into?
Yeah, this happened a couple of days ago at least. Should have had a doctor right away.
He wanted to get here for some reason, but why?
Here's Daly, boss.
Hey, what's coming off in here? You're not cooking up something and leaving little Daly out of it. Ain't I in this, Mom?
Stop your barking, Daly, before I throw you a can of Strong Hot.
Don't get so smart now, Pascal. I got as much right to talk around here as you have.
I said shut up. The boss's brother is here. He's been shot. He's in bad shape.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Pascal. Matter of fact, he's about in as bad shape as he'll ever be. Boss, he's dead.
That was the start of the thing. When the doc came, he said Mark should have died 24 hours earlier. Said he stayed alive long enough to get to Frisco on sheer nerve, nothing else. Mr. Heineman, he don't say much. He let the doctor take charge of everything. There was a wallet and some other stuff in Mark's pockets. Mr. Heineman, he took it with him and went into his own room and stayed there. After a while, the other boys drifted back to their rummy game, and finally, about 10 o'clock, I went to bed. At 2 in the morning, I woke up to find Heineman shaking my arm.
Pascal, can you hear me?
What?
Pascal, come on, wake up.
Okay, boss. I'm awake. What's the matter?
I've been thinking. Got some ideas I'd like to talk about.
All right, I'm listening.
It's about Mark, the things he said. They begin to make sense.
Oh, maybe to you, but not to me.
Look, is this what I think it is?
Oh, wait a minute, boss. Let me give it some light.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a map of a mountain range, I think. There's a lot of wavy lines like they use for valleys and ridges. There's some faded writing on it, brown ink. I think it's pretty old.
60 or 70 years at least, judging by the feel of the paper. Go on, Pascal. Describe it to me.
Well, what looks like a road runs across the bottom along the base of the mountains. And there's a spot on it marked Red Hill. And there's a wavy line starts there and runs about halfway up the map. It runs past some dots marked 3 trees. And off on one side is a little drawing of a shovel with a broken handle. And it ends at another spot marked camp.
It's probably a trail.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, the camp is beside a line that looks like the edge of a ridge or a cliff. And there's some writing that says, if no answer, go down.
If no answer, go down. What else?
Well, about a third of the way to the left from the camp, there's an X marked, and it says, man lives here. Up toward the top, there's another X. That's marked Thunder Peak. And at the very top, there's the word superstition. I guess that's about all.
Good. Later, I'll have you take my finger and trace over the whole thing until I know it by heart. But this is enough to start on.
To start what on?
A search for whatever caused my brother's death. Something rather valuable, if my thinking is correct.
All right. Only, how do we go about finding it?
Mark told us how. When the man comes, follow him.
You know what it means?
Not yet.
Well, if the map's 60 years old or more, how do you figure this guy's going to be there?
Because my brother found him and followed him and then died for it. We're going to follow him, too. You and I and Bryant and Daly. We're going to Phoenix.
Boss, I think maybe it's kind of a mistake to take Daly along.
Why?
Well, because he's a double-crosser. That's why I've been trying to tell you. You can't trust him.
Don't worry. I can handle him. He's not the one who has to be watched.
Then who is? Bryant?
Let's leave it for now. Call the ticket office and get 4 reservations on the next plane out. I've got the feeling we'd better move fast.
By the next afternoon, we checked into the Hotel Westwood Ho in Phoenix and started trying to get a line on Mark Heineman's recent activities. After 2 days, we still didn't have much to go on. He'd apparently hooked up with some new partner about 6 months before and gone into the desert. No one had seen anything of him since. An old man who ran a hardware store where Mark had bought tools and supplies finally gave us the tip-off without knowing it.
You see, Mr. Heineman, your brother was one of the fellows around here who believed in the legend of the Lost Dutchman mine. I figure that's what he was really prospecting for.
And what is the Lost Dutchman mine?
Well, it's supposed to be a deposit of gold, richer than any's ever been found. A real treasure of kings.
Treasure of kings? Boss, that's what he said.
Quiet, Pascal.
Okay. According to the stories, there's supposed to be a map in existence somewhere showing the exact location of the mine, drawn by the Dutchman himself. During the last 50 years or so, a lot of prospectors have gone back into the superstitions looking for it, but none of them...
What do you mean by superstitions?
Superstition Mountains, out on the desert east of town. That's where the mine's supposed to be located.
Why are they called superstitions?
Yes, because so many fellas have gone up into them and never come back. There's supposed to be an Apache curse on anybody goes in there.
The range used to be sacred to the Indian god of thunder.
I see. And why do you think these men never came back?
Heat, thirst, got lost, snake bite. Oh, it's awful rough country, and there's no water. Then, too, there might be a kind of curse on the place at that. The double cross.
Meaning?
Well, blazing sun and a lust for gold can be a bad combination on a man's nerves. A lot of partners have come back out of those hills alone.
Double cross, huh? At least that's one curse that isn't limited to the superstitions. You find it in a lot of places. Well, we'd better go. Many thanks for your information.
Well, not at all, Mr. Heineman. Sorry I couldn't be of more help.
So that's what Mark found, a gold mine.
A rich one, maybe?
Must be. Mark was dying and he knew it, and yet all he talked about was treasure of kings. Gold, in other words. He didn't even tell us who shot him.
Maybe his partner did it.
Maybe. Pascal.
Yeah?
I want you to buy a pair of binoculars and rent a car.
Uh-huh.
We're going to drive out and try to locate that red hill this afternoon.
All right, boss.
The one thing we've got to watch out for is that curse. That's what happened to Mark.
It's only an Indian superstition.
I'm talking about the double cross. Mark wasn't the first man to die from it, and I don't think he'll be the last. Here, Pascal, let me take your arm.
I rented an Ash sedan from the garage at the hotel, and we headed out across the desert east of town. It was late afternoon before we finally found it. The only red hill on the east slope of the superstitions. Mr. Heineman told me to take the binoculars and try to locate the 3 trees that were marked on the map. I left the car, worked my way around the far side of the hill, and almost to the top before I could see the trees standing close together on the shoulder of the ridge about 6 miles away. Just the way they were shown on Mark Heineman's map. I stared up at the pale blue peaks in the distance, watched the lightning flashes from near the tops of them, and shivered a little. Finally, I turned and started back to the road. Dusk had fallen fast, like it does in the desert, and it was nearly dark when I reached the car and opened the door. Mr. Heineman was slumped over in the seat with blood running from a cut in his forehead. He was unconscious.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, Ozzie and Harriet are back on CBS, coming to you on most of these same stations every Sunday evening, just before the Jack Benny Show. You'll find them more delightful, more welcome than ever. Ozzie and Harriet's own 2 boys, Ricky and David, are now playing themselves in the CBS series. So make it a family party with Ozzie and Harriet tomorrow night. And now, with our star, Paul Dubov as Pascal, and with Herb Butterfield as Mr. Heineman, we return to the second act of Escape and... When the man comes, follow him.
Boss, come on now, wake up. You're not hurt bad. It's only a little cut in your scalp. Come on, boss. Come on.
Pascal?
Yeah, it's me. I'm here with you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Pascal. Did you see him?
No, I didn't see anybody. Who was it? What happened?
A man. Talked with a Texas draw, wearing heavy boots with hobnails. Came up on the side of the car next to the hill and poked a gun in my face. He knew who I was and that I was blind. He wanted the map.
Did he get it?
No. I put it under the floor mat when I heard him coming.
Good.
Tried to grab his gun. He slugged me. Started going through my pockets. Ran off in the rocks when he heard you coming.
Well, it's dark up there now. No good trying to follow him.
Oh, never mind. I know who he is.
Oh, did he tell you?
No, but it fits together. Mark had a partner.
This guy?
Sure. Who else could he be?
Then this is the guy who shot Mark.
I think so. I imagine there was a double cross and he got even, but... Wait. No, of course not.
What's the matter, boss?
Oh, what a fool I've been.
What do you mean?
I had it figured all along that Mark double-crossed his partner and got shot for it. It was the other way round.
Oh.
It was Mark's map. And this partner doesn't know the secret of it. He probably knows where the man lives, but 10 to 1 he doesn't know about following him. Pascal.
Yeah, boss?
Get the car started and head back for the hotel. We've got to get an outfit together and start up that trail tomorrow morning. There's no time to lose. Let's go.
At 9 o'clock the next morning, the 4 of us passed the Red Hill and started up the rocky trail that led toward the far-off heights of Thunder Peak. Brian and Daly each led 2 mules loaded with food and kegs of water, and I took care of Mr. Heineman. It was already hot, even at that time of morning, and boy, it got hotter. The line drawn on the map followed the crest of a ridge, but there wasn't really any trail. We wound around through tumble masses of rocks and boulders, climbed over cliffs and gullies, and stumbled across crumbling slopes of debris that slid away beneath our feet and crashed down into the ravine. By noon, we were stopping to rest every 10 minutes. Even the rest didn't do no good, because there wasn't any shade. By late afternoon, we'd covered only 6 miles, and we were done in. None of us had known how hot a desert sun could get. We were ready to turn back or fight one another at the least excuse.
Yeah! Yeah!
Come on. Move, you four-legged devil. It's no worse for you than it is for me.
What's the matter, Daly? Your tongue's hanging out.
Let it hang. When I get back to Frisco, I never want to see the sun again.
It's good for you.
Nuts.
It'll give you a tan. Get rid of that fish belly San Quentin complexion of yours.
How would you like to have a bullet in the stomach, Pascal?
Go ahead and draw if you feel lucky.
Pascal, Daly, that's enough now. Cut it out.
Pascal started.
I don't care who started. That's enough. We're too close to $1 million worth of gold to have the whole thing loused up because somebody lost his temper.
You said $1 million?
That's right, Brian. According to the story, that's how much the Dutchman is supposed to have dug out of the mine and hidden before he was killed by Apaches without ever getting back to bring it out.
$1 million. Boy, what a man could do with $1 million.
Not $1 million, Daly. 25% of $1 million. That's the amount of your share, you know.
Yeah, sure. I know. I was just thinking.
Hey, look. Right ahead of us. We couldn't see him on account of the ridge.
Trees! 3 trees!
Oh, boy, a little shade will sure
What's wrong? Eyes, Pascal, what is it?
The trees, boss. The ones marked on the map. Only they're dead. Been dead for years, they look like.
Yeah.
There's not a square foot of shade under all 3 of them.
Well, can't be helped. At least it means we're on the right trail. Well, it's still the easiest way I know to get $1 million. Let's push on.
Two hours later, we came across a shovel with a broken handle stuck on the top of a pile of rocks, so we knew we were still heading in the right direction. The shovel had been drawn on the map. We stopped there for the night. A while after dark, the boss heard somebody in the rocks, so we put out the fire we'd built and took turns standing guard. And later, when the moon was up, I thought I saw something moving a short way off, but I couldn't be sure. Yeah, it was a creepy feeling, thinking I was being watched, not seeing anybody. All night long, I could see the flares of lightning and hear the low thunder from the top of the shadowy peak ahead of us. Was I glad when dawn finally came and we hit that trail again. But 2 hours later, I was wishing for sundown again. It was even hotter than the day before. And on top of it, all of us were so stiff and sore we could hardly move. We cursed and sweated and stumbled through the long, blazing day. Finally, at dusk, we reached the spot marked camp on the map. It was close to the edge of a straight-walled cliff that yawned over a deep box canyon below. There were signs of campfires and burro tracks. This place had been used before. We were too tired to care. Not even bothering to unsaddle the mules, we drank from one of the kegs and dropped down in the shade of a rock ledge, not able to move any further. After about an hour, the sun slipped behind the ridges to the west and left us in the shadow. The boss got us onto our feet, put Brian to search for something to use for a fire, and told Daly to unpack the mules. He took me with him to scout along the rim of the cliff and try to find out what was meant by the words on the map. If no answer, go down. After half an hour, we found nothing, and we were ready to decide there was no way to go down that 1,000-foot rock wall when suddenly...
Oh, Pascal, that was a shot. You see anything?
No, it was back toward camp, but there's a ridge between us. I can't see a sign of any...
Come on, Pascal.
Yeah.
Take hold of my arm.
Okay.
Let's get back there fast.
Who is it? Come on, speak up or I'll shoot.
Relax, Brian. It's us.
That's Pascal and the boss. Did you see anybody?
No. What happened?
Somebody took a shot at Daly, and he got all spooked up and fired off half a clip.
It was that guy that's been following us, boss. I saw him there in the rocks not more than 100 feet away.
And you missed him, I suppose.
Well, it was dark.
Hey, what happened to the mules? They're gone.
Yeah, they stampeded when Daly fired off that gun in their ears.
That's great. We'll have a fine time packing 5 kegs of water and all the supplies on our backs.
Yeah, well...
Boss, We don't have 5 kegs of water. There's only one here.
What? I hadn't unpacked the mules yet, boss. I was going as soon as it got a little cooler.
You fool, you stupid, lazy, blundering fool.
That's what I've been telling you, boss. All the brains this dope's got.
You shut up, Pascal. One more crack and help me.
Daily, I could kill you and love it. I could stand here and pump bullets into you and love it. Do you know how long a man can live up here without water? 24 hours at the most.
But we still got 5 gallons of water. I didn't know they were going to run off. How could I...
Shut up! It's done, that's that. Go see if there's any chance of finding them. And try to keep from getting yourself shot. Better go with him, Bryant.
Okay, boss. Come on, smart boy.
If you don't find them in 20 minutes, come on back. 5 gallons of water for 4 men. It'll take us a full day to get down into that canyon and find the spot where the man lives. Another day to get back here, if we're lucky. Then 2 more days back to the road. I guess we can just barely make it.
There's only one thing, boss. There's no way to get down into that canyon.
I think I've got the answer there. At least that's one thing that shooting did. Listen. Hello! Hello!
Sure. It's an echo.
If no answer, go down.
Yeah.
I think we'll find a spot someplace along the rim of that cliff where there's no echo. When we do, I think there'll be some way to get down to the bottom. We'll try it in the morning. And one other thing, Pascal, before they come back.
Yeah, boss?
From here on, keep an eye on Bryant. I think that gold is beginning to look pretty big to him.
I think maybe you're making a mistake. I think Daly's a lot more likely to try something. He's a born double-crosser.
No. He's a fool and a coward. But Bryant's the one who's dangerous. And you do as I tell you. And watch out for him. Do you understand?
All right. Sure, boss. Whatever you say. An hour after dawn the next morning, we found a spot on the edge of the cliffs where there was no echo. Slanting downward from it was a narrow, steep crack in the wall. The 4 of us took turns packing our one last keg of water and inched our way down toward the canyon floor 1,000 feet below. We made it finally, rested, then struck out to the west following the map. Great chunks of rock lay tossed about as those giants had played there, and thorn and cactus grew everywhere among them. The sunlight curled and blistered on the surface of the boulders, and always from above us and nearer now came the sullen and ominous roll of thunder. At noon, we stumbled across the bed of the ravine, nearly missing it from being half blinded by the heat. And 3 hours later, we found the place where the man lives. It was marked by a monument built of broken rocks stacked up higher than our heads. Mr. Heinemann felt all over the surface of it with his hands and then told us he knew the meaning of the words, "When the man comes, follow him." But he said it wasn't time yet, we'd have to wait. We sat there by the pile of stones, not talking much, just waiting. 2 hours passed. I think it was Daly who noticed it first.
Look. Look there on the ground.
There's somebody here. He's behind us.
Hit the dirt!
I don't see any. So that's it.
Boys, I'm a little disappointed in you. Scared by a shadow.
Look at it. It's a shadow of that pile of rocks. Looks just like a man with a hat on holding a gun.
Yeah. The rock pile don't look like a man, but the shadow does.
Well, since he's apparently come now, I guess we'd better follow him.
Huh?
How do you mean follow him?
The sun's going down. The shadow must be getting longer, stretching out over the ground. So get going. Follow the direction it's pointing.
Yeah, boss.
Pascal will stay here with me and keep you on line.
Right.
Watch for signs of something buried, rocks laid over it, a cleared space, something of that kind.
Okay.
We're not more than a few feet from $1 million. Let's get it.
The 2 of them worked their way along through the rocks while I stood by the monument and waved them toward one side or the other. Part of the time they were out of sight behind a ledge of boulder. An army could have hidden in that broken mess and never been noticed. I kept describing everything that was happening to the boss. And about 20 minutes went by before I heard Daly shout.
We found it! Gold! It's here! We found it!
He scrambled over a ledge and came running toward us, calling out and holding something in his hand. Then about 100 feet away from us, he stopped suddenly and drew his gun.
Pascal, what is it? What's happening?
Daly's pulled a gun on us, boss. Drop it, Daly! Drop it or I'll shoot!
No, Pascal! He's here between us, you fool! He's hiding in the rocks!
All right, Daly, you asked for it.
Pascal, no!
I got him, boss. The dirty double-crosser.
You fool!
He was going to kill us, boss. He was coming at us with it. Wait. Somebody staggered out of the rocks there and fell. Somebody I never saw before.
My brother's partner, the man who's been following us.
But then Daly killed him, and I killed Daly. Boss, I thought Daly was shooting at us. I didn't know there was anybody else there.
Well, you know now. I told you to keep an eye on Bryant. What's happened to him? Pascal, where's Bryant?
Right behind you, suckers.
Look out, boss! How's he shooting, Bryant? I got him, boss. He missed me, and I got him.
Good. Only he didn't miss me.
Boss! No, boss.
Pascal, can you hear the thunder?
Yeah, sure. It's real loud.
That's funny. Same old curse. Double cross.
It's my fault, boss. I should have done like you told me and watched Bryant.
$1 million in gold for somebody else.
Don't talk like that. It's for us, for you and me. I'll get you out, boss. You're not really hit bad, you know?
Bad? I'm dying. And you too, Pascal.
What?
You're going to die too.
What? What do you mean?
The water keg. Bryant's bullet smashed it. I heard the water running out.
Huh? No.
Am I right?
Yeah. It's all gone.
It's 3 days out to the highway, Pascal. And you don't have any water. You poor devil. You don't have one single drop of water.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented Transcribed. When the Man Comes, Follow Him by Ralph Bates. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Starred as Pascal was Paul Dubov, with Herb Butterfield as Mr. Heineman. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Jeff Corey, Barney Phillips, and Junius Matthews. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week,
you are standing on the rolling deck of a pirate junk in the China Seas, and facing you is the sinister figure of the most feared man in the Orient, a general who has just doomed you to death.
Next week, we escape with an unusual story, The General Died at Dawn by Charles Booth. Be sure to tune in at the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. It's wonderful, truly amazing, how much you can get from just one radio program. The unbounded passion of the world's greatest Don Juan, the unrivaled music of the world's most eminent soloist, an unsurpassed lesson in philanthropy. Also, some of the greatest laughter you'll ever hear. For the program is The Jack Benny Show. Be sure to hear Jack Benny and his gang again Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Time over these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest news, to be followed by the Let's Pretend program over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Family Theater presents Maureen O'Hara, Stephen McNally, and Howard McNear. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, brings you Stephen McNally and Howard McNear in Edgar Allan Poe's classic, The Gold Bug. To introduce the drama, your hostess, Maureen O'Hara.
Thank you, Jean. This week, Americans are honoring the 100th anniversary of the death of one whose contributions to American letters seem destined to live forever. For in Baltimore, 100 years ago, Edgar Allan Poe died after a short and stormy span of 40 years. In tonight's tale, we bring you one of the analytical stories of Poe, which started a whole new era of modern writing. For his logical, step-by-step recreation and solution of a problem is the basis of the present-day mystery with which we are all familiar. It is a story that reflects the earlier and possibly the happier years of Poe's life. Based upon his years in the Army, when he was stationed at Fort Moultrie, South Carolina, and where he often wandered the shores of Sullivan's Island. It is this island that serves as the setting for our story, and it is my pleasure to present Stephen McNally as our narrator, Edgar, with Howard McNear as William Legrand in The Gold Bug.
Often in our work, we lawyers see the end product that results when man's senses suddenly desert him, leaving his body prey to the lashes of his emotions and his soul to an even greater scourge. And once it seemed I saw the beginning of this awful force, a force that turns man into beast, that erases from his consciousness all but the galling prods that drive him ever faster to his dreadful doom. It started that day when I returned to Sullivan's Island. It's a lonely island in the fall of the year, and never before had I experienced the chill winds as I did that October day when I returned after months spent in Charleston. My law practice being somewhat slack during the preceding week, I had decided to come down to visit once more with the master of Sullivan's Island, my friend William Legrand. Legrand I had known in older days, when he could still welcome the sight of people's faces, before he made his decision to abandon the city life that had brought him only successive disasters. Disasters provoked by the tragic strain of insanity in his family. We had been closer in those days, for he was then of more open mind. But of late I remembered only how volatile were his expressions and how capricious his moods. As I neared the hut, the sight of the smoke coming from the chimney prompted me to run, and I was soon at the door. There was no one there save me. And wherever my astonished glance fell, it encountered a riot of disorder among the usually meticulous furnishings. As I stood there, wondering whether it were the defections of Legrand or Jupiter that could have caused this neglect, I heard a welcoming voice outside and turned to await Legrand.
Edgar! Edgar! Oh, Edgar, what good luck for me. Jupiter! Come, see who's here.
It has been a long time, hasn't it, William?
Oh.
It's good to see you again, Mr. Edgar. This island has need of company.
Come, do sit down. We have much to talk about since all these months have passed between us.
I'll set the pot to boiling. Some hot tea will take the chill off this weather.
That, Jupiter, is an excellent idea.
Edgar, I would rather see you than anyone I can name. I have most extraordinary news. I found a truly rare treasure.
Some of the Captain Kidd treasure chest that every charlatan swears is buried hereabouts, or a new species of bird life, my friend?
You are much closer with your second guess, Edgar. In fact, I found a most amazing specimen today. You must look at it tomorrow.
Why must you keep me in suspense until then? Come, show me this wonder of yours.
I wish that I could, but not knowing you'll be here, I let one of the officers from the fort have it overnight. He is a naturalist, too.
Oh, but I must really return to Charleston tonight. I have a case coming up tomorrow. Why not tell me about it, and I'll come down again next week to see it for myself.
See it you must, for you'll not believe me when I tell you. Today I wandered over near the West Beach, and suddenly I thought I saw a golden glint in the sand there. I found it to be a scarabaeus, the like of which no man has ever seen.
I confess I'll never understand your fascination with these weird insects. You naturalists must all be insane.
Never say that word insane again, do you hear? It has an evil sound. It makes me...
There now. You don't need to be upset, Mr. Legrand.
Forgive me, William. I'd forgotten about your family. Believe me, I meant no harm.
Yes, but I'm sorry, but you know how distasteful my memories are to me.
Please, continue about the beetle. I don't know yet what it looked like.
I tell you, There was never one like it. Pure gold in color and heavy as a stone. And only about as big as a hickory nut.
But even I have seen yellow beetles.
Oh, not like this, I can assure you. It has two strange jet black spots near its head and another near the tail. Oh, but here, I'll sketch it for you. And we say, let's see now. I know I have some blank paper here somewhere.
Well, there's a piece sticking out of your pocket. Perhaps that would do.
Oh, is that? Oh, yes. Oh, this is the paper I used to wrap the scarabaeus in. It looks as though it were real parchment. Jupiter found it for me.
And I'll tell you again, neither of them will bring good luck. Mark my word.
Poor Jupiter seems to see specters at every hand these days. He would have had me leave the scarabaeus at the beach.
It's bad luck. You'll see it too, Mr. Edgar, once you look at that beetle.
Come, will you? Make your drawing and let me judge for myself.
Yes, I will, Elsa.
Though I must confess I've never seen Jupiter so overwrought.
Yes, now I'll draw this, and you see, there. And the dots, here and here. Now, Edgar, look at this.
This is a strange one. I never saw anything like it before, unless possibly a skull or a death's head.
A death's head, yes. Possibly the markings on it would give that appearance, but it does not really resemble one.
Perhaps so, but I fear, Legrand, you are no artist.
Edgar, I draw very well. I should at least. I've had good training, and I'm not exactly a blockhead.
Then you must be joking, for this is a very good skull. And where are the beetle's antennae?
Oh, very well. I should not have drawn it after all. And we wouldn't have gotten into this argument.
Argument, William?
You know very well what I mean. Here, I'll toss the accursed thing in the fire.
What's the matter?
What on earth is this? Well, upon my word. Well, this cannot be. You must forgive me, Edgar, but I have work to do. Jupiter, see Mr. Edgar back to Charleston. I'm sorry, but right now I must be alone.
And leave I did. For from that moment when he first glanced at the parchment he snatched from my hands, he was lost in concentration. To be honest, I was in no good humor that night. As with Jupiter, I picked my way through the darkened island to the boat landing. But by the morning, I was absorbed in my work, and so was greatly surprised when an excited Jupiter arrived at my office with an urgent request from Legrand that I return immediately to Sullivan's Island. What can be the matter with Legrand, Jupiter? He was in good health last night.
He hasn't complained of any pain, but he's sick just the same.
Is he confined to bed, then?
No, he won't sleep or rest at all. Just works at his desk, and then rushes out of the house and starts measuring things.
Measuring things? What things?
Practically anything. He just walks this way and that way, counting his footsteps and making all kinds of figures on the slate he carries.
But what can he
It's
possibly...
the bug, if you ask me. That's what it is. That old gold bug bit him.
Oh, now, really, such nonsense, Jupiter. It's probably only a fever he has contracted.
You'll see. Here, you go in alone, Mr. Edgar. I'll wait outside.
Very well, Jupiter.
Jupiter! Did you bring Edgar?
Jupiter's waiting outside, William.
Oh!
But I think the poor man fears for his life. What's happened?
Edgar, come in. I thought you would never get here. You, Jupiter, come in. You will be quite safe. Oh, Edgar, I need you here, especially if I am to further the views of fate and the gold bug.
Well, then, when am I to see this fabulous
In good
thing?
time, my friend, but first we have work to do.
Oh, here now, William. You mustn't excite yourself. Sit down and begin from the beginning.
Yes. Remember last night when I handed you the paper with my drawing on it?
Well, of course.
And now, look what happened to it.
Well, nothing has happened to it that I can see. It's the same skull-like drawing you made for me last night.
Oh, well, now, turn it over.
Oh, but this is the drawing of the beetle. I can see the antennae.
Precisely. And on the other side is the skull, brought out from the old parchment by the fire last night.
But where did it come from?
It's witchcraft, I tell you. That gold bug has an evil spell.
Remember I told you I used it to pick up the gold bug? We found it in the sand near the beetle.
Well, then the drawing must be a very old one. The parchment looks well worn.
Yes, that's true. Now, last night after you left, I heated the whole thing over the fire, and I found the message upon it.
Oh, William, there's no message here.
Oh, yes. Well, wait. You shall see. Here, let me put the paper in this pan of water, and we'll place it over the fire again. Ah, yes, you shall see.
You mean the heat will bring
Many
out
of these old parchments can be restored through the use of heat. Now, when you handled it last night, the heat from your hands combined with the temperature of the room to bring out the message.
Well, look. It's beginning to show up now. There's a picture on it. Why, it's an animal.
Ah, precisely. And what do you think it is?
Well, it looks like a goat, I believe.
Yeah, so I thought. But if you will look closer, you will see it is a kid.
So?
Oh, come. First the skull, then the picture of a kid. Now, surely you need no further clues.
So we have pirates and a goat. I fail to see any reason for your excitement. Unless you're trying to conjure up a plot worthy of a two-penny thriller.
Oh, not a goat. I have just said it was a kid. Surely you heard of Captain Kidd?
Oh, why, yes. The pirate, of course. Why, see, the picture's where the signature should be.
Ah, yes. And now look at the paper. Between the signature and the skull at the top. Ah, yes. What do you see?
Nothing yet. Now, wait a minute. Wait a bit. There are lines coming up. Why, it is a message. Look.
I know. But wait until you can read them.
No, I can see something. It's a number. And there are some more. Oh, but the whole thing is numbers.
Of course. Come, you must read them to me. Begin from the top and read across. Well, begin. This may be worth a fortune. Hurry.
188 semicolon question mark semicolon, and that's all.
That's good. Now we have it.
Have it. In heaven's name, man, what good is a page of blurred figures?
It's a message, don't you see?
Well, of course, but what message? I'm as much in the dark now as ever.
Calm yourself, Edgar. Let us approach this with logic.
Logic? What is logic is there in gold bugs, pirates, and ciphered messages? I ask you.
Obviously, the message must be in English.
Obviously. It could be in Hindustani for all these numbers that tell us.
Now, the pun on the word kid could only occur in English. So if there is a message here, it must be in that language. Now, let's try a transposition cipher first. Of course, if it's in code, the fat is really in the fire.
Well, what difference does it make whether the message is in code or cipher? Can it both be solved in the same manner?
Indeed not. A code uses a set of symbols which stand for words, a set already agreed upon by the encoder, while these ciphers, they merely substitute numbers and symbols for letters. Now, come. First, we must table them according to frequency.
Well, I can tell at a glance. The 8s are most common.
That's good. Then count them. They must be the E's.
Why, how does that hold, William?
Well, E is the most common letter in nearly any given sentence. So the 8 must be the E. And after the E comes A, O, I, D, H, etc. But we'll worry about them later. There. Now look. There is the completed message.
A good glass in the Bessop's Hostel in the Devil's Seat, 21 degrees and 13 minutes northeast. But this makes no more sense than the original. The words are there, but they mean nothing.
Ask the Goldberg. It can tell you.
Try to break it into sentences. See, in the manuscript, there are often places where the characters are run together. An uneducated man might do that as he was making sentences.
Say, that might be it. For example, the first sentence would be, a good glass in the Bessop's Hostel in the Devil's Seat. But what does that mean?
That is but one of the answers we must find, my friend. And I fear we must scour the countryside to do it.
And scour we did. For in the days that followed, Legrand and I talked to each and every soul that lived about us. At every hand, we found the same answer. The same blank stares, the same accusing glances that more than once began to convince me I had lost my sanity. Then Legrand heard of an old crone who had lived in the vicinity for more than 80 years. We found the incredibly old woman, her cracking voice making our hearts race as she strove to recall facts from generations past.
Men always come to me, and I tell them, what they wish for a price. Oh, yes, I always get a price.
Name it then, Grandmother, and let's get on with it.
Yes, you must forgive my friend. His impatience is only youth. Now, in the village, they said you knew the Bessops.
There's been no Bessops hereabouts for 50 years and more, son. And an unfriendly folk they were, too.
Oh, did they live apart from the village then, Grandmother? I've heard tell of Bessop's Hostel.
Bessop's Castle it is. You'll sleep cold tonight if you expect to stay there.
Do you mean there is a Bessop's Castle? Where is it?
I told you before, young man. Meet my price, and I'll tell you how to get to the place you seek.
Well, name your price, and it's met, Grandmother.
20 good silver dollars.
$20?
Of course, Grandmother. Here, hold out your hand.
Yes. Oh, wonderful. 18, 19, and 20. Now for this Bessop's Castle. You must first go to Sullivan's Island.
Yes?
The island, Grandmother. Where do we go on the island?
Up on the western shore of the island, you'll find a lonely pile of rocks. And there, as you go along...
What do we do now, William? This country's too barren to leave us a clue.
Look down there below us. No, to the right a bit. What do you see?
Why, it looks as though the waves had carved a chair out of the rock.
Precisely. The devil's seat, my lad. Give me the telescope.
Here it is. Now what?
Read the directions in the note. I'll use them to sight with.
It says, 21 degrees and 13 minutes.
That's good. Next.
Northeast and by north.
That's right. That's it. It brings the glass onto that tall tree.
Well, then it says main branch, 7th limb, east side. What do you see there?
There's a rift in the branches. What on earth?
Quickly, what is it, William? What do you see?
I don't exactly know, Edgar. But, I think it's another death's head.
That must be the tree, William. It towers above the others.
Yeah, we will soon find out. Jupiter, give me the spade and get ready to climb the tree. Here, take the gold bug with you.
No, sir. I don't want to be hexed up there.
Oh, what, by the gold bug? Oh, nonsense, man.
Nonsense or not, I don't want anything to do with the gold bug. It's a hex.
Well, if he's afraid of the beetle, William, why not let him go up without it?
Oh, but he can't. We will need it once he reaches the place. Yes, up the tree with him now, Jupiter. Here, I'll give you a boost, lad. That's a good lad. Keep climbing. Now, Jupiter, stop there. Stop there a moment.
What's the matter?
How many limbs below you now? Count them.
There's 5.
That's good. Go one higher, Jupiter, and sing out.
I'm there now.
Now work your way out on that limb as far as you can go. What's happened, Jupiter?
It's a skull nailed into this old wood.
But that's good. Now listen to me carefully. Find the left eye of the skull.
Yes, I've got it.
That's good. Now listen carefully. Take the gold bug and drop it through the left eye. Now drop it.
Yes, sir.
See, there it comes. Look at it clear. There it is. Quickly, mark the spot where it landed. Jupiter, get back down here now. We've more work to do.
What is the peg for, William?
Wait a minute. There. Yes, now, hand me the measuring line, Edgar. And now follow me and bring the spade. and use it with good will. For each stroke shall be a golden one. It's got to be here. My calculations must be correct.
Oh, come, Willem. Let us rest now. We can dig again tomorrow when it's light.
Oh, yes, that's it. We'll come again tomorrow. Then we will find it, I know.
Come along, Jupiter. Here, I'll help you up. Reach for my left hand.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The left one.
Oh, the other one, Jupiter, the other one. Of course. Jupiter, come here.
Yes, sir. I'm coming.
Now answer one question. And without fail, or so help me, I'll skin you alive.
Yes, sir.
And answer it immediately. Which is your left eye?
Why, it's this one.
Oh, yes. Of course, I forgot. You've always had trouble that way. Come along. Back to the tree, quickly. This game is not up yet. Now, was the skull face outward, from the limb, or towards it?
It was facing out.
And which eye did you drop it through?
Why, the left.
Oh, yes, of course. The right one. Come, we must try again. Now, quickly, hold the cord.
Oh, but it would only make a difference of an inch or two. Let's return tomorrow, William.
Oh, an inch or two, you say? Look what happens when I run the line directly from the tree through the spot where the gold bug should have fallen.
Why, it's yards to the right of where we were.
Indeed it is. And there, I'll wager we'll find our gold. So come, let us dig again. It will not take long this time. I hit it. Did you hear? The chest is there.
We found it, William.
Yes, we must have. Here. Let me hand. We must clear it away. Yes. Now, quickly slide the bolt. Then we shall see who has been man. Oh. It's there. Look at it. Here. Feel them. They're real.
Oh, there must be a fortune there in gold. And those jewels. William, we're rich. Nor did we sleep that night. For in the firelight of the cabin, we sat amazed as we counted up the pirate treasure. Through it all, Legrand chuckled and would from time to time glance at me as though I were to share in his private jest. At length, goaded by my curiosity and his laughing glance, I asked for the explanation he knew must be forthcoming. And all made excellent sense until I asked him why he had insisted Jupiter carry the gold bug when he climbed the tree to the death's head. He laughed again then. A rising laugh that made me catch my breath.
It was for your benefit, my dear Edgar, to punish you.
Punish me? Well, no doubt I deserved it, but the exact cause escapes me now.
Oh, come. Confess. Did you not doubt my sanity again?
Well, no, of course not. I was only afraid that the excitement might prove too much for you.
Oh, for my mind, you mean? You need not be tactful. You've doubted me all along. That is why the gold bug helped me. Only I understood its message. It was the gold bug who was our guide. Yes. Or perhaps you think it was, but who can tell? I ask you. Who can tell? Yes.
thank you, Stephen McNally and Howard McNear, for your splendid presentation of The Gold Bug. You know, The Gold Bug was the first story of Edgar Allan Poe that I ever read. It holds a special place in my memories, along with Tom Sawyer, Treasure Island, and all the other stories we first learned to love in grammar school days. Hearing it again on Family Theater calls back those days. The books we read, the songs we sang, the teachers we had, and the boys and girls we all knew so well. It's good that we have such memories, and it's only right that the memories should be happy ones. Especially do we have a right to have happy memories of our home life, our parents, our brothers and sisters. In fact, I'd say that parents owe it to their children to see that their childhood days are something that they will always look back to with gratitude and joy. To make better homes in America and to furnish parents with a workable, God-given formula for bringing happiness to their home, Family Theater recommends that you begin the practice of daily family prayers in your home. For you'll find it to be true that the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Stephen McNally and Howard McNear in Edgar Allan Poe's The Gold Bug, with Maureen O'Hara as your hostess. Emperor Clemmy was heard as Jupiter, with Martha Wentworth as the grandmother. This adaptation of Poe's classic was written by Arthur Sawyer, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. It was directed for Family Theater by Jaime Del Valle. These Family Theater broadcasts are made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who have so unselfishly given of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. This is Gene Baker inviting you to be with us next week at this time when your Family Theater will present Oscar Wilde's fantasy, The Happy Prince, starring Loretta Young and Vincent Price. Join us, won't you? Family Theater salutes the newspaper boys of America and reminds you that Saturday, October the 8th is National Newspaper Boys Week. Successful boys make successful men. This program came from Hollywood. This is the World Series Network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, aided and abetted by Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, the Benedarets, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. And back with us tonight, after 3 years in the Navy, Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple. Those of you who use wax polish regularly know all about how your home grows lovelier with every application. But if you've yet to discover the beauty of wax polishing, you certainly have a most pleasant surprise coming. For example, you'll really be amazed at the shining new beauty of your floors when you first wax polish them with genuine Johnson's Wax. For the very first time, perhaps, you'll appreciate the real beauty of your dining room tabletop, because Johnson's Wax brings out its beautiful natural grain and gives it a lovely mellow polish. Your chairs and sideboard and bookcase suddenly gleam with a lustrous, satiny, dry sheen. Ornaments, leather articles, picture frames are richer looking. And when Johnson Wax polished, your lovely things are wax protected against wear, dirt, and spilled things. So for a lovelier home that's easier to keep lovely, get Johnson's Wax. Paste, liquid, or cream. When Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista sent her husband to the library for some reference books on raising cinerarias, she might have known he'd come home with 2 volumes on the history of baseball, 1 on big game hunting in New Zealand, and 3 murder mysteries, one of which he is reading now, as we meet Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
You mean you didn't get me that book on cinerarias, McGee?
They didn't have one. The librarian and I spent 45 minutes looking through the list, and it didn't have a single book about cinemanariums.
Cinerarias?
Yeah, that's what I says. Cinemanariums. She asked me, what are they? And I says, flowers.
That was correct.
And then she says, how do you spell it? And I seen she had me, so I took these books and scrammed. You love these murder mysteries.
You know, one of these days I'm going to write a murder story, and it'll be autobiographical.
What you mean?
It'll be entitled, That Wasn't the Book She Wanted, and That Wasn't Sugar on His Wheaties.
Oh. Well, my gosh, when a guy runs into an ignorant librarian who don't even know a cinemastertium is...
Cineraria.
Yeah. When you run into an ignorama like that...
Ignoramus.
This was a woman. Takes a feminine suffix when used as a subjunctive.
Oh?
When you run into an ignorama like that, what can you do?
Well, now, don't expect me to read those murder stories. They give me the twitches.
Ah, Pata, you got to remember it's just fiction. Personally, I'm used to them. Boris Karloff could creep into this room right now, dragging 7 dead bodies, and I'd never...
What was that? Something just crawled across my foot. Oh, that was just my ball of yarn, dearie. Rolled off my lap.
Oh. All that effort for that. The reason I jumped was on account of this story. It's pretty gory. It's by far the best of the 3 I got.
You mean you've read all 3 of those mysteries since you got home?
Certainly. It's a cinch with my system. I just read the first 3 pages and the last 3 pages. That tells you who got killed and who done it. That's all you want to know in the first place.
That stuff in between is a shameful waste of paper, then, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose some people read all that padding. They did in this one, anyway. There's a loose page right here in the middle.
That what?
It ain't a loose page. It's a map. Somebody left a map in here.
A map of what?
I don't know. It looks like it might be a... Oh, my gosh. Molly. It's a treasure map. Look it.
Tear it up, dearie. Huh? Tear it up. With taxes the way they are, we can't afford to find any treasure.
No kidding. This is real. You see here? It says, due north from Old Mineral Well, 200 paces. Strike line from Loose Rock in Stone Wall to foot of Old Oak. Then there's a big X, and it says, treasure buried here.
Where?
Right here in Wistful Vista. I know exactly where that old mineral well is, and the stone wall, too.
Oh, but, McGee, who would bury a treasure in Wistful Vista? The only pirate who ever operated around here is Alderman McClatchy.
Well, there was plenty of stagecoach holdups around here in the old days, kiddo, and plenty of bank robberies, too. Oh, boy. Imagine me walking into the Elks tomorrow and paying my dues with a handful of uncut emeralds. Huh?
Just the same, dearie, I don't think...
Oh, no, not a word about this map, baby. This may mean life or death if the word gets out.
Compared to me, sweetheart, an oyster is positively gabby. I can close up like a General Motors sales room.
If anybody knows we're on the trail of a treasure...
Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Carstairs? Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Good afternoon, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carstairs. Just the gal I wanted to see. Look. Isn't there an old mineral well just west of your property?
Yes, but it's really on my property, Mr. McGee, and the well is no longer in use.
Run dry, Millicent?
Oh, no, but the water was only good to cure rheumatism and arthritis, and neither Mr. Carstairs nor I are troubled that way, so we had it shut off.
Oh, why don't you cut down all your trees, too? Neither of you care for robin's eggs.
Don't be rude, McGee.
Oh, that's quite all right, my dear. You see, Mr. Carstairs loves to watch our feathered friends through field glasses. He's president of the Wistful Vista Bird Watchers, and why don't people pull down their shades clubs?
Interesting hobby.
My husband has a very powerful pair of binoculars.
Mm-hmm.
Last week he saw a purple-breasted chimney lark, a fan-tailed barn jay, and 2 new nurses at the lying-in hospital.
We've just been talking about some of the local landmarks, Mrs. Carstairs, like your mineral well and the old stone wall and those big oak trees.
Oh, yes. Mr. Carstairs inherited the estate from his great-grandfather, Long John Carstairs, who was a pirate with Captain Kidd.
Hot diggity, a pirate, eh? Did he bring home any Spanish gold and stuff, Carsty, huh?
Well, so far as we've been able to ascertain, Mr. McGee, the only things he brought home were a severe case of malaria and a parrot whose language is most disturbing.
Swears, does he, Millicent?
Terribly, my dear. Although we have tried to re-educate him with some success. He now says 15 men on a dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of Pepsi-Cola.
There, they say parrots do live to be hundreds of years old, Carsty.
Yes, I'm inclined to think so myself, Mr. McGee. This parrot is always saying things in Italian like, if I may make a suggestion, Chris, why don't you call it America?
Dear, tell Millicent about the bird you had once, McGee.
You mean Sherman? Yeah, I had a strange bird once, Carsty. Crossed between a stork and a parrot. Yeah. Used to fly around town and holler down people's chimneys. What'll you have, folks, a boy or a girl? Yeah. Scared the tar out of a lot of people. You gotta go, Carsty?
Yes, I simply must be going. It's been such a cozy little chat. Good day.
You hear what she said, Molly? Carstairs' great-grandfather was a pirate. Don't that make this treasure map look reasonable?
Well, after your stork and her parrot, almost anything would look reasonable, dearie. But if the treasure's on her property, doesn't it belong to her?
No, sir. The law says finders keepers, losers weepers. It's all ours, baby. We're rich. Go order yourself a mint coat. Buy yourself some pearls, a diamond necklace.
Let's go all the way, dearie. Let's call the market and order a half a pound of butter.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the bells of St. Mary.
See, now I got a shovel, flashlight, a shovel, piece of rope, and a shovel. What else do I need to dig up a buried treasure?
Buried treasure, for one thing.
Don't you worry about that, Tootsie. The treasure will be there, all right. Hey, I know what else I need. A pick.
A what?
A pick.
Tooth, ice, or mandolin?
Plain big old Irish pick that you dig holes with. Maybe I should ought to take a black scarf, too, in case I have to put on a mask.
Why should you wear a mask?
I don't know, but digging up a buried treasure at midnight seems to call for a black mask somehow.
Why do you have to wait till midnight?
Oh, my gosh, you want the whole town in on this thing? If anybody sees us digging on Carstairs' property, they'll...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come right in.
Good evening, my dear. And how are you, Rover boy?
In the pink, Arrowsmith. I managed to stay in perfect health simply by ignoring all your advice.
He's just talking, Doctor. You know, the minute he gets a tummy ache, he loosens his belt with one hand and reaches for the phone with the other to call you.
Yes, I know. To me, his character is an open book. A cheap edition in a bad binding which should have been suppressed at the time of publication.
Horseradish. As a judge of character, you bulging bag of bedside baloney, you're a total deficit. For instance, can you look at me and deny that I will be a wealthy man in a very short time?
Now, careful, McGee, you might...
My dear boy, if you'll forgive my using the phrase, as you are neither mine, nor dear, nor a boy... I can take one look at you and say without fear of contradiction that you will be a wealthy man about the same time that I become the premier danseurs of the Monte Carlo Ballet.
Okay, Fatso, take a look at that.
It's a map of buried treasure, Doctor. Right here in Wistful Vista. McGee's going to dig it up tonight.
And if you open your big fat puss about this to a single soul, Capsule Happy, I'll personally knock you so flat you can go home in a mailing tube.
I ignore your empty threats of violence, wind tunnel, knowing that you couldn't punch your way through a damp cracker. And as for digging up a buried treasure, if you find enough Spanish doubloons to buy yourself a plate of tamales, I'll throw myself under the wheels of a passing roller skate. However, good luck with it, tumbleweed.
That old septic. He'll look pretty silly when I pay his bill with a rope of pearls. What time is it?
Oh, it's early yet, dearie. About 8 o'clock.
My gosh, don't the time drag, though. I'm just itching to get busy with that pick and shovel. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you'd better do the digging while I stand guard with a shotgun. We might get hijacked out of the treasure.
You're sweet to do the dangerous work while I have all the fun, dearie. But you better do the digging because...
Hello, folks. Mind if I come in?
Mind if I come in, he says. That's like lightning saying, do you mind if I strike you? You are in, Junior.
And very welcome, too, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Molly. What's the shovel and stuff for, Mac? If you're planning on digging for fishworms, I can tell you right now the ground is harder than a landlord's heart.
Can you keep a secret, Junie?
Pal, I am as close-mouthed as an Armenian's purse. What cooks?
Shall I tell him, dearie?
Sure, go ahead. And if you pop off about this thing, son, I'll give you the bus driver's curse.
What's the bus driver's curse?
May you stand on the windy corner and stand and stand and stand while the sleet drives up your pant legs and your nickels freeze in your hand.
That's a fairly vicious thought, sweetheart. Just take a look at this map, Mr. Wilcox. It's a treasure map, and himself here is going to dig it up tonight.
You want to go along, Junior? Glad to buy a couple of hours of your time, if you don't mind being paid off in diamonds and rubies.
No, thanks, Mac. As a matter of fact, I'm going on a little treasure hunt tonight myself.
What?
You are?
Yep. Don't say anything about this, but do you remember when the Limited was held up just outside of town 5 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, my gosh, yes.
Well, look, we think we know where the robbers hid the loot.
Huh?
And among it is 100 containers of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Heavens, days, why should anybody steal that? You can buy it almost any place.
Yes, but with the war just starting, these bandits thought glow coat would become hard to get, you see, and housewives would pay almost any price for it.
Now, look, Waxy, that's a pretty far-fetched...
And it might have happened, too. Imagine how desperate women might have gotten, seeing their kitchen linoleum getting worn and faded, making their housework mere drudgery, and their homes look shabby and uncared for.
Yeah, but what that got to do...
They didn't realize they'd still be able to get their Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and keep their kitchen sparkling and fresh as always.
Yeah, but what that got to
Making
do...
housework... Because a glow-coated linoleum is so easy to keep clean, lasts so much longer, and gives that proof of immaculate housekeeping.
Yeah.
Say, are you sure this treasure map is authentic?
Well, McGee thinks it is, Mr. Wilcox. He thinks it's an old pirate map.
Well, if you've got time, I could show it to my cousin, Big Peg-Leg Wilcox. He used to be a pirate.
Gee, really, Junior? On the Spanish Main?
No, in Pittsburgh. He played third base. Let me know if you want him to check it for you. So long now.
McGee, did you ever stop to realize that Mr. Wilcox almost always mentions Johnson's glow coat or Johnson's wax?
Mentions it? He beat you over the skull with it. That guy's about as subtle as a garlic sandwich. Hey, remind me to wear my basketball shoes tonight. I want to walk pretty quiet. You know where they are, my basketball shoes?
You told me to give them away, dearie.
Hmm?
You said the shoemaker had resoled them with truck rubber and you kept walking through puddles and splashing people.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I'll wear my bowling shoes. They got rubber soles.
Come in. Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. I'm glad to see you. Come on in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. I was just passing by on my evening constitutional, and I thought I'd... well, what's this? Going to sink a well, McGee? Or going out to dig for buried treasure? Did I say something wrong?
No, you just hit the nail on the cuticle, Your Honor.
You guessed it, so I might as well tell you, Latriv. We are going to dig up some buried treasure.
No.
Yes.
Indeed. Here's the map, Mr. Mayor, see?
Well, this is an interesting document. Ever done any treasure hunting before, McGee?
Nope.
I have.
You have, Mrs. McGee?
When, Molly?
Every time you get through taking a nap on the Davenport.
Huh?
I've dug under the cushions and come up with as much as 64 cents.
Well, give it to me.
I had an interesting experience with that sort of thing once when I lived in New Orleans. I had a little catboat and I used to sail through the bayou.
Take her with you all the time, Latrivia?
Take whom?
Your cat.
I didn't have a cat.
What's the idea of having a catboat, then? Passenger boats carry passengers. Cattle boats carry cattle. Don't catboats carry cats?
Not necessarily, McGee. A catboat is merely a small sailboat.
Well, just the same, it was a little selfish of you not to take her along with you, Mr. Mayor. Even as maybe just a mascot.
I tell you, I didn't have any... All right. I had a cat. It was her boat. She went with me every place. Now, may I tell my story?
Sure, Latrivia. Don't let us interrupt.
Thank you. Well, one day I left my little home in New Orleans, a Creole colonial house as I remember it.
What's Creole colonial, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it's a rather graceful variation of the Charleston colonial, Mrs. McGee. Narrow pillars, green shutters, high stoop.
Hi, Latrivia.
How have you been?
Fine, and you?
Splendid. Nice to have seen you again. Good day.
And here are the King's Men singing Hubba Hubba Hubba.
It's always fair weather when hepcats get together, and every time they meet, here's the way you'll hear them creep. Hubba hubba hubba, hello Jack. Hubba hubba hubba, I just got back. Hubba hubba hubba, shoot the breeze. Oh, whatever happened to the Japanese? Hubba hubba hubba, ain't you heard? Hubba hubba hubba, I got the word. I got it from a guy who's in the know. It was mighty smoky over Tokyo. A friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck. As he flew away, he was heard to say, hubba 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 yuck yuck. Well, I got another mission. It's okay, and with your kind permission, I'll just say, hubba 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 on my way, and I'll dig you later in the USA. Hubba hubba hubba, just got in. Hubba hubba hubba, give me some skin. You're looking mighty pretty, curly locks. You're the gravel Gertie of the Bobby socks. Yakety 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 yakety, you talk big. So you're the fresh tomato I can't dig. Let's have a heart to heart, then you'll decide that I'm a guy really on the solid side. Knock me flat, you're the kind of a cat makes me want to blow my top. When I feel this way, I can only say, hubba hubba hubba, mop mop. Glad we got together, you and I. You're really put together, that's no lie. If you want to date me, that's okay. Just dig me later in the USA.
Isn't it almost time for us to get going, McGee?
We'll give it another few minutes. Give old man Carstairs time to get good and sound asleep.
Say, are you sure this isn't stealing, dearie? Digging up a buried treasure on somebody else's property?
Why, certainly it ain't stealing. Buried treasure don't belong to anybody till somebody finds it. And that's me. Now then, have we got everything? Shotgun, rope, shovel, pick, shovel, map, shovel.
Who could that be at this late hour?
Search me. Come in.
Well, for goodness sake.
Wallace Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Well,
My, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Wimple.
it sure is, Wimp. We didn't know when you'd get in, or we'd have met you at the station.
Oh, my wife, Sweetie Face, was there, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
And you should have seen our reunion.
Pretty emotional, was it?
Yes. She really tugged at my heart.
Did she really?
Yes, but I was lucky. It didn't come loose.
Incidentally, Wimp, what were you in the Navy?
Homesick.
Now, he means what was your title, or rank, or rating, or whatever you call it?
Well, you know what they call a sad sack in the Army?
Sure.
Well, in the Navy, I was known as the droopy ditty bag. You see, I was a physical instructor.
You, a physical instructor?
Oh, my stars, yes, Mrs. McGee. I taught boxing and jiu-jitsu and judo and wrestling and knife fighting and everything. And you know what I'm going to do if Sweetie Face starts picking on me again?
What, Wimp?
Hide under the porch.
Ah, you poor lad. I don't suppose it was a very happy homecoming, was it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. McGee, but it was certainly amusing. The minute Sweetie Face saw me, she just grabbed me up in her arms and started waving my legs up and down.
Why, what was that for?
Then she threw me down very disgusted and said, "What do they mean, bell-bottom trousers? They don't make a sound."
Well, I don't like to be personal, Mr. Wimple, but don't you ever get tired of such treatment? Isn't the worm, if you'll pardon the expression, ever going to turn?
Well, yes, I suppose so, one of these days, Mrs. McGee. But I'm really very fond of Sweetie Face. She went for a little ride in the car tonight, and I locked all the windows shut so she wouldn't get cold.
My gosh, Wimp, that's a dangerous thing to do. With no ventilation, she might get knocked out with carbon monoxide.
Yes.
Nice to see you. Good night, folks.
Poor little Mr. Wimple. What a life he leads.
I don't know how the Navy's going to get along without him, but I'll bet it wants to. Well, we better get going, kiddo. Now, you bring the pick and shovel and the rope, that stuff. I'll carry the flashlight on account of I know the way better.
Say, hadn't I better bring the piano, too, in case you get tired and want to lean on something?
No, I can use a tree. You all set? Let's go?
Making any progress, McGee?
Not much. Wilcox was right. The terror is really firmer tonight. What I ought to do is build a fire and soften the ground up.
Somebody'd see it, dearie. And goodness knows I'm nervous enough about being on Carstairs' property like this.
I'll calm her down with a handful of rubies as soon as I get this treasure dug up.
McGee.
Huh?
I think I hear somebody coming.
Yeah, it's probably just some little animal. This ground is frozen so hard the rabbits sound like tap dancers.
Mr. McGee. Mrs. McGee, may I ask what's going on here?
Heavenly days, Millicent.
My gosh, Carsty.
Will you please explain, if possible, why you are trespassing on my property?
Well, you see, Millicent, McGee found a treasure map in the library book.
Yeah, and I was going to split with you when I got the treasure dug up, Carsty. Yeah. A frail little woman like you wouldn't want to do any actual digging.
Let me see your map, Mr. McGee.
Okay. Turn the flashlight on my face, Molly.
No, she needs the treasure map.
Here, Carsty. You see? It says due north from Old Mineral Well.
I know very well what it says, Mr. McGee. Huh? I made this map myself several months ago and mislaid it. It was to help me remember where to put the flowers.
Flowers?
Ah, but look. It says treasure buried here.
Of course. Treasure was the name of my pet turtle.
Oh, sure.
He ate a firefly last October and died of heartburn.
Heavenly days. What are you looking at, McGee?
The audience. Ain't this ridiculous?
I have only one regret about Johnson's Glow Coat, said a woman to me the other day. I regret I didn't begin to use it sooner. It really annoys me to think what lovely-looking linoleum and other floors I could have had all these years with so little work. Well, now, of course, we're always pleased to get compliments like that about Glow Coat, and as a matter of fact, we think they're well-deserved. It's really so easy to keep your floors beautiful and protected, too, with Johnson's Glow Coat. First, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself. And second, because spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy from a Glow Coat protected floor. The tough film of Glow Coat saves the surface underneath from wear, protects it from dirt and moisture. In fact, its regular use adds greatly to the life of your linoleum and other floor surfaces. Ask your dealer for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
I just heard the old-timers getting out of the Navy next week.
My goodness.
Uh-huh.
How did an old man like him stay in the Navy this long?
He was the old salt they couldn't shake.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Why let a song be a style you'll skip? Shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, you'll spit. Shampoo.
Hair that's dreamy soft, shining as though it had been brushed and brushed and brushed. That's the way your hair will be when you use Fitch's new cream shampoo. For Fitch thoroughly cleanses the heaviest or finest hair, leaves it smooth and glistening with romantic highlights. Fitch cream shampoo is made with 2 beneficial beauty aids, purified lanolin and the finest olive oil. Lanolin is used to soften the hair. Olive oil is used to bring out sparkling highlights. A small dab of Fitch cream shampoo whips into hands full of double rich lather. Then to rinse, a swish of plain water and every bubble of suds is gone. Fitch cream shampoo is economical, too. Compare the size of the jar. Compare its low cost. At drug or toilet goods counters, buy Fitch cream shampoo for softer, shinier hair.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch Shampoo, presents the Fitch Bandwagon, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliott Lewis, Walter Tetley, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Robert North, Walter Scharf in his music, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Today, as we look in on the Harris home, we find Alice and Phil discussing their children.
You know, Phil, we're lucky to have two wonderful children like Alice and Phyllis.
Sure.
I don't like to brag, but I think our girls are very pretty.
And why shouldn't they be? After all, they have a very beautiful mother. And the same thing might be said about their father. You know, honey, I'm sure proud of our girls, but, I'd like to have a couple of boys.
I would, too.
I'd like to have a large family.
Oh, I'd love it.
I'd like to raise about 10.
I pass. Before we think about others, let's worry about raising the two we have. We want them to have a good education. You know, when they grow up, I'd like to send them to a good Eastern college like Smith or Vassar or...
Hold it. My kids ain't going to no Yankee college. My kids are going to go to the University of Tennessee.
Well, why Tennessee?
Because I'm an alumnum of that college. I wouldn't think of sending them anyplace else but to my ultimatum.
Phil, you went to the University of Tennessee?
Well, no, Well, I couldn't go because of one silly rule the college had.
And what was that?
You had to have a high school education. Look, honey, we'll ask the kids when they grow up where they'd like to go. By the way, where are they? I'd like to say...
Hello, Mommy. Hello, Daddy.
Alice, what on earth happened to you?
Yeah, you're all wet and covered with mud.
Phyllis and I are playing with the boys next door. They're pirates, and I was the captured princess, and they made me walk the plank.
Oh, no. Did Phyllis have to walk the plank, too?
No.
Well, thank goodness.
She's the captured queen, and they're going to hang her from the highest yardarm.
Hang her? Oh, I gotta stop this.
It's only make-believe, Daddy.
All the things these kids do. Oh, I hope I'm not too late. Stop it, kids! Stop it!
All right, men, tie her up. Unhand me, you bad pirate. You can't treat a queen like this.
Quiet, you wrench. Have you got her tied, Long John?
Aye, aye, Captain Kidd. What now?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, the next thing we gotta do is draw and quarter her.
What's that mean?
I don't know, but let's do it anyway. Look alive, lads.
Stop that now, do you hear me? Now, you kids, stop that.
Here comes old Killjoy.
Phyllis, are you all right?
Yes, Daddy.
Well, thank goodness I'm not too late. Heaven knows what would have happened if I hadn't have gotten here in the nick of time to save my little girl from the hands of these villains.
Thank you, Flash Gordon. Why don't you leave us alone, Mr. Harris? We're only making believe.
Yeah, if you want to play pirate, go find your own girl to hang.
Phil, is everything all right? Oh, Phyllis, look at you. You're dirtier than your sister. You boys ought to be ashamed of yourselves treating a little girl like this.
We were just playing. Johnny wouldn't hurt me, Mommy. He's my boyfriend. We're going to be married.
Oh, well, if you're going to be married, don't you think you'd better go inside and wash up for the occasion? Come along, Phyllis.
So, you're going to marry my daughter, eh, son?
I didn't say it, she did. That's the trouble with little girls. All they think about is getting married.
I got news for you, son. That's all the big girls think about. Hey, look, kids. You better go now before you get into mischief. Look, I don't mind you fellas playing, but you can't be rough with little girls. You see, little girls are... Hey, Bruce, I'm talking to you. What are you doing with that shovel?
I'm digging. We have a pirate map that says there's buried treasure here.
Yeah, we struck something before that felt like a chest, but the earth caved in on it again.
Yeah. All right, look, come on, drop the shovel and go home. Now, you know you shouldn't be digging up other people's property.
All right. Gee, there's probably a buried fortune here in pieces of 8 and Spanish doubloons.
The fortune here. These kids. Yeah, they're wonderful with their imaginations. Hey, look. They left their map. Let's see, it says, Spanish treasure chest buried here. Buried here? Ridiculous. Of course, the pirates did bury treasure in unlikely places. Could it be possible that... Nah. The things these kids dream up. Wonder how deep I got to dig. Oh, man, this shoveling is back-breaking work. I should have let those kids dig a little deeper before I chased them. I know it's not here, but just in case...
Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hiya, Frankie.
What are you doing?
Digging?
What for?
Pirate treasure?
Well, yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum.
Look, Frankie, I'm serious. I got a map that says there's pirate treasure buried here. Pieces of 8 Irish Dublins. There's a king's ransom right here.
Oh, Curly, your bobby pins must be pressing against your little brain.
Look, Frankie, there's enough treasure here for both of us. Now cut out the kid, and I'll cut you in if you'll help me dig.
It's a deal, Captain Lafitte. Hold my cutlass while I run up the Jolly Roger.
All right. So you don't believe it. It's possible, you know. These kids were digging in this hole, and they struck a chest just now. But if you're not interested, run along. But just remember, if you don't help me dig, I'll keep the whole treasure for myself.
Go ahead. You don't think I'm stupid enough to get in that hole and help you dig for a pirate chest, do you?
You don't have to. I'll do my own. Uh-oh. Hey, my shovel just struck metal. I found it, Frankie. I'm rich. Well,
you don't have to yell. I'm right here in the hole with you digging. Let me at it, Curly. I can pull it up now.
Okay. Is it a chest?
No.
Huh?
Looks like an Indian relic. It's a round silver plaque with a picture of an Indian on it. It's got some writing on it.
Oh, boy, this is terrific. Not only is there pirate treasure buried here, but also Indian treasure. Frankie, come on, rub it off.
Yeah.
Rub the dirt off. What is it? What does it say?
Pontiac. It's an old hubcap. What do we do with a hubcap?
Dig a little deeper. If we find the rest of the car, we can sell it to Honest John and make a fortune.
Hey, Curly, there ain't nothing here.
I just happen to have a map that says there is. Now, we just haven't dug deep enough yet. Look, I got a couple of pickaxes in the garage. Let's go get them, and then we can dig this thing up in no time.
Okay.
Oh, man. Why, Frankie, they might be millions here.
Yeah.
Sure, the things I'm going to do when I get my hands on that dough.
I hope the money doesn't go to your head, Curly.
Perish the thought. Wouldn't change me a bit. I'll spend it on necessities. First, I'll get a 60-room mansion.
Yeah. That's something nobody should be without.
My family's going to live in style, Frankie. I'm going to have butlers, maids, chauffeurs, and 6 gardeners.
What do you need 6 gardeners for?
2 to water the front lawn, 2 to water the back lawn, and 2 who'll do nothing but stand around and water each other. I'm going to have everything.
Yeah. Including a high water bill and 2 waterlogged gardeners. I'm going to be a little more practical with my half. I'm going to bet it on all the horses.
Wait a minute. Hold it. Bet it on all the horses. That's just like you. You ought to have better sense. Don't go gambling your money away. All you can do that way is to get into trouble. Remember what happened to Trigger Jackson?
Something happened to him?
Something happened to him? Hold my shovel. Now, Trigger Jackson was a gambling cub who joined the Uptown Social Club where shoot and dash was everybody's whim. But every time he rolled the dice, he found those dice as cold as ice. It seems they favored everyone but him. Then Trigger stopped the game and said, I'm not the doubting kind, but there's a slight suspicion that keeps running through my mind. Somehow it don't seem natural you make points with so much ease when all I throw is boxcars and a flock of 2s and 3s. And furthermore, I'm stating I don't like the dice you use. I notice one is all 5s and the other one is 2s. I hope the situation's clear to everyone in the room. And now if we all is agreed, suppose that we resume loaded pistol and loaded dice. Take my warning or pay the price, 'cause it ain't healthy to try it twice. Loaded pistol and loaded dice. Now Trigger's luck was getting worse, and soon he had an empty purse, so he stooped and turned his back upon the crowd. He went down in his shoe for 10, he shot the works and lost again, and then he rose and spoke in accents loud. Now what I got to say to you all is final, 'cause we ain't putting this to no vote. Now there's something in my craw, and it's coming out, quote. Now, when it comes your shot, make them ivories bounce about, and I ask you very kindly, leave them tops and bottoms out. Now, just let me hear them cackle. I want to hear them moan and chime, and don't forget to shoot with only one pair at a time. Now, here's something else that I'm going to tell you, one and all. Now, when you throw them dice, make them bounce against the wall. Now, that's all for this evening, but I want that dough I lost to you. I want the $8 from my pocket and the $10 from my shoe. And now that I'm about to go, brothers, I leave you with this advice. You can't beat a loaded pistol with a pair of loaded dice. Loaded pistol and loaded dice. Take my warning or pay the price, 'cause it ain't healthy to try it twice. Loaded pistol and loaded dice. How was that, Frankie?
I'd rather have heard a commercial. Come on now, grab a pickaxe and let's get started.
Wait a minute, Frankie, wait a minute. Before we go any further, What? I want to go in and tell Alice all about this treasure.
Why cut her in? If we split this just between the two of us, it'll make you independently wealthy. With your half of the pirate treasure, you'll have as much money as Alice.
Are you kidding? No pirate ever had that kind of dough.
Now, look, Curly, we got to keep this a secret between us. We'll write a pact. And just to make it binding, we'll sign it in blood.
All right, we'll keep... Wait a minute. Whose blood?
Yours is a nice shade.
Now, look, Frankie, mine wouldn't show up well. You see, it's too white from drinking so much milk.
Milk?
Yeah, milk. You know, that no-talent liquid. Look, we're friends, Frankie. Don't go into all that. We can trust each other. We don't have to sign no pact.
Oh, Phil, where are you? What are you doing, Phil?
Oh, here comes the Gestapo. Now she'll want to know what's going on. Don't answer her. Come on, we'll sneak over to the hole and start digging.
But, Frankie, I gotta tell her.
Shh, not so loud. She'll hear you and come over and start asking questions. You know how nosy women are?
Alice ain't nosy. She doesn't care what's going on.
All right. Here, now, where were we digging, Curly?
Right here, Frankie.
What are we digging for, fellas?
Alice, what on earth are you doing sneaking up on us?
She doesn't care what's going on as long as she knows about it.
What did you say you were digging for, Phil?
Digging? Oh, digging, yeah. Well,
I know. You're starting a vegetable garden.
Yeah, a vegetable garden, that's it. Hey, how'd you ever guess?
Yeah, Curly and I didn't mention it to a soul, including each other.
Now, where did you ever get the idea to start a garden, Phil?
Well,
I know. You heard my brother William talking about the one he planted at his house.
Yeah, that's it. Good old Willie, he gave you the idea.
What are you planting, Phil?
Well, that is...
Let her keep talking, Curly. She'll answer it herself.
Why don't you ask William what to plant? He's had great success with his garden. His strawberries are up. His vegetables are starting to come. Oh, there's William now. I wonder what's wrong. He looks so upset. Hello, William.
Oh, Alice, something terrible has happened. Guess what? I have cutworms in my rutabagas.
Darndest way to start a conversation I ever heard.
Completely ruined my... Oh! Good morning, Philip.
Every morning I got to get that. Look, would you mind repeating that last crack? You got what's this in your who's this?
I have cutworms in my rutabagas, and I don't know what to do about it.
Oh, that. Oh, well, that's very simple. Have you tried Malbin on your Krudelbein?
What's Krudelbein?
You figured out. I'm still working on rutabagas.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, William. Phil and Frankie are planning a new spring garden. Perhaps you can give them a few pointers, huh?
Why, I'll be glad to. I'll even help them with their digging. I'll just take this shovel.
Drop that shovel. We don't need your help.
But, Philip, I'd be of great assistance. I don't like to brag, but I have a way with vegetables. I can make anything grow.
Thank you, Vigoro. Now, look, Willie, will you beat it? Please leave us alone. Just go away for a minute, will you?
Philip, I think you're being very rude. All I want to do is help you. Now you're shouting at me. When you do things like that, you upset me just terribly.
Well, just calm down, Willie. Just calm down and take... Alice, take Junior in the house and whip him up a bowl of piping hot pablum.
Leave him alone, Phil. Come on, William. Let them dig. We'll go in the house, and while you're drinking your pablum, I want you to hear the song I'm going to sing Sunday. Do you mind? You turned the tables on me, and now I'm falling for you. You turned the tables on me. I can't believe that it's true. I always thought when you brought the lovely presents you bought, why hadn't you brought me more? But now if you come, I'd welcome anything from the 5 and 10 cent store. You used to call me the top. You put me up on a throne. You let me fall with a drop. And now I'm out on my own. But after thinking it over and over, I got what was coming to me. Just like the sting of a bee, you turned the tables on me.
You turned the tables on me, and now I'm falling for you. The tables were turned. I can't believe it, it's true.
I always thought when you brought the lovely presents you bought, why hadn't you brought me more? But now if you'd come, I'd welcome anything from the 5 and 10 cent store.
You used to call me the top.
You put me up on a throne.
You let me fall with a drop.
And now I'm out on my own. But after thinking it over and over, I got what was coming to me. Just like the sting of a bee, you turned the tables on me.
Hey, Curly, how much deeper do we have to dig? We're down over our heads now. There's no sign of a treasure.
Be patient, will you? Rum wasn't built in a day. Now, the map says it's... Hey, Frankie. Huh? Hey, look. Look, the earth's caving in here. It's a hole.
Yeah. Looks like the entrance to a tunnel. We're on the right track, Curly. The treasure's probably at the other end of the tunnel. Let's go get it.
Hey, is there somebody down this hole?
Shh, hold it. Wait a minute, Frankie.
What?
Wait a minute. I think I heard somebody up above. Now, give me a boost up and I'll see who it is.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Just lift me high enough so I can just see who's over the edge. I don't want him to see.
Yeah,
Hold
okay.
it a little higher.
Yeah.
Up a little bit.
Yeah.
Right there.
Well, what do you know? A curly-headed gopher.
Listen, Julius, I ain't no gopher. It's me.
Gee, the darndest things come out of the ground this time of year. What are you doing down there? Did somebody plow you under?
Don't be a wise guy. I dug this hole.
Ah, doing away with somebody, Mac? What have you got in that hole?
Mr. Remley.
A very wise choice.
Listen, kid, I didn't do away with nobody. Mr. Remley's helping me dig this hole, and now beat it.
What are you digging for?
What? If you must know, we're starting a cemetery, and we'd like you for our first customer.
Yeah, come on down, kid. I want to measure you.
Come on, you guys can't scare me. If you don't want me around or leaving, you can keep digging.
Well, that's better. Beat it.
By the way, when you get down deep enough, you'll meet a guy with a pitchfork. Be nice to him, fellas. Someday he's going to be a landlord. So long.
Landlord, I own this place.
He didn't know that.
All the darn interruptions. Look, Frankie, there's too many people around.
Yeah, somebody's going to find out what we're up to. I get an idea, Curly. Let's meet here tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock when nobody's awake yet.
Hey, that is a good idea, Remley.
Sure.
Look, I'll meet you here in the tunnel at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, remember, we rendezvous at 5 and not before.
Yeah. See you tomorrow morning.
Hold it. Wait a minute.
What?
You wouldn't think of sneaking back alone before 5, would you?
Nah. What's the matter, Curly? Don't you trust me?
Nah. Now, look, Remley, remember 5 and not before.
5.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, and bring a pickaxe, a lantern, and a shovel.
Well, I got the pickaxe, the lantern, and the shovel. I wonder where Curly is. Supposed to meet me here in the tunnel at 5 o'clock. I wonder why he isn't here. Maybe it's because it's only midnight and I'm a little early. Oh, well, I've given him his chance. I can't wait all night for him. I'll look for the treasure myself. Uh-oh, somebody's coming. If that's Curly, he'll kill me. I better hide behind that boulder.
I could have sworn I heard a noise when I entered the tunnel. Must have been an echo. Then again, maybe it wasn't an echo. I'll soon find out. Hello there.
Hello there.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Are you an echo?
Are you an echo?
No, I'm not an echo.
Well, I am.
You do something. Come out of that hole.
You calling me my bosom pal?
Yeah, and what are you doing up so early, pal? And it's only midnight, bosom.
Midnight? Oh, dear, it's the witching hour. I'd better get back to my fireplace before I turn into a pumpkin.
Come back here. Cinderella. Frankie, you double-crossed me.
Look, Curly. As long as we're both here, let's not argue. I think I discovered something at the end of the tunnel here. Look up above you.
Yeah. Hey, Remley. That looks like a trap door.
Sure.
Well, hand me that pickaxe and I'll break it open.
Okay. Don't make so much noise, Curly.
Well, I gotta get it open.
Right.
Hey, there, I got it. Now to lift myself up. Hey, give me a hand, Frankie. Get me up there. Now give me your hand and I'll lift you up, too.
Okay, but keep your voice low. We don't want Alice down here. Here. Hey, it's kind of damp and dark in this place. I wonder where we are.
You're in your own cellar.
Phil and Alice will be back in just a moment. Dandruff is inexcusable. Yes, dandruff is inexcusable because all dandruff can be removed with one application of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Leading medical authorities say there are two kinds of dandruff. One is loose and flaky. It's the unsightly kind other people see. The second type clings to the scalp. It's the invisible, irritating kind you can feel. No other shampoo but Fitch is guaranteed to remove both kinds of dandruff completely.
So be free of unsightly dandruff. Be free of invisible, irritating dandruff. Yes, be free of all embarrassing dandruff with Fitch.
Fitch is the only shampoo made that's guaranteed to remove dandruff with the first application. And the Fitch guarantee is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms.
Remember, dandruff is inexcusable. So to remove your dandruff, switch to Fitch. Use it regularly each week. At drug counters, barber and beauty shops, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
But, Alice, how was I supposed to know that old trap door in the cellar led to the tunnel? And why didn't you tell me the kids cut that pirate map out of the Sunday funnies?
Well, you didn't ask me. Oh, Phil, how could you and Frankie be so childish?
Oh, honey, leave me alone. I feel bad enough. I thought I was going to discover a fortune, and now I ain't got nothing. Gee whiz. I was counting on that money.
Oh, if it's money you're after, Phil, just say the word and I'll let you have as much as you want.
Darling.
Sorry, that ain't the word. Good night, Philzy.
Tune in next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program was directed by Paul Phillips. Alice Faye appears to the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. The part of Frankie was played by Elliott Lewis.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style, use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
Girls, for softer, shinier hair, use Fitch's new cream shampoo. It's made with purified lanolin and the finest olive oil. Lanolin to soften, olive oil for sparkling highlights. Try Fitch Cream Shampoo. Bill Foreman speaking.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.